Okay, welcome back everybody. Welcome back for day 2, 3ds Max for Architectural Visualization Intermediate. Here are the things we talked about in day 1. Before we go ahead and get started with day 2, does anybody have any questions about any of the things that we discussed yesterday? Anything about modeling or creating site elements, or anything about 2D modeling? Okay. Let's go ahead and move on to day 2. So we're going to discuss these 3 major categories: finishing a scene, cameras and animation, and efficient workflow. And we'll start off with some advanced material creation, look at some great little maps and tricks to build some really nice materials. And just like the advanced lighting technique portion, this is going to be render engine indifferent, so it's just techniques that can be applied to any type of render engine you use. And we will try to create some nice realistic practical type of objects or type of characteristics for your scenes. We'll move into Unwrap UVW and look at all the ways that you can really turn your materials into some great looking objects. You know, applying materials is great, and having great maps and great materials is fine, but if you don't start implementing some really advanced ways of placing those maps on the objects or manipulating the materials on those objects, then you're probably doing yourself an injustice. We'll go into, at the 11 o'clock hour, we'll look at some all the different types of objects you typically need to animate for a visualization, all the different things that that you might want to see moving in your scene, everything from objects blowing in the wind to things applied with maybe some forces and effects, some particle effects, some forces like wind, gravity, some spray systems, maybe some cars moving, some flags blowing in the wind, some water fountains, those sort of things. We'll modify their animations very precisely with controls in the curve editor. And in the last few hours, we'll talk about system resource management and look at a lot of different modifiers and render elements you can use in your scenes. And finish off the last hour with a bunch of production tips and tricks that you can use to really get some advantage on the competition, using some tips and tricks that I've developed myself, and some that I borrowed from a lot of companies over the years that I've been able to work with. So with that, if no one has any questions, we'll go ahead and get started. Go ahead and open up Max, start Max, and what I would like to start to do is start with I want to try to build a sort of a mountain type scene where we have I want to build a mountain scene that has the appearance of colors or materials at one portion of the mountain, and it goes from sort of a green environment at the bottom to sort of a snow-capped mountain at the top. So what I like to start with is create a plane with 10 length and width segments. Create a plane with 10 length and width segments. And let's apply a modifier we haven't looked yet, or apply a type of feature in a modifier we've already seen. Apply the Edit Poly modifier and scroll all the way down to the bottom of the Edit Poly modifier. Notice that there's a Paint Deformation rollout. Let's go ahead and open up that for a minute. And let's turn on F4 faceted mode. And let's go into Polygon Subobject mode. You can do that very quickly by pressing 4 on the keyboard shortcut. And you'll probably have to scroll back down to the bottom. And we're going to manipulate the polygons of this using this Paint Deformation tool. We're going to paint some deformation into this object, and I want to try to create some sort of mountain scene where we have a nice tall mountain in the center, and try to keep the sides of this object untouched. So the deformation that you're going to apply, let's apply it to the center of this object. So enable the push-pull button under Paint Deformation, and you have a push-pull value, a brush size, and a brush strength. If you put your cursor somewhere over the middle of this object, you'll see your brush size, and you can increase that if you want. I'm going to type in 50 for my brush size so I can manipulate a larger area of this object. And if I just click and drag in the scene, you'll see that I can deform my object to a certain maximum amount. I can deform it to a certain maximum amount. If I click and let go of the mouse button, it deforms again. Click and let go, it deforms again. And we want something that actually looks a little bit chiseled, something that looks a little bit rough. Just keep pushing, pulling up until you get something that looks decent. Try to keep the sides of the mountain intact without try to keep the side of the plane pretty much intact. Okay, just get something like that. Now, once you got that, once you have something that looks like some little bit of a deformation, go ahead and apply a mesh smooth to that. The mesh smooth modifier smooths out the terrain or the jagged nature of the object, and you don't see additional faces until you apply the edit poly or edit mesh modifier. All you're going to see right now is the same original edges. Just apply the mesh smooth modifier with 2 iterations, and that gives a nice smooth look to this object. All right. This mesh smooth modifier only works because we don't have the density of this object too great. If you're doing character animation, you would never build too many faces into your object before you apply this type of modifier, because if the mesh is too dense, it will not allow it to do what it did here, which is curve things out and smooth things out. You can't have that detail built in there automatically. Okay, open up the material editor and let's apply some pretty cool little materials. So I want to apply a type of, I want to create a mountain scene where I have green at the bottom and sort of a snow-capped top. Green at the bottom and snow-capped top. So let's apply a standard material to this object, and within the diffuse color channel, let's apply a mix map. So click on the little shortcut next to diffuse, and let's apply a mix map. The mix map allows us to create a mixture of 2 different materials. So everybody should have this. Are you able to keep up? Okay, the mix map, you're in 2010, so you'll probably have a different interface in this. But all I want you to do is go into the diffuse color channel. We're in the diffuse color channel, and find a mix map. Do you not see the mix map? Okay, one second. Okay, so you got a mix map. Now we can load a map. We can change the color or load a map right here in this mix map. Within the mix amount, type 0.5, please. And let's show map in viewport. Let's show map in viewport so we can actually see this map in the viewport. Okay, if you hit the render button right now, okay, do we have mental ray? Nope, don't have mental ray on this. Okay, so if we hit the render button right now, we're seeing pure black. And we're seeing pure black because of this color applied to this diffuse color channel. We have a black color applied to the diffuse color channel. We want to apply a different type of map to this. So we applied a map to the diffuse color channel. Let's apply a map within this diffuse color mix map. So go to the color 1 map slot, And let's apply a gradient ramp. Make sure you have the Show Map and Viewport turned on. And as you see a gradient from black to white. Left-hand side is black, right-hand side is white, and the map is showing you just that gradient right on top of the object. So you should see something like this. All right. So we want to use this gradient ramp to create one color at one part of the object and another color at the other part of the object. So within the gradient ramp parameters rollout, I would like you to very carefully right-click, not left-click, right-click on top of these flags. If you were to left-click, it would create an additional flag, and we don't want that right now. Right-click on top of these flags, the far left flag, and select Edit Properties. When you open up the Edit Properties of an individual flag, you can change things like the color of that flag. Pick some sort of brown or dark green color, and that will be the base of the mountain. That will be the vegetation we'll see at the base of the mountain. Okay, you got all black? Did you in your viewport? Okay, have you applied the Show Map and Viewport? Okay, let's see this again. So you've got a standard material applied to this object. I'm gonna do this again. I'm gonna apply a new material to this, and I'm gonna start over. So you've got the mesh correct. Everything's correct on the mesh, right? So I just applied a standard material. I'm going into the diffuse color channel using the shortcut button, and I'm going to apply a mix map. So in this mix map, I can apply one color or one map as color 1, another one as color 2. And this mix amount simply decides how much of one to use and how much of another to use. By default, when it's set to 0.0, that means it's going to use all of color 1. So if I applied it right now to this object, I should see pure black because all of color 1 is applied. If I were to change this color to something like pure red, I would see pure red applied. As soon as I load a map in this channel, it's going to override this color red with something else. And that map that I want to load is a gradient ramp. If I render right now, I would see that. So do you have it at this point? You got it? Okay. And somebody has a question online. No question. Okay. All right. Somebody does have a question. You're following, but your screen is not changing. If your screen is not updating, that is going to be probably a connection error on your end or something wrong with the connection on your end. I'm sorry if you can't see this updating. This internet connection that I have is incredibly fast, and it is most likely something on your end. So I'm going to have to keep moving. I don't know what the problem is, but I'm going to have to keep moving. So I have this gradient ramp applied to the diffuse color channel number 1. I want to set my far left color to dark green or something like brown. So I go right click on the flag in Edit Properties, and I change this color to something like brown. Okay. Now I want to change the middle one to a light green or some sort of middle green color. So I right click on the flag and I find an appropriate color, something like this, and I hit OK. Now notice how this gradient is changing on the object. I want this mountain to be snow-capped, so I want to see some snow, but it's not really realistic to have the mountain change like this or have it be such a gradual gradient. And I want to add, I want to specify a faster change in gradient. So all I would need to do is add an additional map. I just simply need to click somewhere on this gradient ramp, and I want to see another flag created. If I click somewhere in this open area on the gradient ramp, you see an additional flag created. And I want to right-click that new flag and change it to pure white as well. If I change it to pure white, notice the change from green to white becomes a lot more dramatic. And now I can get something like that. But this is not oriented correctly. This map is not oriented correctly. I want the white on the top portion of this mountain. If I want the white on the top portion of this mountain, then I need to change the way that the map is placed on this object. By default, this plane has UVW mapping on it. There is mapping on it, otherwise we wouldn't see this map at all on this object. But I want to change the way that map is oriented. So if I click on UVW Map, I see that gizmo that the map is applied on. That gizmo is the extents of this map. If I were to reduce the size of this gizmo, you would see it tiled on this object. All I need to do is rotate the gizmo in a certain direction so that that white map, or the white portion of the map, is sitting on top of the mountain. Anytime you have a plus sign in the modifier panel, you can open up that modifier. So if I click the plus sign for UVW Map, I can go into the gizmo and I can manipulate this gizmo however I want. Now I want to rotate this, so of course I got to go to the rotate transform and drag on one of these axes, the appropriate axis, to basically do what I'm doing right here. And I want to be, it doesn't have to be exact, somewhere around 90 degrees. So I get something like that. Okay, you got a question? Okay, are you inside the modifier, the UVW Matte Modifier? Okay. Did you leave it as planar mapping? And you rotated it about one of the axes? Okay, 1 second. Now, if a couple of people in class couldn't get it to work, and the reason why is because they were applying the map to a specific sub-object. If you apply a modifier while you have a set of sub-objects selected, that modifier gets applied to that sub-object. So instead of having that UVW Map Modifier applied to the entire object, you had it applied to a selection because you were in polygon sub-object mode here. You added the Mesh Smooth modifier, and you applied that Mesh Smooth to a smaller set of faces. Even some modifiers will not allow you to do that. Some modifiers, even if you go into, even if I were to go into a certain sub-object level and apply a modifier like Mesh Smooth, notice how it made that set of faces more dense. That's where you saw that that's why you saw that polygon right here. And so when you applied the map modifier to it, notice how it applies it to just this section here. That's what happened with yours. You had this. You were in Edit Poly. You applied a Mesh Smooth to a certain set of faces, and then you applied the UVW Map, which assumed that you only wanted the UVW Map applied to a certain small number of faces. And what I think you actually did is I think you deselected these polygons, I think you deselected these, applied the mesh smooth, which really didn't apply to any polygons, and then you applied the UVW map, and see how there's no map modifier, you see no gizmo. You can't have that. You got to make sure that when you apply a modifier, you don't have any sub-objects selected unless you want only those sub-objects to get that modifier applied to it. Okay, so you got this. Now, it doesn't exactly look like this over here in the material editor because this gizmo is sized too much. So the map actually only sees about the middle portion of this, the object only sees the middle portion of this gradient ramp. So we got to scale this down. We need to scale this gizmo down. And all we need to do is click on the scale transform and scale along we have to do this inside the gizmo inside the UVW Map Modifier. You don't want to scale the object down, you want to scale the gizmo down. So we have to go into the gizmo of UVW mapping and scale down that gizmo so we see this. If we scale it down too much, we'll have this sort of problem. So, and you can look at this from the side and see this even more precisely. Okay, stand by. Rotated on the wrong axis. Rotate it this way. So rotate around that axis. You didn't rotate around the correct axis, I assume. Gotcha. You get the same problem with these polygons selected. So right click over here, convert to edit mesh, apply the map modifier again. Go into the gizmo. Okay, rotate around this axis. Yep. Okay, it's happening again to a couple people here in class, so I want to make sure everybody understands this. If you have a mesh like this and you go into sub-object mode and you then apply UVW Map Modifier, you're not going to see a gizmo because you're telling it to apply a UVW Map Modifier to no faces or no polygons. And so you see no gizmo, there's nothing for you to do, and you'll be lost. So you can't do that. You got to make sure that you get rid of this. In order to get rid of this, a nice easy way to do it is to just right-click, convert to editable mesh, collapse the stack, and then reapply the UVW map and rotate that map. As long as you rotate the map in the correct direction, like this, you'll be fine. Okay. So somebody's asking about the gizmo scale. So all you got to do is go into the UVW Map Modifier, select the gizmo, and scale it. Scale transform is right up here. You have a move, rotate, scale. You can use the shortcuts WER. If I click on this icon, it's the move. This icon is rotate. This icon is scale. Move, rotate, and scale. WER are the shortcuts for that. Can you also adjust the gizmo using the length and width controls under the parameters? Can you adjust the gizmo using the length width controls under? Yes. Is one approach better than the other? Yes, you can go into gizmo and adjust the length here, the width here, totally. There's no right way or wrong way. If you wanted, the intent of this length, width, and height is for you to say, here's exactly what this image represents. If I had an image of brick, if I had an image of a brick wall and I wanted to say exactly how large that image was, I can say that brick wall, that image of the brick represents a certain length and a certain width. It could be 10 feet by 10 feet. And that would be the size of the gizmo. So that map that's applied to your object would be set to the size of the gizmo, and the size of the gizmo, if set to whatever the size of the real image is you've applied, everything would be to scale. So I don't know if that makes sense, but what I am trying to achieve visually by doing this being the scaling the gizmo. All we're doing with this scaling the gizmo is getting the map to be positioned correctly on this object. So we have dark green, brown on one side, white on another side. We're trying to orient the map and place the map properly on this object. That's all we're trying to do. Okay. Now let's hit the render button really quickly. We should see something like that. Okay, now this is where it really gets cool. Let's go up into the mix map, and you see you have a gradient ramp applied to color 1, and we're going to apply a different color to color 2. Go click on the None button for color 2 and apply a Vertex Color Map. Vertex Color Map. Okay. If you render again, notice that it says the following objects require mapping coordinates and may not render correctly. If you select Continue, nothing looks different. It looks the same. You can't render this vertex color like this because it just doesn't have mapping coordinates, and we need to add a Vertex Paint modifier to this object. So with the object selected, go to the modifier panel, click the drop-down list, and add Vertex Paint. We're going to actually just paint color onto this mountain scene. So I want to create the appearance that there's a couple streams flowing down this mountain. I want to create some blue streaks coming down this mountain. It's very simple. It's very easy to do. This when you add the Vertex Paint modifier, you have a lot of different tools to open up. You have a lot of tools here. One, probably the most important, is paint. If I want to actually paint something on this object, all I got to do is click the button that says paint. I have to click the paintbrush and select a color. I want to pick a blue color, and I want to just start painting on this object. I don't see it happening on my screen. I don't see it happening on my screen because I'm not in the right mode. I want to see this as vertex color displayed, so I need to tell it to be, it's almost like going from unshaded view, which is almost like wireframe, to shaded view. If I click on shaded view, I see all those vertex colors that I just painted. And I do not see them when I render because I do not have the mix set correctly. Okay, so reviewing what I just did, all I did is I added a vertex color to the second color of this mix map. Now I'm not going to, I see it in the viewport, I see the vertices updating, but I do not see it when I render because the mix map amount is set to 0. So if you want to see it here in the rendering, you need to set that mix amount to something higher than 0. What you can do temporarily is just set the mix amount to 100, and now when you render, you will see just those vertices painted that you paintbrushed. Okay. I want to undo the painting that I just did, and this time I want to set the mix amount on the mix map to 50. So I will see a mixture of this gradient ramp and the vertex color. I will see a mixture of the two maps, gradient ramp and vertex color. After I finish this, I'm going to go through this process one more time. So if you haven't been able to follow along, it's not too big deal. And I want to open up my Vertex Paint again, and I want to change, let's change the, well, let's keep things simple. I want to create some streaks on this mountain, just a few rivers coming from one side and going down the mountain. Like so. And if I render right now, I will see a mixture of the two maps that I have, the gradient ramp and the vertex color. Now this, the vertex color that we have looks a little bit blurred, or I'm sorry, it looks a little bit jagged. And it's the vertex colors are dependent on the number of vertices we have. If I didn't have any vertices here in the center of this object, I couldn't do what I'm doing. All vertices have color stored, and by default they're set to white. And I am just overriding those vertex colors with this painting that I'm doing. If I don't have any vertices in the center of the object, I can't do what I'm trying to do here. But when I render this, notice how jagged it looks. It looks somewhat jagged. This would look better if I had a higher density of vertices. But if I don't want a higher density of vertices, I can use this blur brush and just blur right in my viewport. I can see this update right in my viewport. I can just blur the colors on the vertex paint that I just applied. And I'm just giving it a little bit texture. This same approach can be used on buildings. You know, if I want to draw in some cracks on the buildings, or if I want to paint a little bit of weathered look to this, I am modifying the color of each individual vertex as a result of the color that I've painted on the vertex and this blurring effect, which sort of blurs the vertex colors between whatever you applied and the original white that it was. So if I render now, I will see something like that. And then I can bump up the mix amount or bring it back down so I see more of the gradient ramp. You could also apply regular bitmaps to the you could create mixes of mixes of mixes. You could have a mix map and then apply a mix map to color one of the mix and apply another mix within that mix. So you could have layers and layers of colors. You could have grass applied as a base, and you can apply sort of like this gradient ramp here. There's so many different ways you can do this, and this is just sort of demonstrating the way that you can create some pretty intricate materials by adjusting all the different maps you have available. Where is the Vertex Paint screen to use the brush? The Vertex Paint screen, you have to apply Vertex Paint Modifier. You have to add this Vertex Paint Modifier to the object. If I were to turn this off, I see the vertex color disappear. The Vertex Paint acts as mapping coordinates. So apply the Vertex Paint. When you do, you will see the Vertex Paint palette open up on the side. And if you want to see the paint in the viewport, you need to make sure that you have Vertex Color Display set to shaded. If I set it to unshaded, this is what I get. Shaded, this is what I get. Disable Vertex Color Display entirely. Toggle Texture Display on and off. So I want to keep it on shaded. Okay. Now close the Vertex Paint. Close the Vertex Paint, and we're going to do something else. Before we do, I want to do this process one more time really quickly. I want to run through this one more time. I want to delete the Vertex Paint. I want to delete the UVW Map gizmo, and I want to apply a new map to this. I want to start over and do this really quickly from scratch. So I want to add a unique material to this, and I want that material to be a mix applied to the diffuse color channel. So I click on the diffuse color channel. I select mix. I can show map and viewport to see that mix right now, but I have to apply UVW mapping to really see the effect of that mix. Right now it's all black. If I type in, well, let's see, we want to apply the Falloff first to color 1. Right now it's not showing you anything but white, and it will not render anything but black because we don't have a color or a map loaded. I want to apply a gradient ramp to this color 1, show map and viewport. There's my map. It's applied to the object, and I need to rotate the gizmo 90 degrees about the y-axis, 90 degrees around this axis. So I go into the UVW Matte Modifier, select the gizmo, right-click, rotate, or activate the rotate transform, rotate it like this, and I believe we can do the fit to, yep, if we do fit, it will fit to the extents of this object. So that's probably an easier way to do this. Just hit fit. You have to be careful of little areas that are not within that fit, so it might be a good idea to scale this a little bit larger because it's fitting to the particular area of the object that you're surrounded. This gizmo is fitting to the extents of that part of the object that you're wrapping that gizmo around. I want to right-click these flags, change their properties, and set the color to something like dark green or brown. Change the properties, change the color of this middle material. I can add a flag by clicking on this gradient ramp, right-click, edit properties, change the color here to pure white. All right, so there's my snow-capped mountain, and finally I need to apply a mix amount of 0.5 and apply a different map to this color 2, specifically the Vertex color. And the Vertex color is not going to do me any good unless I have the Vertex Paint modifier. If I render right now, that's what I see. But I can now add in some Vertex color just by clicking the paintbrush and painting right here in my viewport. I don't see it until I well, I should be seeing it right now. Why am I not seeing it right now? Let's set the mix to 1.0. Render again. I must have missed a step. What did I just forget? Oh yes, sorry. I was sometimes when I do this, I forget that I'm not working in Vray, and in Vray, a lot of times fields are set to a maximum of 1. So 1 in Vray often means 100%. So I was thinking in the wrong type of units. So yeah, there's 50. So 100% is going to show me nothing but the vertex color that I've applied. And that's that. Now, with this material still on here, let's back out and get to the parent object, or the parent material. And now let's apply some displacement to this. Let's sort of rough up this object a little bit. Let's apply some displacement. Somebody's asking, if I set mine to shaded, I don't see the colors in the display. If I set mine to shaded, I don't see the colors in the display. Once you close the Vertex Paint window, you can reopen it by clicking on the Edit button. Make sure that you have Vertex Color set to shaded, and that should be all you need. Make sure you're probably not seeing it because you don't have the mix amount set high enough. That Vertex Color is on Color 2, so you might want to try setting the mix amount to 100 so that you see nothing but that Vertex Color. And Show Map and Viewport. Yes, you have to Show Map and Viewport. When you tell it Show Map and Viewport, you're telling it to Show Map and Viewport of whatever is in the channel that you're in below. So if I go into Gradient Ramp and Show Map and Viewport, I'm showing that map in my viewport. If I go up and Show Map and Viewport within the parent material, I'm showing the result of all the different materials or submaterials or all the maps in all the different channels. So now this Vertex Color is a little bit different because it's showing you this, that color that you saw just a moment ago is not really what was being displayed. It's really not what is being rendered, so that's a little different, but hopefully you see yours. I do see it when it's set to the other non-shading setting, okay? Now, go into the base parent material and add a map to the displacement channel. Add a map to the, specifically, let's add a speckle map to the displacement channel. Add a speckle map to displacement. And notice what it does to your sample slot or the object in your sample slot. It sort of roughs it up, okay? Now, if you render again, nothing's going to happen. Well, actually, something does happen. The displacement is supposed to require the displacement approximate modifier. This displacement in here is supposed to apply it must be the particular map type that you use. The displacement channel here is it really requires the displacement approximate modifier. So what I would like you to do is, with the object selected, go into the Modify panel and apply Displace Approximate. And this allows you to set the accuracy of this displacement. Set it to high, set the accuracy to high, or the subdivision preset to high, and render again. Okay, and let's increase decrease the displacement amount to something like 5. That is going to rough up this object just a little bit. You can try slightly higher values like 10 or 15. We're just trying to rough up this object a little bit and apply displacement. Now, when I said this shouldn't modify the object, I sort of misspoke, because this wouldn't normally modify the object unless you had the mesh in here. So I sort of misspoke. If you can just watch my screen for a moment, if I create a plane and have no polygons in that plane, if I take the length and width segments to 1 and want to have a little displacement, in some render engines you can't do that without having a higher density mesh. In V-Ray, you have Vray Displacement Modifier, and you can very precisely control, create a nice high density mesh, and you can turn a single polygon into a field of grass or whatever. But you can sort of also do this with the Displacement Approx modifier. So if I was just to apply a material to this object and apply a speckle map to this flat object and render, notice how in the sample slot it's showing some displacement, but when I render it doesn't show that displacement because there's no vertices, there's no extra polygons in the middle of this object. But you can still make it work by applying the Displace Approximate modifier. So the benefit of this modifier combined with the displacement channel is that you can get displacement without having to build that extra density into your mesh. So now I can set, oops, I didn't mean to apply the displace modifier, the displace approximate modifier. And with this, the displace approximate modifier, you can notice how it says subdivision presets. You're subdividing your object during the rendering process. You don't see it subdivided here. It's subdivided during the rendering process. So I set this to high, which changes these values down here. And now when I render, I will see a little bit of displacement, even though I don't have any vertices making up this object. And the amount in the displacement channel, whatever amount that I have set here, that is the amount of my displacement. If I were to type in 999, the maximum amount, you would see it displaced a great amount. If I apply a noise map instead of a speckle map, you would see the noise map modify this displacement. So all I did, I'm going to redo this, all I did is I had a plane, I created a new material, I placed that material on it, and I went into the displacement channel and I applied a map to that. You can apply any type of map. I can apply a noise map and I can see that displacement. And I can change the size of the displacement right here under the noise map. I'm going to set this to 5 and apply a displace approximate modifier. Set it to high to get a little bit more accuracy, and there's my displacement. So this can be used to add just a little bit of texture, a little bit of realism to objects that don't even have the mesh to create displacement. Or in this case, it does have the mesh, but it can rough it up just a little bit regardless of the mesh density. Okay, it gives it a little bit of a rough look. What were the original settings that make your mountains so rounded? Mine has peaks and fewer vertices. Peaks and fewer vertices. Perhaps I made a plane of a different dimension. I made a dimension that was 10 by 10, and I just used the Edit Poly tool to push and pull some vertices up. And if I were to apply a mesh smooth to this object right now, nothing would change because it's already too smooth. There's too few amount of vertices. You have to have some jaggedness to your object for the mesh smooth to do any good. Okay. Let's reset. Max, does anyone have any problems keeping up? Anyone not able to do that? Okay. Let's create another object, a simple plane object. Open up the material editor. Apply a material to this object. And go into the diffuse color channel. Let's apply a Falloff to this diffuse color channel. And the Falloff is a very, very good map that's used in so many different material types because it applies a gradient, a change from one part of the object to another based on viewing angle. Notice by default it says Falloff type, perpendicular and parallel. So if I'm looking at an object like this, a sphere, I can have one material applied to faces that are parallel to the view and another material applied to faces that are perpendicular to view. And that could be useful in so many different ways. You could have a transparency applied based on viewing angle, so when you look at an object, it just seems to, the transparency goes away as you look, the object becomes more transparent as you move farther out to the sides of the object. As an example, what about a water drop? Let's suppose you're trying to create a water drop and you don't want to see the edge of that water drop. Well, if you use the fall-off material and have it be opaque in the center and transparent on the outside, you can see that water drop. You can see that water drop better and not have it be, instead of having the water drop be a high poly mesh, you can have a water drop be just a simple face that is transparent on the outside. So let's actually try to do that. Let's create a sphere to start with. Let's make things simple. Let's create a sphere and apply this material to it. And in order to see this properly, we're going to have to change the background color. Let's make the background color something other than black. Background color is set in the Environment Effects dialog box, so you would need to change the color of the background to something other than black. Let's make it light blue or light green or something else. And you can show map and viewport to see this effect. And all we're doing is we're going to make it transparent on the outside and opaque on the inside. Opaque means you can't see through it. Transparent means you can. So we're going to make it opaque in the center. If we render this right now, notice it looks transparent in the center. You see blackness in the center. You want to see blackness on the outside. So if you switch these two fall off parameters, front and side, you will change how the color, you will change the transparency of this object. But right now we're in the diffuse color channel, so all we're going to see is this diffuse color effect. We're only going to see the colors. We're not going to see the effect of the transparency. Once we get this set up, then we're going to go and switch it to the opacity channel. So right now all you should have is a fall off map applied to the diffuse color channel. And I want to switch the front and side views. So now it looks opaque or white in the center and black on the outside. So, and I don't know why they say front and side. What it should say is, when you set this to perpendicular and parallel, it should say perpendicular instead of front and parallel instead of side. But if you render right now, you'll see white in the center and black on the outside. White in the center, black on the outside. I'm going to repeat this one more time. Start with a new material, apply material to this object. I'm going to go into the diffuse color channel and apply a fall off map and change the front and side views. So instead of having black on top and white on the bottom, I swap these. I just drag and drop and swap them. And I render, and that's what I see. Now you can switch this between the diffuse color channel and the opacity channel. So if you go out of this material or out of this map channel and open up the maps rollout, you can switch this map to the opacity channel. You can even drag and drop this map in the shortcut and move it to the shortcut of the opacity channel. So you don't even have to go down to the maps rollout. You can just drag and drop from one shortcut to the other and create a swap. And when you do that, notice that the object becomes transparent around the outer edge. Render again. There's the transparency. So if this were a water drop, this would look a lot more realistic than what you saw before, where you had a hard edge. You never really want to see the edge of any kind on something like water. And you're going to apply motion blur to this, but the motion blur is only going to help so much. When we create particle systems later in the day, you'll see that in order to make these particle systems, in order to make the water look correct, we're going to have to have a fall off applied to the opacity channel. If you go into the fall off that's applied to the opacity channel, you can specify very precisely where through the spread of this object, where from the center to the outside of this object, that object gets how that transition takes place. So right now we have white meaning opaque, black meaning transparent. So it's falling off from the center, which is white, to the outside, which is black. If we want that fall off to occur in a slightly different way, we can use this mix map right down here to control that a little more precisely. If you click and drag on these little nodes here, you can see that the fall off changes, and we can also apply an additional set of nodes and very precisely control where throughout this object how this transition happens. So if you look down on this mix curve, what you're seeing is the mixture between white and black, or opaqueness and transparency. So if you imagine this sphere spanning the radius of the sphere, the radius of the sphere represented on this graph here, the center of the sphere is right here on the right hand side where you see white. The side of the sphere is where you see black here. So if you want the sphere to be completely transparent before you ever see the edge, you have to make that transition happen a little faster, and you do that by adding a point along this graph and grabbing that point and moving it down. So now if you look on my computer, that black is almost, that pure black goes almost all the way to the center. If I render this now, it changes how this object becomes more transparent. And you have to play with this to get it to work just right. I think I went in the opposite direction. This is what I'm trying to do right here. So I've got that right there. It should work. Yep, that's what I'm trying to shoot for. I created a fall off. I applied it to the opacity channel, and using this mix curve, I can specify where through the radius of that sphere the transition between opaque and transparent happens. If I move this node all the way to the left, only a tiny amount of this object is going to be opaque. If I were to flip these now, if I were to swap these, you would see just the opposite. This is a pretty neat little effect here. I'm creating a hole in the center of the sphere just by controlling where this mixture happens. Anybody having trouble getting this, or getting this effect to happen? Okay, if you don't see the blur, if you're not seeing the blur, then I would imagine you're not using the mix curve correctly. I've done nothing more than apply a fall off to the opacity channel, switch the front and side, and modify the mix map. Okay, you got it figured out? Good. Okay, every map type, almost every map type I should say, has an output channel, and this allows you to increase the effect of map, or with a bitmap increase the brightness, the levels, a lot of different attributes of the different maps. Bump amount, you can even increase the bump amount. If I play around with this output amount, notice how I can increase the effect of this opacity map application. I can make that fall off happen over a shorter area. Watch what happens if I add a point on this mix curve and then move that point down so that I have a complete straight transition from one point to another. So I have a black area and it goes to pure white. So it goes from transparent to pure white, and then I can add another node, move that down, like this, and just keep adding nodes and create some pretty neat effects with this object. So if I render again, that's what I get just by creating a material. So I haven't cut any faces out, I haven't modified the object in any way. No matter where I view this from, I'm going to see the same thing. Now if I change the viewing direction or the fall-off type to something like fall-off or something like towards away, that completely changes everything, and I think I would need to apply this to a plane to see this best. Sometimes you don't even know what you're going to get until you render it. Let's try distance blend. Not sure what that's going to do. That didn't do anything. Okay, but you get the idea. You can play around with this and create some pretty unique little effects here. So this is all done in the opacity channel. You could have these fall-offs applied to any channel. You can create some unique specular highlights just by placing this fall-off in something like the glossiness channel. If I were to place this, if I were to switch this fall-off and swap it into the glossiness channel and increase the specular highlight, notice the specular highlight that I have. There's just absolutely no limit to the type of object that you create. It becomes more of an art than a science at this point. Anybody have any questions? Okay. Because when I do these classes, there's such a mix between people that have Mental Ray, V-Ray, and sometimes some other render engines. I don't really like to get into either one of those render engines and sort of make it indifferent, because half the time if I show something in one render engine, the other people are just not going to care and there won't be any interest for them. So try to make this a demonstration of how you can create some nice materials without having to ever leave the maps rollout, without ever having to apply a particular advanced render engine material. Okay, let's reset this, or actually let's go ahead and move into the next section, which is going to be on Unwrap UVW. Unwrap UVW. Let's make this real simple, and then we'll get into some more complex examples. Let's make this real simple at first. If you would, create a plane and apply a noise modifier to it to create some relief, to create some displacement. Just apply a noise modifier, set the Z amount to something other than 0, so you get some sort of relief like this. And you notice when you leave the plane at the default 4x4, you don't get a good smooth noise modifier, because you just don't have enough vertices and polygons. So I would suggest setting the length and width segments of the plane to something higher. So just try to get something like this. Now this we'll just pretend this is the side of a mountain that we're going to apply some grass on, and you'll see that without Unwrap UVW you can't make it look right. So create a new material and apply it to the object, and this material should have a grass. We'll place a grass image on this material. So go into the diffuse color channel and apply a bitmap, because we're going to apply an image. Go into the diffuse color channel and apply a bitmap and find an image inside the 3ds Max 02 folder. It's under the site folder of 3ds Max 02. And there should be a file called Grass 19L. Grass 19L. So this is the path. It's 3ds Max 02 06 sites Grass 19L. And we can show map in viewport. Now this map is applied to this object using planar map coordinates, because this object started out as a plane and notice that plane modified, that plane did not modify what you're looking at. That gizmo that you see, that orange gizmo wrapping around this terrain, is not the mapping plane. It's not the UVW Map Modifier. It is the noise gizmo. It is the modifier that you applied with noise. That's the gizmo for the noise modifier. This map is using planar map coordinates, and it's clearly not a planar surface. You can apply a UVW Map Modifier to this all day long, and you're not going to get nice, realistic textures to this, because no map type with UVW Map can project this map properly. If I were to try to rotate and position this map using the UVW Map Modifier, nothing really looks correct, because the map just doesn't know how to follow the contour of this object. So you can add a UVW Map Modifier, get it to work. Even with box mapping, it just doesn't look right. There are seams, and it's noticeable. So let's unwrap this object and see how we can fix this. Okay, someone's not able to find the grass. The grass object, or the grass material, is under 3ds Max 02 06-sites. It's Grass 19L. That is the map path right there. It's under the sites directory. Okay. I'll wait a moment. Okay, 1 second. Go ahead, Jacqueline.
I'm so sorry. I'm in the 06 sites, and what type of file am I looking for? Because I don't see grass pop up. Is it in vegetation? Is it in leaves?
You're looking for Grass 19L. It's a JPEG. You're just loading a JPEG into the diffuse color channel. This is the image you're looking for. Do you not see it?
Okay, wait. Maybe I misunderstood you. So I'm not looking. I'm in the material library. Maybe that's not right. Hold on.
Okay. Okay. So just start over with a new material.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you have sort of what I have on my screen, just a blank sample slot?
Yeah.
Okay. Click on the diffuse color shortcut.
Mm-hmm.
Go and add a bitmap.
That was it. I went to material library for some reason. So then, okay, I think I'll be okay. Grass 19L. Okay, thank you. Sorry.
You're welcome. No problem. Okay, so to unwrap this, it's really, really simple for an object like this. It can get more complex, but this is about as simple an unwrap as you could possibly do. From the modifier drop-down list, select Unwrap UVW. And you notice this odd set of green lines on this object. These are seams. These are seams that Max creates, and to make a long story short, it's essentially, in a way, trying to map this image using these seams, and these seams are not mapped correctly. They're not placed correctly. All you have to know is that these green lines are something that's a result of the UVW Map Modifier. Okay. Open up the Unwrap UVW and select Face Subobject Mode. Yes, you leave the UVW Map Modifier on it. You don't have to, but there's no reason to delete it. I wanted it on there so you see these green lines so you know to expect them whenever you do this unwrap. All right. Okay, did you apply box mapping or planar mapping? If you don't get the green lines like I did, it might be because you used planar mapping. See how I only get one line wrapped around this? Did you get the same thing? Okay, you've all got UVW mapping applied to this object, right? Okay, what map type do you have? Do you have it set to planar or box? Okay, you have it set to box, and what happens when you click Unwrap UVW? You don't have green lines? Unwrap is under the modifier stack. Okay, well, maybe it's because the way maybe it's the way that I rotated my map and you didn't rotate it the same way or something. It should still be, that's not really that important, so don't even worry about that. I just want to show you that these are seams. These are what are called seams, and it's trying to cut this map up and apply that grass material, that grass map in a certain way, and it's not correct. So open up Face Subobject Mode, and notice where it says under the Selection Parameters Rollout, Ignore Backfacing. If I were to just select inside my window the faces that I want, only the faces, with this Ignore Backfacing option on, which it is by default, it would not select faces that are pointed away from this view. So that should always be deselected so that when you do a window selection around this, you select all the faces regardless of whether they're faces that are pointing towards you or away from you. But then again, at the same time, you really should, I think, get in the habit of this, not just in this modifier, but in a lot of different areas of Max. Use Control A to select all the different elements or sub-objects that you're trying to select. All I want you to do is be in Face Subobject Mode and select all the faces. And scroll down to the Map Parameters Rollout. Scroll down to Map Parameters Rollout. There should be a quick planar map in here. Click that Quick Planar Map button. That will strip the map of all the edges that it previously had. That will strip, not edges, but seams, I should say. So you should have something like this. Okay? Anyone not able to get that far? When you went into Face Subobject Mode, you can't select any faces? What happens when you hit Control A? All right, 1 second. Make sure you don't, if you ever try to select an object or sub-objects and it's not selecting, it will probably be because of this lock button. If you have a lock, if you press the spacebar is the toggle for lock, which is a good tool to use when you're trying to move objects around and prevent yourself from deselecting it when you start doing move transforms or rotate somewhere in your viewport, but just be careful about that. Okay, so we've got this object with all the faces selected. Now, if you would, right underneath that quick planar map where you removed all the seams, click on Pelt. Click on Pelt, and this Edit UVWs window opens up, and we're gonna be using this quite a bit in the next hour. But this window opens up, and I'll explain what it does more in a moment. But suffice to say, what you are going to try to do is these are vertices of your object, and you're going to try to orient them to the map rather than having the map oriented to the object. So you've got your map and it's applied to the object, but it doesn't know how to apply it. So instead of telling the map how to be applied to the object, we're going to tell the object how to be applied to the map. Let's see the map in this window. To see it, click on this drop-down list on the top right-hand side and select Map 3, or whatever the map number it is, Grass 19. That shows the map that we've applied through the material editor. Okay? You can see this. If you zoom in, you can actually see that map. Okay? Is anyone not able to do this? Okay. Now, I'm just showing you that so that you see that it's in there. Go ahead and switch it back to checker pattern, because we don't need to see that map. I just wanted you to know that that map is in there and it's oriented up and down, left and right. It's existing in this window, and we need to orient the object to the map now. So in order to orient the object to the map, we need to find a way to select all these vertices and make it rotate. These red lines that are coming out from the object here in the center, these red lines are these. It's called a stitcher. If you can just imagine taking this disc of lines, or this circle of lines, and rotating it and controlling how these vertices are oriented on the background material that is sitting back here, we can just very easily orient the object to the map. So what I want you to do is to click on the Pelt Options rollout, open it up, and click on Select Stretcher. If you click on Select Stretcher, you can move the stretcher around, but we don't really want to move it around. We want to rotate it. Now, inside this Edit UVWs window, you see transforms like Move, Rotate, Scale, and the one that we're going to want is Rotate. So you click on the Rotate button, and you turn this stitcher around however you want, and it's just allowing us to apply some. We're not trying to turn these vertices right now, but what we're going to do in a moment when we click this Start Pelt, don't do it now, but what we're going to do when we click Start Pelt is we're going to tell this object to match the stitcher that we have. If you can imagine, if you just look at my screen for a moment, we have the stitcher. And if I leave it like this and hit Start Pelt, nothing's going to happen. But if I turn the stitcher counterclockwise like this object, which is currently just shown as a bunch of vertices, is going to spin clockwise and match that stitcher so that we can use it to orient the object on the material or on the background. So all I want to do right now is take this stitcher, all I want to do is take the stitcher and orient it so that this object is rotated correctly. And we can then select the Select Pelt UVs and do the same thing. So notice how I can twist the object. So if you would, at this time, play around with the Straighten Stretcher, I'm sorry, not Straighten Stretcher, the Select Stretcher and Select Pelt UVWs, and get this object placed on this blue square sitting in the background. This blue square sitting in the background, which represents the map. This blue square in the background represents where this map is going to be placed. So Does anybody have any questions? I don't see the UVW Map editor. Never mind, it was on top of yours. Okay. So hopefully everybody is at this point. Okay, and if you look at your object now that's sort of hidden behind the view, this checker pattern shows you how that map is going to be oriented now. So the checker pattern is the pattern we see in the background of this Edit UVW's window. If we switch to grass, you see the grass pattern. So that checkered map pattern is just a tool to help us see things better. Is anybody not able to get up to this point? Okay. Now, if I hit Start Pelt, notice how it spreads things out and sort of makes all the vertices spread out to the same amount or as close as it can. Go ahead and hit the Start Pelt, and then after a second or two it'll stop and you can hit Stop Pelt. Anyone having trouble with that? Good? Okay. Now use the Select Stretcher to rotate that stretcher again. Use the Select Pelt UVs to rotate the pelt again. And in order to make this work properly, this object has to be within this blue rectangle in the background. We have to scale it down. Well, we have a scale transform just like we do in the regular viewports, and we can scale this object down like so. And notice when you scale it down, the checker pattern in the background updates. And we can scale the stretcher down as well. So we're just trying to get something like this. Okay. This process that we're going through is called pelt mapping. And it's just a process, and this is the most simplistic example or object you can, or type of object you can do. We're really not even doing true pelt mapping. True pelt mapping is the reference I made yesterday when you have an animal and you're trying to skin the animal and you have to create seams and tell it where that skin is going to be pulled apart. That's really what pelt mapping is for. I'm just applying it to the most simplistic example here. Okay, so we can go ahead and commit this pelt and just close this window down by clicking the commit button in this pelt map window. Click commit, and it sort of locks in this pelt that we've just applied. Now what I would like you to do is just watch my screen for a moment so I can explain the different interface elements of this screen. So we have selection modes down here, which allow us to switch from vertex to edge to face of object mode, and we can select any vertex, we can select any edge, and when you select one inside this Edit UVW's window, notice how the object updates. I can select a group of vertices in the Edit UVW's window, and they're selected in the viewport. I can select them in the viewport, and they get selected in Edit UVW's. So if you can imagine this checker background being the texture that's on this object, and this object being flattened out onto this texture, if we're able to find a way to get these vertices to line up in a more linear fashion and straighten out, we'll have an even better map. So let me just demonstrate some additional ways to do this. The pelt mapping process that we just did got it this far, but now that was as far as I could do. We need to help it out a little bit more. So we can do things like modify individual vertices, but modifying individual vertices, I can right click and use move, or I can click on the move transform. Modifying individual vertices, that takes a little bit of time. We have the soft selection tools, just like we did with the edit mesh and edit poly. We have the same soft selection tools available here, where we can increase the edge distance of this fall off, increase the effect of this fall off, and move a larger number of vertices. So I'm just pushing and pulling and moving a few vertices around to straighten things out and get it to line up somewhat. You can try this if you want. It doesn't have to be exact. If this was like a Hollywood studio and they wanted to make these textures perfect, they would literally, after they've created their model and are trying to put the proper map on this model, they would literally push and pull each individual vertex, get it to line up however they want to, and get some really nice precision. But that's just not necessary for what we're doing here. The better you make this object mapped onto this texture, the better the texture will appear on this object. Okay. If we go ahead and render right now, we see that texture pattern, the checker pattern, and then if we switch to grass, we now see the grass rendered, and the grass will look proper now. The grass will follow the contour of this shape. And there won't be any seams. There won't be any tiled pattern to this. Any object that has some displacement to it, any object like this, whether it's grass, whether it's a mulch bed or water or anything else, it could benefit from Unwrap UVW. Somebody's asking, how do you get the checker pattern to display in the viewport? I get the checker pattern to display in the viewport by selecting the checker pattern from this drop-down. This is the UVW drop-down. If I select checker pattern here, then the checker pattern displays in the viewport. Whatever you have displayed in the edit windows is displayed in the viewport. If you close the edit windows, you can reopen it by clicking the edit button under the parameters rollout of the Unwrap UVW. So edit opens up the edit UVW's window. Anybody not able to do this exercise? Anybody not able to follow along? Because if you can't do this, then you probably won't be able to do the next few exercises. When you're done editing the vertices, yes, you're all done. This is a modifier, so just like any other modifier, we have a light bulb, and we can turn off the effect of this modifier. But we can at any time go back into this edit window and manipulate the vertices and edges and polygons. Good question. Good question. I'm so glad you asked that, because this probably would have slipped my mind. The question was, how do you scale this down? Well, you could literally, in the edit windows, scale the object down and scale it down so that it repeats over a smaller part of the map. In other words, you can just scale these vertices up and have the density of that map change. That's one way to do it. And everywhere you see that blue rectangle, that represents one complete map pattern. Okay? One complete map pattern. So the larger you make this object on that, the higher the scale. But an even better way to do that, and by the way, this rectangle here is a square. If the image that you're mapping is not square, then you're going to have to take that into consideration and apply maybe a non-uniform scale. Make it so that it is scaled properly like that. You know what I'm saying? How you've got to make the map fit or be appropriate to this object. And if your map is not square, then you will have to change the scale of your object. But let's go back to where it was, right here, where we have this scale not set correctly. So instead of worrying about scaling it up here, you can apply a different modifier, not the map scaler modifier, but rather an even better modifier. That map scaler really, I think, is made to work with the real mapping coordinates option that you find. That option you find on a lot of objects where it's trying to generate real mapping coordinates, both on the object and in the material editor. But right now, all we're going to do is add the UVW X-form. The UVW X-form preserves the mapping that you have, unlike the UVW Map Modifier, which completely removes the mapping you previously had and replaces it with its own modifier. UVW X-form overrides the mapping that you have and changes it to something else. So, I'm sorry, the UVW Map Modifier overrides the mapping, changes it to something else like planar or box. The UVW X-form just simply scales whatever mapping you have. So if you wanted to scale the map in a certain direction, the U direction, you can just drag up and down on the U, you can drag up and down on the V, and that creates the density that you're looking for. So I'm going to type in 5, 5, and 5, and now that grass texture looks pretty good. That looks pretty good for a scan line. So, and this is with no displacement. This is with no bump. You start adding bumps, and it becomes even better. And this really becomes good if you're using a modifier like Vray Displacement Modifier, where the modifier has to rely on the mapping coordinates. If you try to do a Vray Displacement Modifier, and probably the same with Meltoray if you're trying to use a displacement modifier, if you try to use Vray Displacement and you don't have the mapping set correctly, the displacement's not going to go in the right way. It's not going to follow the contour of the mountain. So you can have some pretty erratic. It's going to follow whatever the UVW Map Modifier is, or whatever mapping the object has by default. So this is a great way to create mapping that follows the contour of objects. Okay, let's take a 10-minute break, and when we come back, we'll see some other great cool applications for Unwrap UVW, and we will see how you can take a building and, using Unwrap UVW, apply textures, and then go into Photoshop and use Photoshop to paint in things like cracks in the walls, or some rust stains, or some sort of weathered appearance to different parts of your object. So let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break, and when we come back, we will look at all of that. So let's go ahead and continue with the advanced Unwrap UVW. Let's go back into Max and open up a file under the 3ds Max 03 rollout, or 3ds Max 03 folder, 10 Unwrap. And we're going to start with this object dice. And we're going to start with this object, then we're going to get into a much more complex object. Let's just start with the most simplistic unwrap object besides what we just looked at before, which was a plane. Now we're going to actually unwrap something that has seams on it, and then when we finish doing this, we will look at a much more complex object. So if you would, have this file open, dice, and open up the material editor and drag and drop the material in the material editor onto this object. And what you notice is that every one of the 6 sides of this box gets the image of the 6 dice. Now, unless you use 6 different UVW maps with 6 different map channels and a multi-sub-object material with each sub-material getting a different UVW map modifier, unless you do that process, which is much more time-consuming and much harder to change if you ever needed to make a change to the mapping. And unless you do that, the only other way to make this each one of these 6 sides of the dice apply to a unique side of this object, you need to use Unwrap UVW. So with that object selected, select Unwrap UVW and click the Edit button. You're back into the Edit UVWs window. And as a reminder, if I was just to click and drag inside this viewport, I would not select the objects that are hidden from view, or the sub-objects. I would not select the vertices that are on the vertex on the back side of this cube. Let's go into Face Sub-Object mode and either deselect Ignore Back Facing, which you should do as by habit. It should just be habit. But I still like to use the Control-A to select all the faces. Select Control-A to select all the faces, or window the entire selection with Ignore Back Facing turned off. And inside the Edit UVWs window, go to the Mapping menu. There are 3 different map types. Let's look at each one of these. If we selected Unfold Mapping and hit OK, you see this dice object unfolded into 6 different sides, and it looks like this. This doesn't do us much good in many cases. It would be fine for this, but it doesn't do good in many cases, because if we wanted to create a texture that it appears on one side of this object and then also transitions to the other side, can't do that, because if we apply a texture right to this seam right here, this edge, that edge lines up with this edge, because if you can imagine this line coming out here and this point coming out here, this edge wouldn't line up with this, and you would see one material apply to one portion of to one side of the object, but it wouldn't be a seamless texture. So this particular type of mapping doesn't always work. Let's undo that. Just click Undo and select the Flatten Mapping type. Select Flatten Mapping and select OK to use the default settings. Once you do that, okay, somebody's got a question? How do you get the checker pattern? Okay, that's an old question. That's an old question. Let's see, Donald, I'm not sure if you're asking about this exercise. I'm going to unmute your microphone for 1 second. Are you asking me to redo this exercise or the previous exercise?
I was talking about the pelt modifier exercise.
Okay, we're going to do the pelt modifier again in the next exercise after this. So if you didn't understand it before, you'll probably understand it next time.
Great, thank you. So.
And Jacqueline, I think you might have had a question about the same exercise, but if you'll bear with me, we'll get back to pelt mapping in a minute. So if you would click the drop-down list, the UVW drop-down list, and select the dice JPEG image that you have selected. And notice how you can just click and drag on one of these sides of the box that is going to represent the dice. You can click and drag and move these faces around and move one unique polygon, or 2 faces. Each polygon is 2 faces. You can move a unique polygon to a specific side of the dice. And you can use the scale transform to scale all of these sides of the box down. So again, just like last time, we're going to map the box to the image, not the image to the box. If you select all 6 sides at once, whether you do it inside the Edit UVWs window or in the viewport, if you select all of them, you can scale them all down the same amount at the same time, and then move each one individually. But bottom line is, you want to create 6. You want to scale down the 6 sides of this box to match the sides of the dice shown in this image. And when you do, and when you place the dice, the sides of the box properly on the background image, you're left with a dice, and that should be pretty easy for everyone to do. Were you able to get that? Okay, I'll do it again. Anyone else able to get it? You both got it? Okay. Let me do this one more time. We can just delete this unwrap UVW modifier and get back to this. All right. So I'm going to go through this step by step. Okay. Select the unwrap UVW. Okay. Go to the edit button. Open up the edit UVW's window. Okay. Okay. If you open the unwrap UVW modifier, notice you have vertex edge face subobject mode. You can switch to face subobject mode in the modifier, or you can do it down here. Either way, switch to face subobject mode. So select the face subobject mode either in the edit UV windows or in the modifier. Now, the easiest way to select all these is to hit Control A, because if you were to just window around this or window around the box that is sort of shown here as one polygon, this is actually all 6 sides of the box are sitting on top of each other here. But if you were to just window this, you would not get the back of the box, those faces to select, because you've got ignore back facing on. So it's just a good idea to get in the habit of hitting Control A. Okay, then we need to go to Mapping and Flatten Mapping, and select hit the OK button to use the default settings. So you got that far, and click the drop-down list and show the dice pattern as the background image, and select all these faces, scale them down using the scale transform, and then use the move transform to move each one properly, as I'm doing here. Okay, with Jacqueline, you're not able to get to the dice file. The dice file is sitting right in the 3ds Max 3 folder under Unwrap UVW. Reggie's asking, would the modifications to the map carry over if you instance the map to the displacement slot of the material editor in order to add depth to the dice dots? Would the modifications to the map carry over if you instance the map to the displacement slot of the material editor in order to add depth to the dice dots? I think what he's asking is if we added a displacement modifier. That's a good question. If we added a displacement modifier, let's put this over in displacement. If we added a displacement modifier here, whoops, I hit swap instead of copy. So this map is mapped the same way. So yes, it would have to be, because as far as the displacement modifier knows, map 1 is mapped as you see it in this viewport. And if I add the displace approximate modifier to this object and break it down, it should work. But I can't go down to this box level. I would have to have subdivided this object beforehand, so that it could apply the displacement properly, or add the displace approximate modifier to do it. I actually want to see if I can do that, because I've never tried that. If I hit copy, just so I can temporarily delete this unwrap UVW. Hit copy, and let's just make it simple. Let's subdivide this object and make the size really small. And then, well, I don't know if that's going to work, because if we unwrap this now, the unwrapping is going to be different, I believe. If I select paste and unwrap this, I don't think it will. Yeah, the unwrapping is tied. The unwrapping is not going to work, but I believe. Let's see if I can subdivide it now and have it work. So subdivide. And let's make the displacement be really large just to see the effect. That's a good question, and I'm sure I know you can do it. I'm just not sure if this is the right methodology. It's possible you might need to subdivide the box first. I'm not sure if subdividing it now is going to help. It's apparently trying to do something. Okay, Jacqueline, how do you get to the mapping window? You got to click the Edit button within the Unwrap UVW. I'm going to have to reset this max because it didn't like what I just did there. So, yeah, there's got to be a way to do what you just asked, but the way that I did it was probably not the correct way. You could put it in the bump. Yes, give it a slight. Yeah, you could put it in the bump channel. I'd be curious to know how the Vray Displacement modifier handles that. Okay, so that was the dice example. Let's try something a little bit more sophisticated. So reset max. Go ahead and reset max and go to the shapes panel under create. Go to create shapes and create a helix in your viewport that looks something like what you see on my screen. I'm going to make the color a little darker so you can see it. So create a helix that looks something like this. So the helix requires you to click and drag and then click again. So it's going to take perhaps 1 or 2 tries to get you to get it to look correct. Or you can just use the settings that I have here, something close to it, 33, 25, 66. Okay, everybody good? All right. Create a circle that is roughly the size that you see on my screen. Doesn't have to be exact, but roughly. You don't want the circle to be too large in comparison to the helix. Okay, everybody good? Now loft that circle along that helix. Loft the circle along the helix. Everybody should know how to do the loft. So you should have something like this. And we're going to unwrap this object. We're going to apply a map, screw up the map, we're going to mess it up, and then we're going to fix it with Unwrap UVW. Okay? You got it? Okay, stand by. Whenever you do the loft, make sure you start by selecting the path and loft the shape along the path rather than the path along the shape. Okay? Jacqueline, I'll unmute your phone for a second. What's your question?
Oh, you know what? I had to save files. I just can't move as quickly as you guys. So what did you do in creating this start? You did a helix and then made a circle?
I created a helix, created a circle, and lofted that circle along the helix. So you create the helix, create the circle, select the helix, and go to loft and loft that circle along the length of the helix.
Okay, and where is the helix?
The helix is under the shapes panel. So go to create shapes.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. If you turn on faceted mode, F4 for faceted mode, you see that the loft has, just like yesterday, just by default, 5 shape steps and path steps. When we created the walls yesterday, we always wanted the shapes and path steps to be set to 0. But we're not going to set that to 0 right now. We're going to set it to something something a little bit higher. If we set it to 0 and 0, we'll get something like this, and that won't be appropriate. So let's set the path steps to 5 like it was by default, and the shape steps set to just 3. Shape steps set to just 3, because if we set it any higher, we're going to make things difficult on ourselves in the next part of what we do. So a loft by default has mapping applied to it, and that mapping follows the contour of the loft. So if we were to apply a map to this, it would follow, and its cross section would follow the cross section of the map would follow the cross section of this object. Open up the material editor and create a new material and apply it to this object. And apply a checker map to the diffuse color channel so that we can see this checker pattern on this object. And then show map in viewport. You should have something like you see on my screen. So you create a new material, apply it to the loft, place a checker map in the diffuse color channel. So this map is stretched is made to follow the contour of this. It doesn't look like anything, doesn't look good right now because we don't have tiling set high enough. If you would, go into the tiling and set the tiling amount to actually 5 and 20 instead of 20 and 5 and 20. Set the tiling to 5 in the U direction and 20 in the V direction. So it's going to be tiled 5 times around the diameter of this, or the circumference of this circle, and then 20 times along the length of this loft. So if you counted these X's up, there would be 20 along the length, and there should be 5 along the diameter. Okay. Now let's note, so clearly the map is following the path here. As soon as we add a UVW map, notice how messed up the object looks, and there's no map type that we can use here to get it to look correct. Having a loft have mapping applied to it automatically is nice, but we're never going to be in a situation where we can just expect to have an object, a primitive, be the final end product. And we're always going to have to manipulate the mesh or push and pull vertices, or do some modeling that rearranges the mapping that's already applied. So assuming that is the case, assuming that the mapping on an object is not going to be ideal and we have an object like this, we can use the unwrap to fix it. Okay? So in order to burn this mapping into this object, let's collapse this modifier, this UVW mapping. Let's collapse it into the object and turn this object into an edit mesh. If you right click, convert to edit mesh or edit poly, that mapping that's applied just gets burned into this object. And you can close the material editor, we won't need to go back in there. So how in the world do we fix the mapping on this object? You can't just add the box mapping and expect it to look good, so we have to completely change the way the mapping is applied. So what I would like you to do is make sure the F4 button is enabled, make sure that the faceted mode is enabled so you can see the edges of this object, and select Unwrap UVW. Open the unwrap and select all the faces of this object. Make sure to turn off backface, ignore backfacing, or hit Control A in your viewport, or Control A on the keyboard. So you should have something like this. Notice how we see a bunch of lines or edges on this object, but we also see the faces. We see the faces because we're in face subobject mode. If we just select edge subobject mode, we would select just the edges. All right, but with all those faces selected, we want to get rid of any seams that are shown on this object. Even if we don't see it, even if we don't see any seams, there might be some on this. It might be on some part of this object you don't see. All we're trying to do is every time we do this process of unwrap UVW, you should go through this routine where you click planar map, and that just, if you see something change, then you know it did something good. We just removed all the seams on this object, and this is what we're left with. Okay. So we're going to split, we're going to create a seam, and it's going to follow the contour of this object. But the problem is, if you can imagine splitting this object starting with this end here, it's going to be difficult if we leave these polygons here and the polygons at the top of this helix, because we have to split the entire object. And if we don't delete these polygons or these faces here, then when we try to split this, we have to follow one of these face edges, one of these edges here. We have to follow this. We have to find some way to split this circle, this polygon that has all these faces. We got to find some way to split this. And unfortunately, when we start to do the pelt mapping, the pelt mapper is going to it's going to be harder to adjust the pelt mapping of this entire object when we have these faces in here. So what I would like you to do is delete that unwrap UVW and delete the polygons on the top and bottom of this object. Delete the polygons on the top and bottom of this object so that we don't have to worry about having to split them. Okay, so everybody should have a mesh that looks somewhat like this, where we have no polygon on the top and bottom. So go back and add the unwrap UVW, and notice the seam now shows just around the edge of this object. The seam is placed around the top and bottom of the object. That's the only place that we see the seam. Go into Face Subobject mode, select all the faces, and just as a matter of practice, click the Quick Planar Map option, and that does something, and you see it change, update in your viewport. That tells you that there were some seams somewhere on this object that just got purged. All right? Okay. Jacqueline, what's the problem?
As we went along, I think I've got it all. So it's just
okay.
Quick planar map after you select all, right?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so let's scroll down to the very bottom of this unwrap UVW window, and there is a place where it says point-to-point seams. Click that point-to-point seams. And what we have to do is we have to click on, don't do it yet, we have to click on each one of these seams, or I'm sorry, we have to click, just watch me for a second, we have to click on a vertex, and each additional vertex that we want to have this seam created along. Now, it's sort of an eyesore to do it in face mode, so it's probably helpful to do this in edge subobject mode, so you can switch to edge subobject mode and continue with this, and it just makes it a lot easier to see this. And it might even be helpful to not show map and viewport while you're doing this. So all I want you to do is go into edge subobject mode, click on point-to-point seams, and just click from one point to another to create a seam as I'm doing here. And you need to do this to the entire object. This is the seam on which we're going to split the entire object. Now, we're not doing it here just to make things easier and the viewport navigation easier, but if you're going to do this for real, you should really do this on the bottom side of the object, because any seam is best placed out of view. the place that gets the maximum warping, or the hardest place to make look correct, is that part of the object which has the seam. So if you place the seam at the bottom of your object and you don't see it, then it will probably look a lot better. You got it? Anyone having trouble doing this? Okay. Jacqueline, I saw your hand was raised. I think it was raised from the last time. Do you still have a question? If you have a question, raise your hand again. Okay. What's the question?
Sorry, we spoke the last time, and then for some reason, I hung up, which is a mistake. So what did you do, just briefly, after you started doing this point-to-point seam thing?
Yep.
And I could watch it, but I couldn't hear anything. So assuming I left off, I deleted those edges. I'm trying to now select everything, and I can't.
Okay. All I did is, and I'm gonna do this over from scratch. It only take me about 30 seconds to do this. I want to delete this unwrap UVW, and I turned off Show Map and Viewport just so I don't have to see that texture in the background. I add the unwrap UVW. I go into Face Subobject mode. I select all the faces. Get rid of the seams that are in there. So I always want to hit this quick planar map just to make sure there's no seams that are in there. And I need to click on Edge Subobject mode just so I can see the edges and not all the faces, not the edges of all the faces. And click point to point, and I just want to click from one point to another to create the seam of where we're going to split this object. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it totally makes sense what you're doing, and I'm up to speed with you there, except when I go to the face, I unwrap the UVW, and I click on face, and I can't select anything. Nothing goes red anymore. I just have a white box surrounding my curve, my tube. Do you know why?
Explain that one more time, please.
When I go into unwrap UVW faces mode,
right.
I can't control all and select anything. Nothing goes red.
Did you hit control? Did you hit Control A?
Yeah. Control A. I get nothing. I can't select, and I don't know why.
All right. Well, delete that modifier and try again.
Okay. All right. Just start it over again. Okay.
If you ever get lost in unwrap UVW, just delete the modifier and start over. So all you do is add the unwrap UVW, go into, make sure you're in face subobject mode, Control A, select all those faces, and delete the seams by hitting quick planar map.
Wow.
Does that work?
No. My Control A doesn't seem to do anything. And if I try to highlight with this,
do you have that lockdown? Do you have this icon down here, select lock toggle? Do you have that set to yellow?
No, it's grayed out.
Okay. Well,
fix that.
That's
okay. What I'll do is I'll just follow along with you.
Okay.
Then.
I got to keep going. Sorry.
Bye. Sorry.
No problem. Okay, you got it. Good. Donald's got it. So good. All right. So we've got the seam. Now let's split it. You can deselect point-to-point seam to stop that operation. If you switch back to face subobject mode, all the faces should still be selected. If you were to just select a few faces and hit pelt, it would only deal with those faces. You could just pelt a certain number of faces. You could literally do, one section at a time and then work on another section at a time and so on. And that would be fine, but we're going to do the whole object all at once. So make sure all the faces are selected, Control A, and click on Pelt. And now things look a little bit more tricky than they did when we had just that simple scene before. Okay. Now let's go ahead and hit Start Pelt and see what happens. And hopefully you have something like I have where where no vertices are sitting on top of other vertices and everything is stretched out properly. You didn't get it? Anybody get a good mesh like this? You got it, Cliff? Okay. Do you need some help? Okay. All right. If you want to keep going, then open up the Pelt Options rollout. Pelt Options rollout. And click on Select Stretcher and use the Rotate Transform to rotate that stretcher so that it is so that you can see how if you turn it, if you rotate the stretcher and then rotate the Pelt UVWs by selecting the Select Pelt UVWs button, you can see how you can just sort of straighten things out. You might have to go back and forth between the two. Okay, and then you'll have to scale the object down to make it fit within this blue square in the background. So you're going to have to use the scale. Now, as a little trick, if you were to just click scale and then click on one vertex, that wouldn't work. But there's a little button down here called Select Element. If you were to click on the Select Element under Selection Modes, when you scale one vertex down, it scales the whole thing down. So that's helpful if you want to try that. Now, notice on this, on my screen, you probably have something very similar. Notice how these lines are right here. The lines on my screen are sort of not going in the right direction. Well, if you scale this up, notice how the lines all become more pointed towards the center. This helps with the next thing that we're going to do, which is relax this. We're going to sort of relax this. I can't really describe it. I mean, it's just easier to show this. So you hit Start Relax, and it sort of finds a way to straighten out this object. It does not always work. So if it didn't work for you, you can undo it and go back to where it was and change the size of this stretcher. You can try changing the size of the object. You can try doing a few different things. And before you even apply that Start Relax, it might be helpful to go into individual vertices and manipulate the vertices to straighten out a little bit, because it's a lot harder for the relax command to straighten things out if you don't give it some help first. Now I'm going to maximize this. I'm going to make this window much larger, and I'm going to just do something that's a little tedious, but it really is helpful. You could literally do this to any object, and it takes a little bit of time, but a little time invested here might be worth it. This checkered background that we see here has a grid. There's these blue lines that you see here. If I take one vertex and I just place it, not using soft selection like I just did, but if I take one vertex and one at a time place it at the corner of each one of these checkered patterns, I could literally have a perfectly mapped pelt. I can have a perfectly mapped object. It takes a little bit of time, but it can be done this way very precisely. I just want to do a couple of rows to just demonstrate this. Do one of you have a question? I mean, yeah, it is. Do you have a question? Yes, you have the select element selected. If you disable that, only one vertex will move at a time. If you want the whole set of vertices to move, or whatever selection you have select, okay. I'm just going to do 2 rows just to show how clean this could look. And there are some tools inside the menus. There are some tools to speed this up a little bit, but I'm just going to do this manually so it doesn't get too confusing. And I am certainly not an expert at unwrap UVW. This is the sort of job that some people, working in movie studios do nothing but. Some people's job on some movies are nothing but unwrap UVW, and all they do all day is modify the wrapping on objects like this. So I've got 2 rows, or I should say 1 row. I got 2 rows of vertices, so 1 set of faces mapped correctly. And if I look on the object in the viewport and turn Show Map on in viewport, I will see the mapping correct on this first row of polygons. No, I wouldn't say it takes forever. Again, if you explore some of the tools in here, some of the things that you can do to speed this up, there are tools. It's not like you can just select a row of vertices and just have them go exactly where you want them to go, but I am sure there's somewhere in here there's a tool that can allow you to straighten the vertices and have them all be in one straight line, but then you would have to play around with the scale and make them at the correct interval or something like that. But oh yeah, if you're mapping something like a face or a hand, and you've got to very precisely control where, imagine this is a finger. Imagine this object is a finger, and you're trying to position each vertex right on that part of the map that you want. So yeah, this can be very time consuming. So I've got 1 good row of faces complete. Anybody completely lost? Anyone not able to keep up with this? Okay, that is all we really have time for on UVWs. Does anybody have any questions about this? I'm not an expert at this. There are people that do this one modifier for a living, and you could write a book on just this one modifier. But this is, I do want to show you one other exercise. I almost totally forgot probably the most important exercise. Let's go ahead and stop this and reset max, and let's apply this to an architectural type of scene. So go ahead and reset, and what I would like you to do is create a teapot inside your perspective view. Okay. Turn off the lid, turn off the spout, turn off the handle, and you should just be left with the body. So we're just creating a bowl, right? So we're going to pretend this bowl is a house. Just for simplicity's sake, we're going to pretend this bowl is a house. If you look at Edge Subobject Mode, you notice there's a lot of edges along the top of this teapot. That's going to make the unwrap a lot more difficult. So is the set of vertices or the edges or the polygons at the bottom. Whenever you're doing an unwrap, make things simple. There's no reason why, when you're just trying to create the mapping, that you can't delete certain faces that will allow you to create the map easier, and then apply that mapping to a new copy of the object. So if this was my house, I could literally make a copy of this object, apply the mapping to a simplified version of the object, and then once the mapping is correct, apply that mapping to the more complex object. And that's what people do in gaming companies. They start with a rough model. They apply mapping to the rough model so they don't have to deal with so many edges and so many vertices. You know, that process we were doing before. Imagine how difficult that would be if you had the mesh smooth modifier applied to that helix object and you had 30 times as many edges to orient and line up. It would be impossible. You couldn't do it. So you always work like a character model will work in an object that is very primitive and very rough looking, and then apply that mapping from the rough object and copy it over to a more complex object. So let's just take this teapot and simplify it for the purposes of mapping. Go into front view and collapse this object to an editable mesh. Then go into Polygon Subobject mode and delete this top few row of vertices or polygons. Delete the top few polygons here so that you get something like that, and then delete the bottom portion of this teapot to get something like that. I just want to get rid of all those bottom and top polygons that make it a little more difficult to map this object. Okay? Anybody not there? Okay. Now select the Unwrap UVW modifier and open up Face Subobject mode. Select all the faces and then click that Quick Planar Map. Notice all the seams that are in here. When you click that Quick Planar Map, it's going to delete those seams and it's going to give you seams just on the outline or border of the object, so the top and the bottom. So now you should be able to see how easy it would be to split this object with just this top and bottom seam visible. And go into Edge Subobject mode just so that we can not have to worry about seeing those faces. Click on Point-to-Point Seam and then create a seam going from the top to the bottom of the teapot. From top to bottom of the teapot. You'll have to stop the command and then move to the other side of the teapot and do the same thing on the other side of the teapot. So I'm creating two seams on opposite ends of this teapot. So everybody should have something that looks like what I have on my screen. Anybody not? How do we get rid of the default edges? Oh, you get rid of those default seams by selecting Face Subobject mode and clicking the Quick Planar Map option. That purges the object of all the seams, and it only allows seams to be created where there are borders of the object, openings of the object. Anyone online having difficulties? Okay, Donald, I'll unmute your microphone for a second. Okay, go ahead.
I'm having problems in the Unwrap UVW modifier selecting anything.
Okay. So did you collapse your teapot to an editable mesh and delete the top and bottom polygons?
I did.
Okay, and you added the Unwrap UVW?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do right after that?
Well, then I try to go into face mode and select all, and
okay.
it won't do that.
And you're sure that you don't have this select lock toggle on? This button you're sure it's not enabled?
It looks like the lock is look. Mine looks the same as yours does. It looks like the lock is closed.
Well, the lock is supposed to be closed all the time,
okay.
but if it's yellow or if it looks like it's pressed, then you can't select any other sub-objects.
No, it's not. It's not that.
Okay.
It looks like yours does.
Okay. How about during? I'm afraid to switch to your view and make you presenter, because you might. I'll go ahead and switch and make you a presenter, and you can show us your screen so I can watch. But I might have to kick you off and have you come back in order to have you to be able to mute your microphone. And so if you want me to do that, I will.
That's fine.
Okay, 1 second. Okay, go ahead and hit the accept button. Jacqueline says she had the same problem. She suggests that I suggest he reset. When I did the select all worked. I'm not sure what you mean by reset. Go ahead and accept the presenter. Okay. All right. So go ahead and maximize your window there so we can see your max scene.
Okay. You want me to drag it on the other monitor?
Yeah, I can't see. I can see your Windows logo. I can't see anything but the left side of your Edit UVW's window.
Can you see it now?
Yep.
Okay.
And move the Edit UVW's window somewhere out of the way.
Yep. Okay.
I can't see the command panel. You got it. Okay, there we go. All right. So you got the same problem that we were talking about before. You're applying the unwrap UVW to see how you got these gray squares on the right hand side of your modifier stack. You see those gray squares on the right hand side of your modifier stack right there? That's the problem. When you were in polygon subobject mode, deleting the top and bottom of your teapot, you didn't get out of polygon subobject mode and apply the unwrap to a selection, and you didn't have a selection. So what you're doing is you're applying the unwrap UVW to a set of polygons that you haven't even selected. So what you're going to have to do is collapse this object to an editable mesh. Right click,
okay.
collapse to an editable mesh. Okay, now apply the unwrap UVW and it'll work because now you don't have any sub-object selections engaged. And Jacqueline, you probably did the same thing. It's a common mistake or common oversight. So go to face sub-object mode, hit Control A. Now scroll down and click on the quick button, quick planar map. Okay, and then go ahead and click on the point-to-point seams and start drawing your edges. And I'm going to go ahead and switch you out as a presenter.
Okay, I need to go to edge first, do I?
Edge to edge. You need to go to, well, you can go to edge mode first and make it easier to see the edges, because right now you're seeing a bunch of faces, the edges of individual faces.
Okay.
And then point-to-point seams. So.
Oh.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and change presenters and make myself presenter again. Okay, so it looks like it didn't kick you out. That's good. I don't know why it kicked Jacqueline out yesterday. Perhaps because she was on the phone or something instead of on a microphone. Okay, so we're here again. Now, we've got the seams and we need to split it. So we need to do the pelt. So click on, you have to be in face mode when you do this. If you're in edge mode, you're not going to see the pelt button activated. Select face subobject mode and click pelt. And click on Start Pelt. And when you do that, you'll see that teapot open up and it'll look like this on your screen. And then use the select stretcher and select pelt UVWs, same things that you saw before in the previous exercise. Use those same things to scale and position the object so that it is within that blue square in your Edit UV's window. It doesn't have to be perfect, but just make sure that the object inside this blue square is sort of oriented so that it is like you see on my screen, where it's longer horizontally than it is tall. Because what we're going to do is we're going to take an image of this Edit UVW's window, load it into Photoshop, load that image into Photoshop, and then paint materials onto this portion of the object, and then map it back onto the teapot. And we'll just take another minute to do this. I don't want to take too much time. Don't forget to use the soft selection to manipulate the vertices a little easier. Hopefully everybody has something similar. It doesn't have to be perfect, but something similar to this. Anybody here need another second? Okay. Now just get something. At this point it really doesn't matter what it looks like, but just get something, because the next demonstration it really is sort of indifferent to what you have. Zoom into this window here and maximize the view of this blue square, and you can use the zoom tools to do this. Try to make that blue square as big as possible, like you see here, because we're going to take a snapshot, and the only thing that's going to matter is this blue square. Okay? Now, if you can watch me, I'm going to show you this, and then I'll do it again. I'll talk you through it again after I do this the first time. We're going to go, in this window, we're going to go to Tools, Render UVW Template, and we're going to specify a certain resolution, 1024 by 1024. That's fine. I clicked the Render UV Template, and it just right there created a map 1,000 pixels wide. Now we're going to take this image into Photoshop, paint our textures however we want in Photoshop, and when it's applied back to the material, it's automatically got the mapping applied in the correct way. That black background is, you can change that under the, there should be a way in here to change that background so that alpha, let's see, fill black. There's a way to change that, but I never bother doing that, just because we're not going to use, that's a layer that we're going to purge anyway, so you can delete it, or you can just leave it if you want. So JPEG, yep, and save it to your desktop. Save that image somewhere to your desktop or somewhere on your computer. I'm going to call mine House. And now the only thing that's left to be done, we can close out of this modifier, this unwrap modifier. We can close it out, and we don't need to come back in here anymore. And let's go into Photoshop. If you have Photoshop, you can do this. If you don't, then you'll just have to watch. But I want to open up this image in Photoshop and paint within Photoshop. Okay. Looks like I'm having some strange flickering. My Photoshop doesn't seem to like the fact that I'm broadcasting online. So if you see my screen flickering, just disregard that. But I want to select the entire, I want to select this entire image and cut it and then paste it back so that I have two layers. I have a layer that I'm going to manipulate, and then I have a layer that I'm going to set to a different opacity so I can see it just as a guide. So this image of the grid lines is just something that is there as a guide, and I'm going to paint my texture here on this wall. You can just paint if you want. You can draw your name or write your name or whatever you want, or you can find an image somewhere on your computer or somewhere on the folders that you were provided. I'm going to see if I can find something that's applicable to a a building. I'm going to see if I can find a material to apply to the walls. So I'm going to go into the 3ds Max 2 folder, or let's see, is that the right folder? 3ds Max 03 has some materials in it. I'm going to create a wall that has a nice brick pattern applied to it. So I've got a bunch of layers that I've just made to stretch over this grid, and I can collapse them to one layer that I can turn on and off. And I've got this layer that is sitting on top at a reduced opacity, so I can see the bricks behind it. And I'm just going to paint in some grime and some dirt using the paintbrush tool inside Photoshop. So go into Photoshop, adjust the brush size. It's under this brick texture is under the 3ds Max 3 materials folder. 3ds Max 3 materials folder. You can apply some. There's some wallpaper if you want to try wallpaper. I want to just paint in some cracks on this. So I'm going to see if I can find a good paintbrush to do this with. Sometimes the hardest part is picking the right paintbrush tools. It's probably best to actually not have create a separate layer that you can have not be part of the texture that you create, so you can manipulate the opacity of that layer. I'm going to pretend I'm creating some windows here. Nothing spectacular. And I can Photoshop in some grime. So it doesn't look pretty, but here's my texture that I just created. And I'm going to save this. Actually, let's just collapse this. Save it. Save it as a JPEG, actually. There's my final texture that I'm going to apply back to the object. When I go back into Max and apply a bitmap to the diffuse color channel and apply that material to the object, show map and viewport. Let's see, did I rotate the view? What is the problem? That's a little unexpected. It usually works just fine. Oh, I made the mistake of not committing the pelt. When I created the pelt, I didn't commit it. So when you don't, I had just closed the edit window, and that was a big mistake. So now things are really going to be messed up. I didn't commit this pelt. So after you do the pelt, you have to make sure you hit the commit button inside the pelt map window. So, but that is the approach. Had I hit the commit button, then the pelt would have been correct, and the map would have completely followed the contour of that object. But that is the way that pelt mapping works and Unwrap UVW works. You guys have any problems? Are you work? Okay. 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 Someone's asking, for some reason I'm in top view in the Edit UVW window. How do I get to the front view? You switch the views by right-clicking the viewport name up here, orthographic, or you can hit the keyboard shortcut F for front view. Okay. Alrighty. Let's continue on. And we are a little behind now, but we can catch up. So the next section, cameras and animation, this next hour, it's not really going to be an hour, but the next section is just discussing some advanced lighting techniques and some approaches to some ways to think about lighting your scenes. I want to show you it should actually be called advanced lighting and rendering, because one of the features I want to concentrate on is render to texture. If you don't already use render to texture, you really should take a look at it, because it is a process that allows you to burn the lighting and shadows and the GI into your textures, so that you can then delete your lighting, delete your GI, delete all your shadows and everything else, and render in real time, or almost nearly real time, see your textures and see your GI in your viewport, and render out an animation in seconds that would otherwise take days, literally. So it can really save some time. And then I'll mention some things about like ambient occlusion and some different techniques for using render elements to really get some great tools working behind the scenes. So with that, let's go ahead and reset max. Go ahead and reset max. And are you guys still working on the edit UVWs? Okay, that's fine. I mean, you don't have to follow along. If you want to keep playing around with that, you can. But we're going to look at render to texture. Okay, what I would like you to do is create a plane, create a teapot in the center of the plane, and then create a light shining down on that teapot. Any type of standard light. I would suggest just using a spotlight or a direct target light. Create a light shining at that teapot, and move the light up in the sky and shining down the teapot. And enable shadows. I would suggest ray trace shadows. Those are the best shadows that you can use right now. And I'm just using a target directional light. A target directional light. Okay, Jacqueline, looks like you have a question. Go ahead, Jacqueline.
You know what? We moved along, and I want to stay up on this, so it's okay.
Yeah, we have to move along. I'm sorry.
Okay. So your target direct light, that's
Yep.
what I'm
Yep.
adding?
Yep. Toby, I'm not. You said I missed the steps when you got the picture out of max. When you got the picture out of max, in that last exercise, all I did is I saved that picture out of max, went into Photoshop, played around with the texture inside Photoshop, and because I didn't hit the commit button inside that pelt window to save the mapping, when I reapplied the material, it didn't work. Had I hit that commit button, it would have worked just fine. But once you create that UVW unwrap and create that pelt, everything, all the mapping is correct, and whatever you see in Photoshop is what you get applied to the model. So, okay, we have this light shining down, the shadows are on, ray trace shadows is turned on. Go ahead and render your scene. You should have something like this. Are you guys good? Okay. Have something like this. Have a light, have an object casting shadows, and just get something similar to that. Now, let's render to texture. Let's render this scene so that the shadow created by the light and the light itself gets burned onto the object. Then we can delete the light, and everything will look a little bit better. Okay, so where's render to texture? Render to texture is underneath the rendering menu, or you can use the keyboard shortcut 0. It opens up this dialog box. There's only about 4 or 5 things you need to know in this dialog box. 0, press 0, the keyboard shortcut 0, or go to the rendering menu. Okay, you have a rollout that says objects to bake. You don't really need to worry about the general settings right now. The only thing you would need to change in the general settings is where the file, the render to texture, is going to be saved. So under objects to bake, you have to tell it what objects you want to bake. And you have to be very smart about this. If you have a scene where you have a building, and the building is, nice looking building, it has, a few faces in it, a couple, 100,000 faces, 200,000 faces, something like that. That's fine, but some things you might want to exclude from the render to texture, like if you have a super high polygon car or a high polygon tree, and it's not necessary to include in the render to texture, or if you're having trouble getting things to work and you're struggling with this process, do it to a simple scene like this. Create a simple object, a simple scene like this, and make sure it works on this scene. The same method we're going to use on this scene is going to work on a much more complex scene. All right, so we got to select the objects we want to bake. Select the 2 objects in the scene. Go to the output rollout and click the add button. And what we are going to try to do is create a complete map. So select complete map. If you're rendering in V-Ray, you'll see V-Ray complete map, so you would actually select V-Ray complete map from there. All right, so complete map. You can just double click it if you want. And notice that it says target map slot. Mine says it because I have already done an exercise where this was selected, but if yours doesn't say self-illumination in the target map slot, make sure that it says self-illumination. So what you're going to do is you're going to create a complete texture map of these 2 objects, and you're going to take that texture map and have it thrown in automatically to the self-illumination channel, and then you're going to cause this teapot and this plane to self-illuminate according to the texture that you create by virtue of the rendering. And then you're going to turn the light off, and with no lights in the scene, it would normally be a black scene, but since the objects self-illuminate, they will look exactly like they do in the rendering. And the quality of the texture that you bake into the objects are going to be is going to be proportional to the size of the map that you use. By default, it's set to 256 by 256. That's pretty low. Let's just increase it to 512. So select 512. And you don't need to change this. You don't need to do anything. But notice how it says use automatic unwrap. That's important because if that wasn't selected for some reason, it wouldn't automatically unwrap like this unwrap modifier that we were working before behind. It's going to do this behind the scenes if that's enabled, which it should be. You want to save the baked material settings. You want to save the source and create a shell. We're going to create a shellac material. It's going to be created automatically. So we need to have the save source selected. And we want to create a new baked material. And the material type we're going to use is blend. I only ever work in blend. I don't ever play around with these other shader types. Blend is what we're going to use. Okay, and there are the bottom right hand corner of this window. You'll see original baked views render. You'll see these radio buttons, these 4 radio buttons. The shellac material allows you to see one thing in your viewport and another thing when you render. We want to have the baked material shown in the viewport and shown during the render. If we don't select this button, then the baked material will not show during the rendering process. The normal materials that you see through the material editor or that you see through the viewport, that is what we want to make sure that we render the baked material. So that is what gets selected. Now everything should be set. We can hit render. Now it should only take you a second to do this. You should see these windows flash up, and what it just did is it created these 2 images that are going to then serve as the maps that are going to be placed back on this object. So go into the material editor, and using the eyedropper, load the material that is on each one of these objects. There was really no material before. It was just a color, but now there is a material on these objects. Okay, watch me do this the first time, and then you can do it, and I'll walk you through it a second time. So I just used the eyedropper to load the material on the plane into the material editor. We see a shell material, right? So we have an original material and baked material. The baked material is visible both in the viewport and the render, sort of. In order to really see it properly, we need to go into the baked material and notice that there is an M sitting here under self-illumination. So there's this self-illumination map. It's called Plane 001 Complete Map, and it's sitting in self-illumination. Let's check this box under self-illumination and then show map, go into that self-illumination map or self-illumination channel and show map in viewport. And now the shadows that we created with the light are now visible in the viewport. And if this were, GI, if this was a much more complex illumination, everything that you created in the rendering would get burned into these objects. All right, and repeat the same process for the other material on the teapot. So I'm going to select the material for the teapot, go into that, enable self-illumination, go into the self-illumination channel, and show map in viewport. And now you can select the light, turn it off, and even though it looks like the scene is dark, you can hit Control-L to switch back to the lighting that you created when you render it out. And even though I've got no light in my scene, even though I wouldn't normally see this, notice how I move this light around, it doesn't affect the rendered image. And then the next application, we're going to do this with global illumination. Is anybody having trouble with this? I'm going to walk you through it one more time. Okay, here's what I did. I'm going to start this all over again. So I want to purge the map that is on this object. I want to purge the map and material. And by the way, there is I can remove this automatic flatten UVWs, and there is also a map, or there's a modifier called UVW Mapping Clear. I can click that to basically clear any mapping that was on this object. It doesn't really matter. I can just also convert to editable mesh and apply. All I want to do is, in fact, let's just delete these two objects and start with a new set of objects. Let's create a plane, create a teapot. We got a light. Let's turn the light back on. So you should have something like this. Okay? And when you render, you should have something like that. It doesn't really matter what it looks like, but it should be something like that. The process is this. You hit 0 to open up the Render to Texture dialog box, and you select both objects. Everybody got that? Okay. Select both objects. Go to the Add button under the Output Rollout. Go to the Add button under the Output Rollout and select Complete Map. You've just asked Max to create a complete map and place it in the self-illumination channel. And I want to add a 512 by 512. That's the resolution of the map I want to create. And all the settings that I had in there before are now saved, but I had to tell it to save source as a shell material and create new baked material. And only other option to change is this render button down here. So literally like 4 things to do. Select the objects, add a complete map to the self-illumination channel, set the resolution you want, and make sure save source, create baked new material is set. And if you didn't get this option down here, you could do it inside the material editor. There's these same radio buttons are in the material editor. I hit render, override the files that are created. Those 2 maps are sitting on my desktop. I can see this in Photoshop. I can actually go into Photoshop now, paint right here in Photoshop. I can paint both of these materials in Photoshop, and just to show, I can let's write some text here. Let's write the word hello, make it a little bit bigger, change the color to black. Save that out. Oops, oh, this is a TGA file. I have to collapse this, save that file. Yes, save, close that out, close this out. So I just sort of painted on that new map, and when I go into the material editor, only thing left to do is load these materials that are currently now on these objects. Load those materials into the material editor. Let's load both of these. So I got both materials loaded into the material editor. They're both shell materials. They are both set to show baked material in the viewport and in the renderer. I go into the baked material, enable self-illumination, go into the self-illumination, and show map in viewport. And I can even see that hello that I photoshopped in, and do the same thing with this. Go into the baked material, go enable self-illumination, go into this self-illumination channel, click on show map in viewport, and if I were to render right now, it would be too bright because I'm combining the results of my baked textures with a light that I should turn off. So I turn off that light, and there is my completed scene. No matter where I view this from, no matter what I do to this light, it looks correct. This really automated what we did earlier? Yes. Could we use this process to automatically generate maps like this? Yes and no. The reason I say no is because you can get it to do it, but it won't look the same. I'll show you in just a second. Jacqueline, do you have a question?
Yeah, Brian. I got the whole render to texture part, and then you render it, you save it as a bitmap, or excuse me, you save it as a JPEG, and then we're coming back into Material Editor, and this is where I'm getting confused. we're applying this bitmap to one of the spheres. We're making a material, and then we put it on the teapot, or in this case, you put yours on the plane?
No, the materials are already, when we render to texture, the materials, which didn't even exist before, there were no materials on this, we load the materials into the sample slot. The materials are already on the object. It's just that when we select them with the eyedropper, there's, the self-illumination was not enabled, and we didn't show this map in viewport. That's all I did. You could literally just render. You can hit the render button as soon as you do render to texture. What I'm doing here is the process I'm doing here is just to show the map in the viewport. That's all.
Okay.
But you do have to turn the light off. Otherwise, you'll have the result of the light and the light that was created during the last rendering. So we don't need a light right now. We can turn it off.
All right. So I'm so sorry to be dense, and I don't want to slow this down. Coming back to the material editor, why are you loading? What is? I guess I get everything. I have every instruction down to this material load. I know how to go to the bitmap channel.
The only reason I'm going into the material editor is so I can see this all in the viewport. Okay. If I never went to the material editor and all I did was turn off my light and hit render, I would see the same thing I see right now.
Okay, that's what I want to try. So how did you turn off the light? I'm sorry.
Under the modify panel, you can hit the light on off right here, or you can right click the light and select light on. Okay. So let's see, I'll go ahead and mute your phone. Okay. And if you want to try this on a much more complex scene, let's go into 3ds Max 03, 3ds Max 03 11-lights. And let's look at a file called room radiosity. It's under 3ds Max 03 11-lights room radiosity. Go ahead and render this room as is. Just hit the render button. And as you see, there's no global illumination in the scene. Everywhere that is not struck with direct light is in complete darkness. Now, this is not a class on Mental Ray, but Mental Ray, just like Vray, is enabling global illumination is a piece of cake, and getting it to look decent is a piece of cake. Open up the Render Scene dialog box. Hit F10 to open up the Render Scene dialog box, and go to the Assign Renderer. And since not everyone has everyone has Mental Ray, but they don't have Vray, so we're going to use Mental Ray. Switch the default renderer to Mental Ray renderer, and then I'm sorry. Do you have a question? Okay, I'm going to go to the indirect illumination rollout, and the only thing I'm really going to change here is this Final Gather Precision presets. This is something that wasn't even around a few years ago. This is just something that enables us to create some decent GI without having to change too much. I'm going to set this to just low, and if we render right now, as is, we have some global illumination in the scene. And that's all I wanted to get. I just wanted to create an image that has some amount of global illumination. Now, if we want to see this in the viewport and all these textures burned into our room so that we can move the camera around and see the textures and the shadows and the global illumination without even having to render, then the render to texture option is where we want to go. So now that we have this global illumination set up, let's render to texture. We want to select all the objects except for the camera and the lights. Actually, you can just select everything. It's not going to, you can do a window selection around everything, or you can hit Control-A. It won't select, it'll select the lights and the camera, but it won't make them appear in the Objects to Bake dialog box. Okay, if you've been following along before and you got the settings right before, a lot of the settings you won't have to adjust. You won't have to change very much. You can click Add, Complete Map. The self-illumination should be set up in the target slot. Let's go ahead and change this to 512. And the settings down under the baked rollout should be set. Save source, create new baked material. This should all be set. And the only thing that you should have to change on a regular basis is this radio button under render. So we can select the render button under baked. And let's click on render. It's going to render all these textures out. It's using the unwrap UVW to create an unwrap modifier automatically, and when it's done, you've got all these maps sitting on your desktop or wherever you saved them, and inside your viewport it looks like this. It looks sort of weird. We need to load the materials for each one of these objects, and I'm just going to an empty area of my material editor, and there are 4 objects, so we need to load the 4 objects on the 4 different materials. If you haven't been able to follow along, then you might want to just watch and then do it after you watch me do this myself. So I want to go into an empty sample slot, click the eyedropper, click on the floor, go into the next sample slot, click on the eyedropper, click on the walls, next sample slot, eyedropper, click on the trim, next one, eyedropper, click on the ceiling. So I loaded all the materials up into the material editor. Now the only thing left to do is go into each baked material. I'm sorry? Oh, I didn't get the ball? Oops. Thank you. Go into each baked material, enable self-illumination, and then inside the self-illumination channel, enable show map and viewport. And I'm going to turn off faceted mode so I can see this a little bit easier. Don't worry about the fact that in the sample slot you see some odd colors. That's a result of the diffuse color that you're seeing. That's not going to be seen because you're going to turn the lights off. The diffuse color will not be seen because the lights will be turned off. So I'm going into each material, enabling self-illumination, and show map and viewport. Since I've got GI and shadows and everything else burned into the scene, I can turn off my light, and the viewport becomes black. Control L will toggle between viewport lighting and default lighting. And I also have to remember to turn off GI. I was rendering with mental ray. I have to turn mental ray off. I have to turn off that mental ray render engine. I can either do that by turning off advanced lighting inside the common tab, or I can take the renderer off and switch it to scanline. And I prefer to do it to scanline because scanline is just going to render faster than mental ray. So I would suggest switching the renderer to scanline. You can render again, and now you get this image doesn't look as good as the previous image, and the only reason why is because I use such a low resolution for those maps. Anybody have any questions before we take a break? Okay. Let's go ahead and actually somebody has a question. Jacqueline, I'm going to unmute your phone. Do you have a question?
Yes. If you're at home and you don't have the mental ray, my thing didn't open and you were already started. So what did you do to turn off V-ray and put on mental ray? And then when you get there, you took it off in the very end anyway? So
yep. Well, the sign render engine, the sign renderer is right here. So this is where mental ray was engaged. I mean, you've got V-ray?
No, I don't. So
you just said you were rendering. I thought you said you were rendering with V-ray.
No, I don't own V-ray. I guess I was confusing.
Oh,
I don't own. V-Ray. So you started all of this. You said because it's in V-Ray, we have to take it to mental ray. Is that what you said?
No, 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 no. I said that it was in scanline, and I wanted to use global illumination, and the only options really are mental ray and V-Ray. And since everyone doesn't have V-Ray, we need to change from scanline to mental ray. There was no V-Ray or mental ray in the scene previously. It was just the scanline scene.
Okay, so that's why, okay, so I got confused there. So I went looking for V-Ray and it was never in there to begin with. So then in this process, do we ever need to use mental ray or are we only using scan ray?
You don't have. You can use scanline. The demonstration is really the render to texture. I just wanted to render with mental ray to get some global illumination just to fill out the scene and make it look a little bit better. Whether you use V-Ray or mental ray, it doesn't matter. The process of the render to texture is what really mattered. So all I did is I enabled mental ray and set the inside the indirect illumination tab. Whoops, under the what, did I not set it? Indirect illumination. Oh, sorry. Under the final gather rollout of the indirect illumination tab, I just changed.
Yeah, you moved it down.
Well, this is a final gather precision preset. It enables me to quickly set up some decent GI without having to play around with too many settings. And I'm not a mental ray expert, so that's why I'm just leaving it set to something on a preset.
Okay. And so if I have those settings now, I could then proceed to
Yep.
the rest of the activity.
Yep.
Okay. That's what I wanted to know. Okay. And then, not to take up any further time, but when you get to the applying with the eyedropper, that baked material window just automatically shows up in the material editor?
Yep. When you go into a new material, select the eyedropper and pick that material, that baked material appears as a shell material within the shell material. And I mean, if I wanted to switch to the regular default material, or not the default material, but the color that was applied to this, I could just switch to viewport. But all I'm saying is that in the viewport, I want to see my baked material, not my original material.
Okay. And that little eyedropper picks it up so that that button on the side that says shell material automatically is created.
Well, when I did a render to texture, the materials were updated, and the eyedropper picks the material off of the object. So yeah, the eyedropper just picks any material that you select from the object.
Okay. All right, then thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. I can't get show map in the viewport to work. Show map in viewport. Show map in viewport. Let me unmute your phone. Well, Donald's not here now. Okay. I don't know where he went, but he's not here. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. Okay, continuing on. We're starting to fall behind, but that's all right because we can make up a little bit of time in the afternoon. I want to show a technique that is indifferent to the render engine that you use. You can do this with any particular render engine. If you were in the V-Ray class a few days ago, you'll already have seen this. Have any of you guys, I know, Novell, you know, but have any of you guys ever used ambient occlusion in your images? Do you know what ambient occlusion is about? Do you know? Okay, I'm going to demonstrate this in V-Ray, but you can do this in any render engine. And first of all, let's make sure V-Ray can be activated. So you can just watch this and you'll totally understand what the point of this is. And why is it not picking up the dongle again? Oh, because I didn't activate the V-Ray license. There's a V-Ray license that has to be running. So let me reset Max. Oh, hey Donald, yeah, I see that you are there. There's a. I just noticed that your name had disappeared from a little window on my interface, and it's because you're listed as a panelist as opposed to an attendee. And I don't want to dismiss you as a panelist because then I might not be able to. I might drop you. So anyway, that's why I didn't see your name there. There we go. So Vray is active now. I want to open up a scene. A Vray scene. And inside the Render Setup dialog box is a Render Elements tab. This Render Elements tab is where I can load a particular render element called Vray Extra Texture, which is how you produce ambient occlusion with Vray. And I am just going to do a small render region of this area right here, because I just don't want this to take too long. And it's just going to take a second for this to process. One of the great things about Vray, I don't think Mental Ray has this, but I'm not sure, is that this frame buffer, you can see the image. So okay, so there is our raw rendered image. And if I click the drop down and click on Vray Extra Textures, it looks like I forgot one simple little task that I didn't do. That was really smart of me. I didn't actually enable I enabled the Vray Extra Textures, but I didn't load the appropriate map inside the Vray Textures rollout. What I should have done is open up the material editor and load a Vray HDRI, a Vray Dirt Map into that channel. And then I can bring this into the material editor and specify a distance through which I'm going to type in a value of 10 here and explain in a minute what this value does. So I just created a dirt map and I've applied it to the Vray Extra Textures channel. If I render this again now, you will see the Vray Dirt Map appear while I have the Vray Extra Textures. There's no way to do that in Mental Ray. Why are you using Mental Ray? You should be using Vray. Okay, so there is our Vray Extra Texture. This is a fairly low quality this is a fairly low quality dirt map. I could increase the subdivision value to get some noise to go away and to get a sharper looking image, but I just wanted to show you the process so you're familiar with how it's done. The fact that it's done this way through Vray doesn't really matter. Mental Ray is going to be different. That's not the point. The point of the process is that you want to create this black and white image that you can use in Photoshop or compositing to do something very specific. And I want to demonstrate what ambient occlusion is and what it's for and what it does. So I've got this hemisphere. Let's make this box a little bit bigger. Let's make it a little bit taller. Okay, I've got let's put a teapot inside this box, or inside this sphere, I'm sorry. Let's put a teapot inside the sphere. Ambient occlusion, the words ambient occlusion means skylight blocked. Ambient means skylight, occlude means to block. So when you say ambient occlusion means skylight blocked, it is a technique which can be used to add detail and add a little bit of dirt, hence the term sometimes used dirt pass, add a little bit of dirt to your scenes to make them look more realistic. And all that's happening is for every point on every surface of your rendering, V-Ray or Mental Ray or whatever render engine looks to see how much of the sky is blocked. And what it does is for every point it creates this hemisphere, and it sets that hemisphere to a certain radius. So in this case I have a hemisphere size of 28. And it looks at the radius value of your dirt map and it says anything within 28 inches of the object, or that within 28 inches or 28 units of the point that it is analyzing is going to be looked at. And anything outside this radius is not. If there is an object like this big wall that is blocking some part of the environment being this sphere, this hemisphere, if part of that hemisphere is being blocked, then it is being occluded and it will return a darker color than pure white. If half of the environment is blocked, it's going to return right in the middle, somewhere gray. If all of the environment is blocked, then it will return pure black. If just part of the environment is blocked, then it will return a lighter color. So you saw in that black and white image, white in some places and a darker gray value in other places. And if I go into a scene that has this already set up, you can see what the effect of ambient occlusion applied to a scene is. So I have a raw rendered image. Here's that same scene, a raw rendered image. And I'm lacking a little bit of detail. I'm not seeing these grout lines show up as well as I like. I'm seeing some grout lines completely disappear in some cases, and I want to get the detail to pop out. And the textures look a little too perfect, a little too clean. So ambient occlusion will allow me to create this dirty look and at the same time create a little bit of extra detail. And so the ambient occlusion pass, as you saw me render just a moment ago, creates this black and white image, which I currently have set to 50% transparency, creates this black and white image here that is applied as a multiply layer so that when you set it on top of the background image, the raw rendered image, and multiply the background image with these black and white pixels created by the ambient occlusion pass, it has the effect of enhancing all the detail, like the grout lines or whatever else you're trying to bring out. So these grout lines pop out much better because an ambient occlusion pass doesn't care about GI, it doesn't care about lighting and shadows. It's very meticulous and it's able to pixel per pixel look at whether or not that pixel represents a surface area that's occluded or not. If it's occluded, it's a very simple calculation for it to figure out. It doesn't have to blur one pixel next to another and figure out how to best create GI or shadows or anything like that. It is just a black and white image created based on how much of the environment of a particular surface point is occluded. So all you do is render an ambient occlusion pass, bring it into Photoshop on top of your raw rendered image, set the layer to multiply. You don't want to set it to normal because you'd have something like that. Set it to multiply. Actually, normal with 100% opacity looks like that. When you set it to multiply, it just multiplies the pixels below it. So if you can imagine white being a color value of 1 and black being a color value of 0, if you multiply 1 times any other pixel color, you're going to get that same pixel color and the pixel won't be affected. If you multiply pure black, which is 0, has a color value of 0, if you multiply 0 by any pixel color, you're going to get 0. So if you multiply black by some pixel below it, it's always going to return black, which is why you're able to get such nice depth and such nice detail out of an ambient occlusion pass. You can also use some Photoshop tools to remove ambient occlusion in some places and enhance it in others. So if I like ambient occlusion everywhere but these windows, I can just use the eraser tool to erase it out of a particular spot. If I only want it down here along the base of the walls, I can erase it everywhere else except the bottom of my walls, and it gives a nice little dirty look to the bottom of the walls here. And the radius determines how far from one edge to another, how far from the bottom of the walls, how far up the walls the ambient occlusion climbs. If I have the radius set to 10 feet like I do in the scene, that spread from pure black to pure white can only happen over 10 feet. So anything within 10 feet of any other object will affect that object. So if you want that noise to not climb so high, then you set that radius value lower. And so that process is the exact steps that you use to create this ambient occlusion changes with each render engine, but it's the process that matters and the technique that is important. Okay. Anybody have any questions about that? Okay. We got we're gonna go for another 15-20 minutes before we take our break. And we're going to switch gears and start looking at some animating architectural elements. And this is sort of a fun class. This particular hour is quite fun because it's very the scenes are very simple. We're for the most part just going to create scenes from scratch, and it's pretty simple to follow along. It's very easy to see what's happening because things are moving, and for the most part, it's a fun little process. Okay, let's start off with something cool. Let's create a water fountain. How do we create a water fountain? Well, there are a lot of ways to save time and take shortcuts. If I wanted to create a waterfall, for example, I could use a material mapped onto an object and simulate waterfall. You don't have to open this up, and if you don't have V-Ray, you won't be able to open this up. But I'm just going to show you this as an example. Here is a image mapped onto an object, and that image looks like that. It's a simple black and white image mapped onto a plane that has a little bit of displacement in the plane itself. If you look closely, plane itself looks like it's moving, so that's sort of important to enhance the effect. And if I look at the bottom of this, I can add a little. I can do something down here. I've got an animation to this that I want to play, a finished product, and it looks like this here. So if I play this, notice the waterfall up here, and let's see if somebody has a question. Yeah, somebody mentioned while I render, the voice does not transmit. Yes, that I've heard that before, and I'm going to have to talk to GoToWebinar about that because I'm not the only one experiencing that. We had an online webinar last month where somebody was doing some heavy rendering, and the entire time he was rendering, no one could hear his voice, and we got to get to the bottom of that. So thanks for pointing that out. Okay, so look at this waterfall. From a distance, it looks pretty good. If you're watching this online, it's going to be choppy, but trust me, it looks pretty good. It looks like actual particle systems, and this would be an example where particle systems would probably be overkill. Probably not a good idea to use this because you just don't see that kind of detail. We have, not only do we have this object that's simulating the waterfall flowing, there's a copy of it. If you look closely right here, there's a duplicate of this plane that's squashed over just a couple of feet, and it has the same map applied. It's the exact same object. The only difference is that it is scaled along one axis and squashed, and it's solely there to make it look like the water is bouncing off the pool and creating ripples and creating waves. So it's a cheap way to do something very quickly. It takes seconds to render that as opposed to a particle system. So whenever you can take a shortcut like that, it's helpful. So this object could be copied, rotated, and then scaled along one axis like this, so that when you render it, it looks like, and it would need to be adjusted some more, but you can make it look like ripples in the water, and that's a nice little feature there. Okay, but let's create a real waterfall. If you go to the Create Geometry drop-down list, you see Particle Systems. Click on Particle Systems, and then click on Spray. And then anywhere in your perspective viewport, click and drag. And I'm going to move this over here. Click and drag. Now, hit the play button down at the bottom of your screen, and you'll see the particles. You don't see them at frame 0 because they don't exist yet at frame 0. You have to tell it to exist you have to tell it to start processing before frame 0. If you change the start time to -30 under the Modify panel, at frame 0, those particles will be developed before frame 0 even gets processed. Now just go ahead and render and see what you get. If you look really closely, what you're looking at is, it's hard to see on the projector, what you're looking at is a bunch of faces. We can increase the size of these faces by increasing the drop size to something higher. I'm going to increase your scale might be completely off than mine, but I'm going to set my drop size to 50 feet, and then render again. So here's a large version of those water drops, and this is why that material that I was creating before, the opacity material, the material that had the fall off applied to the opacity channel, is so valuable, so that the particles can be made to look like they are not triangles, something else, and fade as they go from the inside out. Okay, so those are going to serve as our drops of water. Okay, let's go ahead and just quickly apply a rough material to it. Let's create a light gray material to our water drops. And if you want to try this, you can create a fall off in the opacity channel, just like we did earlier. Create a fall off in the opacity channel. You don't have to do this if you were lost before, but you can create a fall off in the opacity channel. And use the mix curve to specify where exactly the object goes from fully transparent to opaque. If I render this now, I will have a better chance of seeing water drops that look realistic. Okay. So we have this particle system where this water is flowing down. Anytime you have moving objects, you should consider using motion blur. So we need to enable motion blur. How do we do motion blur? Well, first thing we need to do is set it through the Object Properties dialog box. So go into the Object Properties dialog box, and we're going to use Object Motion Blur. We want the object to blur, not the entire image. So right-click, go to Object Properties, and enable Object Motion Blur. Anybody having trouble so far? Right-click inside any viewport, go to Object Properties, and you're going to enable object motion blur down at the bottom right-hand corner. You got your particles created, right? Okay. Now that's part of it. The other part is you have to go to the Environment Effects dialog box, which is 8, the keyboard shortcut 8, or it's under the rendering menu. And you need to add the, whoops, it's a render effect, so you have to go to the Effects tab. The Effects tab, it should be called Render Effects, and Environment should be called Environment Effects. But anyway, you got to go to the Effects tab and add Motion Blur. And you can go ahead and render, see what happens. It applies a little bit of motion to your water drops. Now that's a real light rain. If we want a downpour, or better yet, if we want like water coming out of a faucet, we need a lot more particles. If we really wanted this to look like water gushing out of a faucet, we would probably use blob mesh, which is a compound object. Don't have time to get into that, but you can simulate something pretty similar using a higher render count. And the render count is different from the render count because the render count shows you only the extra particles during the render process. Viewport count shows you the extra particles during, or just in your viewport. So if you set the render count to 1000 and render again, you'll have more particles. And you can, yep. You can make a thin long sheet right in front of your camera. How do you create a camera? Anyone remember how to create a camera really quick? Control C. You can turn any perspective viewport into a camera. So you can't turn a orthographic viewport into a camera. You can hit Control C. We just turn this into a camera, and I can position this particle system right in front of the camera. And the closer it is, the fewer particles I need, because I don't need them to be, they won't need to span such a large distance. I can create my particle system, put it right in front of the camera, raise it up, and change the size so that the width is not as large as it was, so that so there won't be as many particle systems. Render again, and it fills up my whole screen. It renders it, and then it blurs it. And that's a lot of rain coming down, but you get the idea. Okay, so we created this particle system, but let's make it do some cool things. I would go ahead and reset right now instead of working with the same particle system. Let's make some, let's use some forces like gravity and wind to make this particle system dance and do whatever we want. Create another spray in perspective viewport, and elevate that up so it's not on the home grid. Let's just push it up so it's not on the home grid. And go ahead and change the life to -30, the start time to -30, or better yet, -100. Make the start -100 and the life 100. So our viewport, our time configuration, our time sequence, our active time segment, I should say, is set to 100. So we have a 100 frame animation that we're creating. And if we press play, we see everything looking good, everything falling just fine. This is a light rain. Now let's make some wind blow this rain around. Here's how you do it. You got your spray. Go to Create Helpers. I'm sorry, Create Space Warps. Go to Create Space Warps, and the first option should be Forces. Select Forces and click on Wind. And then click and drag anywhere in your viewport, doesn't matter where. And what you're doing is you're creating this gizmo that has an arrow, and that arrow is the direction of the wind. And what we have to do is tell this wind to affect the particle system. So first of all, let's make the wind blow in the right direction. It doesn't matter how you make the wind blow or the direction, but I'm going to make my wind blow from left to right, or from right to left actually. Okay? And after you put your wind in there, you have to make the particle system bind to the space warp. The space warp is the wind. The particle system has to be bound to the space warp. How do you do that? There's a button on the top left-hand portion of your screen under the main toolbar. It's called Bind to Space Warp. Click that, and then put your cursor over the particle system. Click and drag. As soon as you click, that particle system highlights. Click and drag and let go on top of the wind. And it creates a link, yes. And you can break that link by clicking that link there. And it also gets added to the modify panel. So the spray is at the bottom of the modify panel, and you have a wind binding modifier, and you press play, and now this wind is affecting this particle system. How do you count the polygons coming out to streamline your render? Well, you know exactly how many faces by looking at the render count. There's 100 faces. It says tetrahedron. I really don't even know why it says that, because they're really faces. They're really, it's if you hit 7, the keyboard shortcut 7 for the polygon counter, it says 0, but there's really, I think you can actually collapse this to an editable mesh. Nope, no you can't. I was thinking you can collapse it to an editable mesh, but yeah, you're rendering 100 faces right now. Oh, I'm sorry, the viewport counts 100. I had accidentally changed it to 7. What were you saying? Oh yeah, you can control the strength of the wind by selecting you have to select the wind, not the wind modifier or the wind binding, but you have to select the wind itself and increase or decrease the strength as necessary. Turbulence, yep. Now do this. Take your spray and rotate it 180 degrees about either the X or Y axis, so that it is pointing straight up. So rotate 180 degrees about the X or Y axis so that it is pointing straight up like this. So it's being shot up, and it looks like it's going off to space. But that's not realistic. We want it to fall back down to Earth. So we need to add gravity. So do the same thing for the gravity as you did for the wind. Create a gravity effect or a gravity force, and it should always be pointed down. It doesn't have to be, but if you want gravity to affect it and have it go down, have the arrow always pointed down, and then bind the particle system to the gravity. And now the particles come up, they're blown by the wind, and they are then pushed downward. And if you were to change this wind, you see how it updates the particle system. Okay, somebody's asking to repeat the binding part. All you do is select the particle system. You don't even have to select the particle system. All you do is click the bind to space warp icon on the main toolbar, click and drag from the space warp to the force, the gravity. That's it. No. Yes. Yeah, it doesn't matter where this gravity is. It has the only thing that matters is the orientation. If I move this gravity, or if I rotate this gravity like this, you see how it's affecting it. Same thing with the wind. The wind doesn't matter where it is. All it matters is the direction it's pointing. Okay. Now delete those two forces so that you're back to having particles that are going straight up like this. Now let's create a tornado. So create a vortex force. This is when it just gets to be fun. Create a vortex, bind that to the particle system, and then hit play and watch what happens. You might have to extend the life of the particle system and increase the number of particles to see this really good. And if you look on my screen, you'll see that in the modifier panel, you'll have these extra binding things that are in here that don't need to be, so you can delete those and get down to just working with the spray and the vortex. I'm going to increase my viewport count to 300 or actually 500, and I want to increase the life to, or instead of increasing the life, you can increase the speed so it actually looks like a tornado. I'm going to increase my speed to 50, hit play. Now, watch on my screen because you might lose this if you don't watch me. Notice that the vortex is not affecting these particles. The reason why is because the position of the vortex matters. If I take this vortex and move it towards the particle system, notice that it is moving the particle system around, and you have to play around with the size and the shape to change this. Like you can change all kinds of things, but you need to have it really on top of this. It has to really be positioned right in the middle of this spray to really have an effect. And if you press play, I don't know if you can see that too well, but everything is spinning. Online, I'm not sure if you're seeing it as good, but you can change the orbital speed. You can change the, let's see, the taper length. There's a way to make the radius, okay, radial pull a little bit bigger. Let's see what happens when I render one frame of this. I believe you have to render perspective views. I don't think you can render orthographic views in your scene. And I want to increase the particle system size and count 500. Let's make the drop size the 5. Render again. There is a great book called Deconstructing the Elements by Pete Draper. He is one of our instructors, actually. He's extremely talented at, as the name implies, deconstructing the elements and creating, without using any plugins, using just straight up Max, creating everything from wind, fire, water, rain, tornadoes, and it's pretty amazing some of the stuff he does. If you want to check out some really cool stuff and build things like waters and fires and fountains and clouds and all that stuff, check out his book. It's really fascinating. His name is Pete Draper, and the book is Deconstructing the Elements. Well, he released a new version about 6 months ago. I think this is the second or third edition, maybe the third edition. First one came out like 5 or 6, 7 years ago. He's actually in India right now. He just left for India working. He does a lot of work for Bollywood. And he was supposed to teach a class this month for us, but he got this gig in India, and he was apologizing, saying, "I'm sorry I couldn't make it." And I said, "Your punishment is being in India." I've been to India, and yep. Okay. I'm sorry? Okay. So we're going to go ahead and break for an hour. When we come back, we'll look at, we'll create some flags blowing in the wind. We will create some some other, I can't even think right now, some of the other architectural elements that you typically would want to animate. So does anybody have any questions before we take a break? Okay. So when we come back, we will continue on and look at some more architectural elements animated and work on some ways to precisely control objects through the curve editor. Somebody's got a question? Nope. You're welcome, Jacqueline, and I'll see you in an hour. All right, so continuing on, let's go ahead and start talking about controllers and the curve editor. Now this is an intermediate level class. It assumes that you have fundamental level knowledge of certain things. One of those is a little bit about animation and a little bit about what the track view is, the curve editor, which is a type of track view. With that said, let's go ahead and reset max, and hopefully everybody will be able to keep up. I will go somewhat slow, but I will try to repeat things at least twice, and 3 times is probably the most I'll be able to do it. So if you're unsure about whether or not you can keep up, you might want to just fully watch and not try to do it while I'm showing the first time, and then try to do it the second time, and perhaps if we have time I'll try demonstrating again a third time. If you would, go into top view, create 3 teapots lined up side by side, and the best way to do it, it would be to create clones by holding shift, dragging down on the y-axis, and just making 2 copies. And they need to be really lined up in a exact row to make this exercise work. And push them in the bottom half of the screen. So leave the top half of the screen open for the track view for the curve editor. So how do we open up the curve editor? We can do it by going up to the graph editor menu or by right-clicking on any object in the viewport. If you right-click on any object, you will see the quad menus, and the curve editor is right there. So select curve editor, and there we go. Now I'm not going to spend too much time explaining some really basic things about this, but I will just highlight I'm going to always say what I'm doing. I'm just going to highlight a couple of key fundamental things, so if you're absolutely new to this, you'll be able to keep up, hopefully. We have on the left-hand side a menu or a list of all the different characteristics in our scene. We have everything from the render effects that we apply, the scene materials that we use, the materials that are showing up in the material editor, a lot of different functions that are found in the renderer, a lot of different render elements. And notice how, like, for example, when I select render elements, nothing is highlighted, nothing appears. Well, it's because there are no render elements animated right now. As soon as we animate a render element or animate a material or something else, you will see that material show up as a highlight. It will highlight, in this case, it'll highlight blue, and it also highlights for the object that we have selected. So teapot 03 is right there. Only the objects that are selected will show up under objects. So you can see which object you have selected. As soon as I animate something, you will see it highlighted as well. What I would like everyone to do is we're going to create a race with these teapots. These teapots are going to move from the left-hand side of the screen to the right-hand side, and we're going to make them all start and finish at the same time, but take a slightly different path on their way to the finish line. And then we're going to try to modify their movement so they go in very precise locations and sort of move around each other without actually hitting each other. So let's do the basics first. Let's make sure everyone has an understanding of the basics. So here in the left-hand side, we have all the materials, all the objects, everything else. We have our actual track view over here. I'm holding down the middle mouse button on my screen to pan around. I can zoom in and out with my middle mouse button. I've got all kinds of navigation tools over here where I can zoom in and out. I can zoom to the extents of my time slider, my active time segment. I've got some menus at the top, which we don't really need for this demonstration. Another really big set of tools is what you find on this main toolbar right in this area here, and we will discuss those as we need them. We're not going to touch anything on the right-hand side here. So let's start animating. To animate an object, the easiest way to do it is to click on Auto Key. You have to have the object selected, of course. Click on Auto Key, move the object. Oops, I'm sorry, not move the object. Move the time slider to the last frame that you want to have be part of your animation, and then move that object to that place that you want it to end up after the animation is done. And as soon as I move that object, I have two keys created, one at frame 1, one at frame 100. And just as a matter of habit, for whatever reason, at some point a few years ago, they decided to make the first frame be at frame 1. It used to always be at frame 0, and I always like moving this to frame 0. So it automatically creates a frame at the first frame and frame 100. And if I was to press play right now, there is the animation. And notice that on the track view in the curve editor, I see a red line, a blue line, and a green line. The red line indicates the move transform being applied. The green represents the scale transform, and the blue represents rotation. So notice I have a position, rotation, and scale transform here on the left-hand side, and I've got a curve shown on the track view for the X position of this object selected. Now this is a little bit confusing. I don't know why they decided to do this, but the position, rotation, scale transforms appear as 3 different colors, and those colors are red, green, and blue. And for whatever reason, they decided to make X, Y, Z red, green, and blue. You can actually see the curve for the X position red, the curve for the Y position be green, and Z is the blue color. But you will also see red for position, green for rotation, and blue for scale. And you'll see that a little clearer in a few minutes. But right now, what this curve editor is telling us, if we show our entire animation from start to finish, here is frame 0 right here in this time slider, or this is not the time slider, but this is just the frame indicator. This tells us what frame we're at. This is frame 0, and over here is frame 100. And this graph on the left-hand side indicates what is the value for that particular element that we have selected, in this case the X position. That is the X position's value at this point in time. And you can see the X position getting higher and higher all the way up to frame 100. So the X position goes from a certain value at the first frame to a value at frame 100. And you see that value indicated here in this field. So if I were to select or window select this first key, I see that teapot's X value or X position is minus 289. And at frame 100, it's 371. Notice also how the teapot accelerates at the start and decelerates at the end. By default, all animation keys that get created with this attribute. This is an ease out and ease into. And you see this on real cameras or real motion on expensive professional cameras. You see this sort of mechanical device that allows a camera to be eased out and eased to its current position. I'm sorry? So yours by default went to a straight line? That's a little odd. Anyone else's go to a straight line? Okay. I don't know why that could possibly be. There may be a setting somewhere that I'm not familiar with. There might be a customization setting somewhere under preferences that allows you to do that. I don't know. Maybe there must be some setup in here that allows under the preferences. Okay. So first thing, we want to get rid of this ease in and ease out. If we want this teapot to not accelerate or decelerate and move at top velocity from the start, we want to make this key have a linear function, have a linear tangent, meaning it's going to be at constant velocity as soon as it leaves the gate. And we want this key at frame 100 to be the same way. So we want to select the key and click this icon here. So we just made this teapot have an animation from start to finish where it's at full velocity the entire time. Okay, now select the second teapot and do the same thing, but make this teapot rotate while it is moving. Make it rotate around the z-axis while it's moving. So you select the teapot, move the time slider to frame 100, and then move that teapot to the same X position at frame 100, but then rotate it. Make it rotate 360 degrees. So simply make that teapot turn around 360 degrees or something similar. And you can press play. Now the second teapot, which eases in and eases out, it starts going slower and then catches up and decelerates, and it rotates the whole time. So if you look at this teapot, teapot number 2, it has a transform applied to the position and rotation. Only transforms that have an animation applied to it will show up with a curve in the curve editor. So I have a position X, Y, Z. The X position is showing up red, the Y position is showing up green, Z position is blue. And the only thing that's changing is the X position. If I go to the rotation section, you see that there is an X, Y, and Z rotation. The Z component of the rotation is changing over time. It's going from 0 to 360 degrees, which is why you see it 0 at frame 0 and 360 degrees at frame 100. So this blue graph indicates the rotation over those 100 frames. Now, how do you suppose, knowing what you know now, how do you suppose you can make this teapot, the second teapot, rotate 720 degrees over the course of 100 frames? How would you do that? Give me 2 ways that we can make this teapot rotate twice. You would select what in the curve editor? This key? Okay. Yep. So the easiest way would be to select this key and instead of 359 type in 720. And now that curve gets much higher. And we can press play again. Now the teapot spins twice during that amount of time. Okay. And we can select these keys and change them to linear as well. So that it starts rotating the moment it leaves the gate. The other way to do it is to move the time slider to any particular frame that has a key and make the transform during that key. So I've just rotated it 720 degrees. Now I want to make it rotate again some more. So I move the time slider to frame 100, and with the time slider at frame 100, click Auto Key. Now, any change that I make right now gets saved because there is a key at frame 0 and a key at frame 100. Max knows exactly what this teapot should look like and what it's doing at frame 0, and it knows what it's doing at frame 100. It fills in everything in between. All we're trying to do is update the current key that's created at frame 100. If we change something somewhere, anywhere but frame 0 and 100, it will create a key at that point that we made the change. So we don't want to create another key, we just want to update the key that's already there. So with the time slider to frame 100 and auto key selected, we want to rotate this object again, and notice how it's climbing up higher and higher on that editor. So now it's going to rotate 3 times during the course of this animation. Okay. Yep. I see, Toby, I see you had a comment. You answered the question 2 correctly. Move the point in the curve editor. Correct. Okay, so that's what's going on there. Now, if we want to make this second teapot do something in the middle, like at frame 50, we need to add a key at that frame and then make that teapot transform in some way. So if you want to follow along, move the time slider to frame 50 and right-click on the time slider. When you right-click on the time slider, you're going to see a Create Key dialog box. It says Source Time, Destination Time, Position, Rotation, Scale. There's no reason to change the source time or destination time. All we want to do is deselect the rotation and scale. Or better yet, deselect the position and rotation. Deselect position and rotation and hit OK. Now, if you look at the time slider, notice that there is a blue key. If you move the time slider off frame 50, you can see this. There's now a blue key at frame 50. There is a white key on my screen anyway, a white key at frame 1 that I'm going to push over to frame 0. There's a key at frame 1 and frame 100. Notice at frame 100 it says red and green. That's an indication that you have a move and rotate transform applied to frame 100. Now I want to put the time slider on frame 50, and right at that time slider, right at that frame 50, I want to apply a scale. I want to apply scale and have it scaled up about 25-30%. So I just want to scale it up 25-30% and click Auto Key to end this animation. Now when I start the animation, notice what happened. It looks like the key was not created properly. The animation starts off with the teapot at full size. Teapot starts off at full size. What should have happened is there should have been a key created at frame 0, and that key at frame 0 should have been keyed to the previous size. I'm going to try that again. I want to undo this, push it back to where it was. Let's try this one more time. With the time slider at frame 50, select Auto Key, and I'm sorry? Same thing happened to you? It worked? Okay. With the time slider at frame 50 and this object selected, I want to scale this object up. And when I press play, it's still not doing it. I'm not sure why it is not updating. Okay, let's do this one more time. You press Auto Key, select the object you want to modify. Oh, it's because there's still a residual key there. It's not being deleted. Okay. One more time. So we move the time slider to frame 50, scale it up, and right then and there, as soon as I made that scale transform, a blue key was created at frame 1. A blue key was created at frame 1. We have a blue key here at frame 50 already. And if I want that teapot to get smaller again, I have to tell it what to end up as. So I have to tell it at frame 100 to go back down to where it was. So I have to move the time slider to frame 100 and scale it down. And as soon as I do, notice that there's a blue key created at frame 100. Now when I press play, the teapot gets bigger and then gets smaller. Question? Okay, I'm going to let this play while I help you out. The auto key's on, so any change you do will automatically create a key. So scale it up. As soon as you did that, see that blue? Okay. Blue gets created. Now move the time slider all the way to the end and scale it down. Then a key will get created right there. Go. Go ahead and go. Okay. Thanks. Okay, now it's going to get really interesting. Okay, so I'm going to squash this track editor just a little bit, this curve editor. And so I've got my animation set for object number 1 and object number 2. And I can play around with the keys up here in the curve editor to change the tangents so that they are linear, but this is fine for right now. Now I've got 2 objects that I've manually animated. Now I want to take this third teapot and I want to assign it a path, and I want it to go from its current position along a path and whip around these 2 teapots and come back around and end up at the finish line at the same time. So it's literally going to run circles around the other teapots. Okay? Is anybody having any trouble at this point keeping up? Okay? Let's create a shape, specifically a line. So go to the Create Shapes panel, click on Line, and let's create a line. If you hold Shift as you're creating a line, it will snap to horizontal or vertical directions. So snap it to the horizontal direction, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a vertex right there, and then another vertex right there, and something like this. Now using the edit spline tools that we looked at yesterday, modify that spline so that the vertices are either curved or either Beziers or smooth. Modify it in some way so that that path wraps around these teapots. So you go into the Modify panel and select all these vertices. Probably the easiest thing to do would be to switch it to smooth to start with, and then you can play around with Beziers after you get some sort of curve applied to them. I'm sorry? How we get them to curve? If you just click and create corner vertices when you create the line, once you go into Vertex Subobject mode, you can put your cursor right on top of a vertex and change it to something like smooth or Bezier, whatever you want. You have to put your cursor right on top of it. Try playing around with the Bezier grips so you can try to modify the lines with great precision. Are you able to make it work? Okay, do you need some help? Okay, 1 second. not doing this in curve editor. We were doing this the shape into shapes line. Click here, here, here. Create a path right at those. Anyway, goes right at it. It actually should be right in the center if you want to make it exact. And then click like right here and here, 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 and then down here. There, and down here. Okay. Then right click out, click left, the left. Now go to this one, or that's fine, go into Vertex Paint. You can just highlight all those verses. Changing the smooth, put the cursor right over the vertex. It has to be, I guess it has to be right over smooth. And then you can manipulate each one with Bezier. You can change them to Beziers and get some very precise paths created. Anybody online having any difficulty creating a path and getting it to look just like this? Okay, let's assign this teapot to the path now. How do we do that? It's pretty simple. You select the teapot. Select the teapot you want to assign. Go to the motion panel because we're changing the motion. Go to the motion panel. Okay. Open up Assign Controller Rollout. Select the position transform because that's what we are going to modify. Select the position transform, and the position transform should have a position XYZ controller assigned. We are going to change the controller from position XYZ to path. So you select the controller, and then there's an icon right above it that says Assign Controller. A little icon above that says Assign Controller. Click that icon and click on Path Constraint. After you do this, there's one last thing to do, and that is click on the Add Path button under the Path Parameters Rollout and click on the path. And when you do that, you can press the play button, and you can watch this teapot run circles around the other teapots. Yep. Okay. 1 second. I would delete that slide. Okay, wait. Right. I would delete the slide and start over. You get something really funny going on with the slide. Just hit delete. Yeah, that didn't do it. I don't really want to send this to. That's probably it. Minimize and then maximize. Yeah, shows the graphics thing. Okay, so get rid of that key, select that key, and hit delete. Left button. It's a lot easier just to hit delete on the keyboard. And then delete this. Like this. Position is on the side of it is. Add path. And then click on Thank you. Yes, with this animation, and we're going to do that in just a minute. With this animation, and we're going to do more than just create a camera and animate it like this. So notice that this teapot, and you should be doing the same thing, notice that this teapot is always pointed in the same direction. But that's not realistic. It should be pointing in the direction of the line, the direction that it's moving. So there is, underneath the Add Path button that you clicked, there is a button called Follow. And notice that it makes it point in the direction that the teapot is actually moving, which is more realistic. Now I don't know if yours is doing it, but my teapots are intersecting there's a couple frames where they are intersecting, so I want to adjust this. I want to space these out. If I were to take this middle teapot, select this teapot, and move it somewhere else, the whole entire animation updates. It's not like I'm applying a key to this. The only transforms that you apply during the time in which auto key is selected are recorded. So I applied a move transform to this teapot, but I applied it to the entire, it's applied to the entire sequence, not to just that one point. So I want to position this teapot in a way that it doesn't hit any of the other teapots. And I can move the larger teapot down just a little bit too. I just want to see if I can make this so the teapots don't touch at any point, because we're looking for precise control, and none of my teapots end up touching, so that's good. Try to get something similar. Okay, anyone having trouble at this point? Right? How do you do what? How do I make the teapot follow the path? There's a button called follow. There's an option that says follow. Yep. Yeah, if you do bank, it's going to also tilt the teapot. Okay, now let's do something cool. In top view, create a camera, which is under create cameras. Create a camera, and the camera type we're going to create is a target camera. Somebody's got a question. Scaling, could you explain the 0, 50, and 100 settings? 0, 50, 100 settings. I'm not sure what you're asking. Each teapot has got a set of keys. I applied a transform at frame 50. All I did was at frame 0, I clicked auto key, moved the time slider to frame 50, made the scale transform on the middle teapot, moved the time slider to frame 100, and scale it back down. Any change you do while the auto key is activated, any change you do gets recorded. So if you specify a start point, a start condition, a middle condition, and an end condition, it'll fill in everything in between. Okay, let's create a target camera, just anywhere in top view, it doesn't matter where, and let's make the target camera assigned to the same path as the, better yet, let's do it a little differently. Let's drop the target camera in here, select this target, the actual target of the camera, and we are going to link it to this teapot. Now just watch on my screen. I'm going to do it once and then I'm going to duplicate it and walk you through it again. But I have the target selected. There is a button up on the main toolbar called Select and Link. If I click the Select and Link and then click and drag from that target to the teapot, now watch how the target moves with the teapot. See how the target is rotating? So what I did is I've just linked this target to this teapot. I want to undo that, and this time I want to put the target right on the teapot. And a nice easy way to do that is to use this quick align tool under the align flyout, this quick align tool, and I want to align this target to the teapot. So I select quick align it to the teapot, and then I do a select and link. And I might need to do this in wireframe. It's somewhat difficult to do this when you're trying to work on this you have to zoom in or manipulate the target so that it's not sitting right dead center on the teapot, because you have to select and link the target and drag onto the teapot and not the opposite way. So now look at the camera, how the camera is always pointed at that teapot. Okay. So I'm going to repeat that process one more time. I have my target and I want to align it to this teapot. I could just center it. I could just put my cursor pretty close to the teapot, but I want to be a little bit more accurate, because if I were to just place it in top view, it wouldn't be positioned in the true center of the teapot. I'd have to also move that up along the z-axis. So easiest way to do this is to use the quick align tool to align it to have the target aligned to the center of the teapot, and then in wireframe view I can move that target just ever so slightly off the teapot so that I can then use the select and link to link that target to the teapot. You'll see if you want to know when this target actually gets linked to the teapot, you would see the teapot flash. If I click the select and link and drag from the target to the teapot, if I don't see that teapot flash white, then it didn't work. Okay, stand by. Alrighty. And once you've created that link, you could then move it very precisely onto the center. You have to move it off in order to be able to select the target in the first place, but then you can move it back on. So now this target is always looking at the teapot. Now let's create the teapot cam. Let's make this teapot follow the other, let's make this camera follow the other teapot. So what I'd like you to do is select the camera and put the camera just away from the center. Let's go ahead and do a quick align this camera to the teapot. So use the quick align tool to align the camera to the center of the teapot. Do the quick align the camera to the center of the teapot. And then use the select and link to link the camera to the teapot. So wherever the camera goes, the teapot will go. Or wherever the teapot goes, the camera will go. So if we press play, notice that we got a camera riding on the back of a teapot looking at another teapot. Okay. Now, you might be thinking, if you switch to front view, you can notice that the one teapot is looking at the other teapot, but it's inside the teapot that it's riding. So you might think, well, how can we make this work? Because the teapot is going to be inside, and therefore the view will be blocked. Well, this is where clipping planes can come in and be helpful. Okay. Before we do anything else, let's elevate this teapot up so that it is just off the home grid. And you might want to do this in front view. You can do this in front view or left view or perspective view or whatever. But let's just make it, as you see on my screen, where it's somewhere in the middle of the teapot. Because when we align the camera to the teapot, the pivot point of the teapot was at the base of the teapot. So that's why the teapot got snapped to the bottom of, that's why the camera got snapped to the bottom of the teapot, because the teapot's base point was at the bottom. Okay. Let's see. Jacqueline, I'm going to unmute your microphone for just a second to see exactly what you had a problem with. 1 second. Well, it looks like you don't have your phone on. Okay. I don't think I'll be able to talk to you. All right. You said repeat that one more time. All I did was I'm going to create another camera. I'm going to delete this camera and do this process one more time. And I can close this curve editor. You don't need this curve editor anymore. So I'm going to create a camera, a target camera anywhere in my viewport, and I want to do a quick align so that I align this target to this teapot. So I've just aligned it. And I need to move it off ever so slightly. Use the select and link to link the target to the teapot. I see it flash. I can move it a little closer, right on to the center. And now I need to do the same thing with the camera. I need to use the quick align tool and align it to, whoops, I did this to the wrong teapot. Gosh darn it. I aligned to the wrong teapot. So I'm going to do a quick align to the middle teapot, like so. Select and link. Click and drag. Move it to the center. Move out. Select the camera. Quick align to this teapot. Select and link. Now I should have a camera right on the back of a teapot that is looking at another camera. I want to elevate this camera ever so slightly. In fact, the camera and the target. In front view, if you haven't already done so, elevate the camera, but try elevating the target so that it's right in the center of the teapot that it's looking at. So I'm going to take the camera and the camera target, select them, and just elevate them up so they're right in the center of the teapots. Now, in wireframe view, this is the view that I see. I see one camera looking at another, one camera looking at another teapot. And in shaded mode, I see this. I see blackness because I'm inside the teapot. So in top view, let's apply some clipping planes. In top view, apply clipping planes. That is done through the Modify panel. We need to go to the Modify panel with the camera selected, just the camera, not the camera and target. You can't have the target selected or it won't work. With the camera selected, we're going to apply clipping planes, and we have a near clipping plane and a far clipping plane. The near clipping plane is the point at which everything before that clipping plane gets clipped. So if we want to clip everything before or everything after that first teapot, we need to click and drag and make that red plane that you see on my screen right here. You need to make that red plane be farther away than that first teapot, so it's not going to see that first teapot even though it's inside of it. So the view now should look like this. All right. Yep. There, the clipping plane is hitting the handle of one teapot and another. So how can we change that? If we want to be really precise with this, what can we do? If you look at this top view, notice that the teapot looks fine, everything looks fine. Then we get a little bit close, or it looks like the teapot is, the clipping plane is hitting the spout here. So I need to increase that clipping plane a little bit so it misses that spout. But here's where the tough part comes. I move this around and the clipping plane hits the other camera. So at this point we would need to modify we would need to animate the clipping plane. You don't have to do this. This is getting a little bit more tricky, but you can watch if you want. You can try it. But I want to create a key right here because I want to lock in the animation at this point. At this point, I want it to always look like this no matter what. So I'm going to right-click and select actually no, I don't. If I right-click right here to create a key, I am going to, well, I'm not sure. Let's see here. I'm not sure if I need to do an auto key here or a set key. I think I might need to do a set key. Yep. Okay. Well, it doesn't really matter which one I do. If I click set key and click on the key, I'm going to create a key for both the move, rotate, and scale. So that's what I was wanting to do. So I just created that key. Now I want to, from this point on, I want to make that clipping plane get smaller and closer so that it misses the other teapot. So I can drag down on this near clipping plane and make it miss the other teapot by moving it like that. I will click on the key again to lock that in, and now I should see, well, that didn't work. No, it didn't work, and I can tell it didn't work because anytime you animate an option, it should turn red. These keys should turn red. And I know you can animate a clipping plane because I've done it many times before. So I need to find a way to make this clipping plane get smaller. So I think it's just with the auto key. As long as I have auto key set and then change this, notice how as soon as I drag up and down on this near clipping plane, there is a red rectangle that surrounds the sliders of my clipping plane. Now if I move it, it's missing. Everything looks fine. Everything's fine there. But the problem now is it's got a key at frame 65, but back here it's going to hit the handle again. So I need to create a key here. Right? Yeah, this is what I tried to do in that locker room scene. You guys didn't see this, but during the Vray class, I showed a scene where I was doing some very intricate movements, and it took hours to set up this one camera path because everything had to be just so precise. So I can set this. I can just make one little change to this clipping plane and lock in a key at that point. And it takes some work to get it to make it work just right. And that's what I'm looking for right there. Misses everything now. Okay, so that's I'm done now. All I did to create these keys is make one little movement during the time that the auto key was enabled at that frame that I had the animation running. So when I press play now, camera missed the camera and the clipping plane misses everything. So if I slowly drag this away, everything gets missed and everything is correct. And I should probably also be looking at this in safe frame mode because right now I'm looking at this at the aspect ratio of whatever this particular screen is set to. I want to show this in safe frame, and now this yellow line represents my safe frame. Everything inside this yellow line is going to be what's rendered. And I'm really close to this teapot here, so I could use a different lens. I can use a lower lens to sort of see a wider field of view. So that's what I was shooting for. Now, one last thing with this particular scene, let's give the camera the feel of, instead of such a smooth move along this path, let's make it seem like somebody's holding it, or it's going, you're driving down the road and there's a little bit of bumpiness to this road. Let's change the way we make this camera get animated. So let's go to the motion panel with the camera selected. Let's go to the motion panel with the camera selected and add a noise controller to replace the position controller. So you got to select the camera, go to the motion panel, select position, and then click assign controller to assign a new controller. And we want a noise position. And now when I press play, this camera is bouncing all around. It's all erratic, and it's moving according to the line that you see in the graph. And if you change the different settings in here, and the frequency and the strength, you can really create some nice looks to this. The scale of the scene is some value. I don't even know what the scale is, but I want to change this strength on the XYZ so it's not bumping around so much. This is just way too much. So I'm going to try a value of 5, 5, and 5. And now it's bumping around a little bit, but very little. And it's also set to a certain frequency. All I want to do is I want to look at this graph. If you can imagine a car driving over this road that's shaped to the way of this graph, that's the sort of bumpiness it's going to feel. Are you guys able to? Yep, all I did was I select the camera, go to the motion panel, click on position, and click on assign controller and assign the noise controller. I want to increase the frequency, or I'm sorry, decrease the frequency of this noise modifier so that the movements that it makes are very minimal. If I assign the noise controller to the camera target, yes, that's a very good point. If we assign the noise controller to the camera target rather than the camera, it will not feel like it's so bumpy. That's a very good. I don't think I've ever even thought of that. If right now we assign the controller to the camera, so the camera is bumping around a lot, but if we don't want it to bump around that much, if we want to soften it, we can make the noise controller move around. So instead of the camera target move around. So instead of feeling the direct impact, the camera just changes its direction. That's a very good idea. Okay. So that is all that we have time for with this particular demonstration. And I just want to show a couple more things while we're still on this hour's discussion on controllers and curve editor. Let's go ahead and open up a file called, it's in the 3ds Max 3 folder, 3ds Max 03, and it is called 12-animation. That's the folder we want to go into. And open up a file called Animated Flag 1. Animated Flag 1. Are you guys able to find it? Okay. We have a Animated Flag 2, and that's the final file that we're going to try to get to. That's the goal, to get to that. But let's not take a look at that yet. Let's open up Animation Flag 1. And it should be standard materials. I don't believe this is Vray. Yep. All right, standard materials, good. So here is an American flag assigned to a plane with about 50 subdivisions. And notice that the time slider is set to only 10 frames. How do we change that? How do we change the frame count? It's under the time configuration icon. We can open up the time configuration and set the time to whatever we want. If we want 100 frames again, we can set it here. But this flag is going to blow in the wind, and we want a repeating pattern. We want it to just flip. We want the animation to loop. So there's no point working in more frames than this. This will get us where we need to go. All right. So let's look at a couple different modifiers that can make this animation really easy. We want to imagine this flag attached to a pole, so the left-hand side of this flag is not going to move. The very edge of this flag will not move. We want only the vertices over on the right-hand side to move. How do we do that? Okay, let's assign a wave modifier to this flag, but instead of just assigning it to the entire flag, we want to assign it to all the vertices except for the far left vertices. How do we do that? Let's go into Edit Poly mode, Vertex Subobject mode, and somehow, it doesn't matter how you do it, select the vertices just on the far end of the flag. Select just the vertices at the end of the flag. And if you get a few extras, it doesn't matter, but we want to select the vertices at this end of the flag inside the Edit Poly modifier. With that selected, scroll down inside the Edit Poly and open up Soft Selection and enable Soft Selection. Enable Soft Selection in the Edit Poly modifier. And when you do that, you see it's probably easier to switch to wireframe to go hit F3 to switch to wireframe. And in F3, in wireframe, you can see the fall off a little bit easier. And we want to get all these vertices selected except the very last row of vertices. And if we get the very last row of vertices, then that flag will start to move. The entire flag will move, and it probably won't be as realistic. So I want the entire flag to be affected except that last row. Everything that's selected will be 100% affected. Everything that is orange will be highly affected, and then blue will be moderately affected. Now, during the few hours ago when we were applying some of the modifiers working with the Unwrap UVW, a lot of people made the same mistake, which is they had the Edit Poly open and they applied a modifier with that Edit Poly open, and that wasn't something we wanted to do, but now we do. With Vertex Subobject mode enabled, we want to apply a particular modifier that is only going to impact this particular that's only going to impact the selected vertices and the vertices that are incorporated with soft selection. Let's add the wave modifier, and when we do, we can open up the wave modifier. Hit that plus sign that is in the wave modifier to actually open it up. So we've just added the wave modifier, but we haven't yet told it to actually wave. We haven't given it any animation yet. So just play around for a moment. Play around with the amplitude. Amplitude 1, amplitude 2. Play around with these and just notice how the flag moves when you do this. Notice, if you look very carefully, notice this gizmo, this orange gizmo that wraps around your object and shows you how that flag wants to be manipulated. In order to make this flag look really good, you've got to apply more than one wave modifier, because we want it to have at least 2 or 3 wave modifiers and have this motion be just very erratic. So what we have to do is we have to set a position or an orientation. We have to do something so that we set its movement at frame 0, then maybe move it to frame 5, and then move it to frame 10 and record those changes that we make at frame 5 and 10. So what I want to do, you can follow along exactly if you want. I'm going to put everything at 0, and I want to click the auto key and I want to take that time slider and move it to frame 5 and change the wave amplitude to, let's make it 10 on amplitude number 1, and let's make it -5 on amplitude number 2. So we just told this flag to make this motion. If you press play right now, you can see the motion that we just told it to do. Not very much, not too jazzy. But while auto key is still selected, put the time slider back on frame 5 and select the gizmo under the wave modifier. And this is where it gets really cool. With the gizmo selected, we can move around this gizmo however we want. We can animate this gizmo. So just move that gizmo around, and when you press play, notice the gizmo itself moves away from its position at 0 to its position at 5. And then move the time slider to frame 10, move that gizmo somewhere else, and then try rotating it around a few different axes. And it really doesn't matter where you move it, just do something to it to make it move. And then when you press play, you'll have something like this. And here's the best part. With that wave modifier done, close out the auto key. Doesn't matter what movements you change, how you change it. Close out the auto key and then copy the wave modifier. Right-click that wave modifier and paste it onto itself. And you've just pasted a duplicate of the wave modifier, and you've basically just amplitated everything twofold. So now the flag is moving twice as big, but instead of going through that whole process of making all those changes that we made, all you need to do to make instead of having the flag be twice as wavy or have the amplitude be twice as strong, just rotate that gizmo 90 degrees about one of the axes. It doesn't matter which, and you can actually rotate it a number of different axes. And now when you play it, the flag looks like it's completely random in its rotation because you've got two modifiers doing the same thing, but the gizmo on one is different than the gizmo on the other. So now the flag looks like it's sort of waving in the wind properly. Is anybody anyone need some help doing that? It's copied the keys, and it's copied the amplitude, it's copied everything about it. The only thing different is the gizmo's orientation. Its local orientation is always the same, but its orientation in terms of the entire scene is different. And you can add one more wave modifier. You can make one more copy, paste another version, open up the gizmo, change the gizmo one more time, and get even more erratic behavior to it. And if it doesn't look right at any one frame, if it looks just weird at some frame, then you can change the amplitude or change something about it, change the rotation, and until you like the way it looks. That actually looks worse with this third wave modifier. If you want to see a final version of a really good flag waving in the wind, you can open up Animated Flag 2. This is a really good one. Now, the left-hand side of the flag is moving around, and I guess you could say, well, if this flag was tied to a flagpole, it would really be the left side would be blowing in the wind a little bit too, because it would be tied by ropes to the very corner. So that's why it looks like that. But now, if you select that object and look at the wave modifiers that are applied, there's 3 wave modifiers applied, and it's got a mesh select modifier. And the only reason the mesh select modifier is applied, it does the same thing that we already did. It's just that it sort of makes the transform that it puts the selection set into a modifier by itself, so that it's not in it's not in an edit mesh modifier. It's not. We can turn on and off that mesh select, so it ends up not manipulating the flag in any way. But anyway, you get the idea. Anybody have any problems with that? Okay. Let's go ahead and reset. And I want to show you one more thing. This was something I wanted to show you when we came back from, it was the first thing that I wanted to show you when we came back from lunch, but it slipped my mind. And, okay, what I would like you to do is go through the process of creating one more spray particle system like we did, and have that spray particle system set up sort of like we did before, where it's the life is set to -100 and it's, you know, coming out, shooting out, almost like what we had set up before. And we're going to then add some deflectors and make those particle systems bounce off different objects. So I'm going to create a particle system, a spray particle system, set the life, or set the start point to -100, the life to 100. So there's the particle system. And you don't have to do everything I'm doing. I'm just going to try to enhance this a little bit. I'm going to rotate this so it's sort of like it's spraying out of a fountain and having it fall and hit the, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have it spray out of this fountain or spray out of this nozzle, have gravity affect it, push it down, and then hit a plane and have it stick to the plane and then fall off the plane. So what I'm going to do is create just a simple standard plane, have that plane span this area of my scene. And let's make that particle system a little easier to see, so I'm going to change its color to blue. Let's make this plane object light gray so it shows up easy. Okay. And I want to create a gravity, which is a force, and gravity is under space warps. So I click on gravity, click and drag anywhere in the scene, doesn't matter where. There's gravity. I need to bind the space warp to that gravity. So I go to bind to space warp, click and drag from the particle system to the space warp. I've just made gravity effect. So the particles are trying to go through the floor, or they are going through the floor, but I want to make them deflect off the floor and roll along the floor. And it's actually pretty simple. We need to create a deflector. The deflectors are found right underneath the forces. So I go to deflectors, and there's a lot of different types of deflectors. The only one that you need to use on a regular basis to do the vast majority of everything that you would need to do will be the U deflector, which stands for Universal Deflector. Click on U deflector and then click and drag anywhere in the viewport. Doesn't matter where. In this gizmo, it shows this deflecting gizmo. Doesn't matter where it is, doesn't matter how it's oriented. It can be as small or as big as you want. And you need to bind that particle system to the deflector, but you have to make that object assigned to the deflector. So we need to turn this object into a deflector. So here's what you do. You select the deflector, go to the Modify panel, and notice how it says Object-Based Deflector, Item, Pick Object. We need to pick the object that we want to assign as a deflector. So you click Pick Object, click on that object. Now it says Plane 001 as the deflector, and the only thing we have left to do is to bind this particle system to the space warp. So I click Bind to Space Warp, click and drag from the particle system onto the deflector, and now the particles are bouncing off. They're bouncing off, but I don't want them to bounce. I want them to slide. So I need the friction to be a little bit stronger. I need the friction of this deflector to be a little bit stronger. I select the deflector, and notice that it says friction 0. I can move it up to 100%, and if I do, it's trying to It's not moving, but because the bounce is set so high, the bounce is set to 1, it's not able to, it's going straight up as soon as it hits. If I bring the bounce to 0, it's sort of dying right on the spot because the friction is so tight, it stops the water drops the instant that it hits the ground. So instead of 100% friction, we can have like 50% friction. And now if you look really closely, the water drops are, whoops, the water drops are creeping along. Okay, I'm going to go through this one more time. Let's just reset. I'm going to go through this one more time. So I create a particle system. Let's do snow this time. Let's create a snow particle system. Snow is kind of cool because you actually see snowflakes. Let's pretend we have a roof, and I want to create a plane that represents my roof. I'm going to rotate this roof like that, and the snow is going to come down. It's going to come straight down and slide down that roof. Snow is a particle system. It's right next to spray. So there's my snow. It's going to hit the roof, and if I move this, there's the snow. It's going right through the roof. And I need to make a deflector. Deflector is a space warp. So I click on deflectors under the space warps. Universal deflector. Click and drag anywhere in the scene. And then pick object and select the object you want to be a deflector. So I've just turned this blue object into a deflector. I've assigned it to this deflector. Click on Universal Deflector, pick object, and then click on the object you want to be the deflector. Okay? Got that? All right. Now we need to bind this particle system to the deflector. So we click on Bind to Space Warp, click and drag from the particle system onto the deflector, and now the snow is bouncing off the roof, but we don't want it to bounce off the roof. We want it to slide off the roof. How do we make it slide off the roof? We need to set the friction on the deflector a little bit higher. And we need to drop the bounce to, this is snow. Snow is not going to bounce. So we need to make the bounce be 0. And notice how it wants to seem to slide anyway, so we really don't need to even do much work here. Yes, very good. Yes, you can. And that's sort of yes. This is one of those things that we show in the advanced class. I'll show you in a second how you can turn a particle system into a particle generator, where instead of having a snowflake or a water drop, you can make it rain teapots. We'll make it rain teapots in a second here. I want to increase this. Well, I actually don't need to increase this friction at all because it looks like it's sliding just fine. But if I increase the friction in this case would actually just do nothing more than slow down this snow. So if I increase the friction, notice how the snow is just sticking to the roof as opposed to sliding off. If I make it like 97, it looks like it's just ever so slightly moving. And if I render this, that's what it looks like. How would you make it accumulate? It's not too hard. You just create a object create an object that's not there but grows in size. It would have to be a very slow growth, or a time lapse type of photography. Okay, Jacqueline, you got your hand raised, but it looks like you don't have an audio pin typed into your phone, so you won't be able to ask a question unless you hang up and dial back in. Okay, last thing dealing with particle systems and we have to move on, let's create something really cool. Let's make it rain teapots. So under particle systems, go back to particle systems, and there is something called super spray. This thing is, you could write a book about this almost. This thing is massive. If you click and drag out on this and look at all the different rollouts here, it's massive. Anyone want to go over all these? Okay. So, well, we don't need all this, but look at this over here. Presets, fireworks. Fireworks, which is different than a hose, which is, anyway, we're going to do our own thing. So let's create a teapot. And I really don't need all of these panels open. Create a super spray and a teapot. And you might want to make that teapot, pretty small, because when you start shooting these teapots out, it's going to be one big blob of teapots if you're not careful. So we need to go to a place in this scene here where we can select the particle type rollout. So go to particle type rollout and click on instance geometry. And now it's going to ask us, what geometry do we want to use? Well, we want to use this teapot, so we need to click on pick object and click on that teapot. And now when we move this time slider, we will see teapots. Well, we actually have to render it. There's all of our teapots. I'm going to zoom in nice and close here. There's all of our teapots coming out. And we can change everything about the way that these particle systems are coming out. We can change their size, when it stops, when it starts, the speed, variation, whether or not they are off axis, if they're spread out very much. This off axis and spread, that's really nice. Are these rendered as proxies? No. I highly doubt it, because this is no different than it was before 2009, Max 2009, and prior to 2009, Max did not incorporate proxies. So I would highly doubt that they changed the code behind the scenes that allows this type of geometry, this type of object, to be handled as proxies. I would highly doubt it, but it's possible. You can also have blades of grass emitted from a plane. Like you wanted to have create a field of grass or flowers or something. You use the particle spray or the super spray particle system to spray out grass. And you don't have to make it animate. You could make it animate. You could even make it blow in the wind if you wanted to, but you can have it grow out of an object. So you can turn any object into an emitter. And Pete Draper, in his book, he uses super spray all the time, and he shows you how to create a field of grass with super spray. So you just take a few individual blades of grass that look a little bit different, that are made up of just a few faces each, and then you scatter them on this. And it's not really scatter, but you spray them on. You use the super spray to make them emit from this field that is your terrain. Okay, that's enough fun. Unfortunately, we can't be doing this all day. And let's take a 10-minute break, and when we come back, we will look at what I think is probably the most important hour of this class, and this is my This is my favorite class to teach, System Resource Management, and I get a lot of oohs and ahs when I teach this, because it's a lot of people don't realize what they don't know about what's going on behind the scenes with Mac. So definitely don't miss this one. So see you back in 10 minutes. Okay, System Resource Management. If you would, this is a class where you're probably not going to get anything out of following along, because I'm going to be asking tons and tons of questions to everybody. I'm going to be asking probably once or twice each minute what's going on and why things are happening the way they are, and asking you things like, what's the file size now? Is it going to be smaller or larger when I do this and do that? So it's probably better if you just sit back and watch. Okay, let me clean up my desktop just to make sure I have a fairly clean desktop, get rid of all the stuff that I've been saving today. Okay, and I want to keep this Task Manager open, Windows Task Manager. See what I've got going on behind the scenes. And I want to save an empty scene. This is 2011 design, 64-bit. I want to save an empty scene to my desktop. Let's call this empty. And if you're online, you might want to open up your question field so that when I ask a question, you can just type in an answer fairly quickly. And I want to open up the question interface so I can see people as they type in answers. So first one with the right answer wins. Okay. Unfortunately, the guys here can just shout at the answer, so you'll have to type something. But a lot of times, chances are the answer is going to be wrong. So you can type an answer out and still have a chance to beat the guys here that are going to shout out something. Okay, so I just saved a file. Anyone here in class or online want to give an idea of how big this file size is? This empty scene, how big is this file going to be? Toby says 300. You say 300. You say 150, 200? Okay. 172. 172. Okay. So there's a lot of information going on behind the scenes. There's a lot of information being saved. Where is that information being saved, or what sort of things are being saved? Well, we have a lot of configuration settings, a lot of things like units. The units under this unit setup that get saved with the scene. We have just a lot of things like the time slider, the active time segment, all the settings that you find in the render scene dialog box. All of these have a certain amount of information set aside, buffered, to tell the computer what to do with all these things that are in every scene. So 172 for an empty scene. Now I create a teapot. I'm going to hit F4 to see all the facets in this teapot, and let's turn on 7, the keyboard shortcut 7, to turn on the polygon counter, and let's save this scene. Let's save it as, I got to move my interface here for all these questions. When you type in a question, it appears right here in the middle of the screen. So let's save this and call it teapot. Somebody tell me roughly how much the file size has increased, or what is the file size of this? What's the file size of the scene right now? 190, 200, 300? Somebody says 350. Okay. Save as. 176. 4 kilobytes it added. Where did that information go? Well, we have a position, rotation, scale transform. If I right-click on the position transform, I see that we have to store an X, Y, Z value for the pivot point, which is really the only thing in terms of position that has to be stored for this. And that's a hint to another answer coming up. Rotate, we have a certain amount of rotation applied, so Max knows what direction this object is pointing. And we have a scale, X, Y, Z. We know if this object has been scaled along the X, Y, or Z axis. we know, of course, all of the parameters that are sitting here inside the Modify panel. We have a lot of things with the object properties. All of this has information set aside. We have an advanced lighting tab. Every object has to be looked at and tagged with all this information. Mental array, user-defined information. I can type in something here. A lot of information that I can store with this. So a lot of information relatively a lot of information. In actuality, it's only 4,000 bits or bytes of information. So nonetheless, let's see what happens when we add in, let's see what happens when we increase the segments up to 64. I just increased the segments up to 64. I now have 262,000 polygons on this object. I want to save it again. Let's call it teapot 64. Now, somebody tell me what the file size is. Anybody else? 5 or 10 kilobytes more. Okay. Toby's saying 200. Survey says 180. 4 kilobytes more. Okay. Everybody was close. 4 kilobytes more. Now, I add the edit mesh modifier. Save it again. Call this teapot 64 mesh. Now what's the file size? 210? Same 220? And what did you say? 210, 220? Nobody online said anything? Or actually I think 350 was your answer online. Okay. Survey says same exact file size. Nope. Now, why did it not go up at all? Why is it the exact same file size? What before? But what exactly has changed about this object that forces Max to store more information? Okay. Substitute the parameters from being parametric. Toby's saying same parameter based object plus a modifier. So what did you just say? Change the... So you're saying that I can't delete this modifier and return it to a... No, I didn't collapse it to a mess. So at any time I can go back to being a teapot, and I can in fact delete this edit mesh modifier and return it to one segment. This teapot at one segment is going to be the exact same file size as 64 because the display of this object is dictated by algorithms, not by an edit mesh modifier. Now that I have an edit mesh modifier, does it have to carry lighting characteristics? All it has to store, the only thing more that has to store is the settings or the, I don't know what the right term would be, the switches or the variables or the some sort of slot of information for all of this. Now it said it was the same file size, 180. In actuality, it was probably a few hundred bytes of information more, but regardless, it's about the same thing. Okay, now if I collapse this to an editable mesh, notice it's still 262,000 polygons. If I save this as teapot 64 mesh collapsed, what's the file size going to be now? How much? Survey says 11 megabytes. Why is it 11 megabytes? Yes. Now, unlike before when it was a parametric object that I can just increase the radius, I have a vertex edge face polygon element. Every one of these vertices, every stinking vertex has an X, Y, Z position. X, Y, Z position. stored for, every single one. Every edge has an XYZ value. Every face has a normal. Every polygon has an XYZ value. There's a lot of information in there, stored in here. I can't go back to having a teapot. 11 megabytes. Now, I'm sorry? Yep. Now, what happens if I add the optimize modifier and go from having 262,000 faces to 11,000 faces? I can do a save as and call this teapot 64 mesh collapsed optimized. More or less same. You think it's going to go up? What do you think? Anyone online? Go down? Okay, somebody thinks it's going to go down. It is 11.3. Teapot collapse optimized 11.3. It still has to store everything that was stored with the edit mesh because it's still an edit mesh. I've just added a modifier to it, which means I have that many more fields of information to store. It doesn't really add more memory, but it gives you more options. It sets aside more memory for those objects. It's not more megabytes being accumulated. Okay. It was 100 kilobytes. It wasn't 100 megabytes. It was 100 kilobytes. So it got bigger. Yeah, and it didn't get smaller. It got bigger. Okay. So it's a little bit larger right now. Okay. So you improve future system resource use with Optimize. Somebody's asking about Optimize. All the Optimize is going to do is allow you to change the number of faces in an object, rearrange the faces, let Max give its best guess on how to arrange the faces to give you a nice, smooth looking object. With this Optimize modifier off, my teapot looks like this. With the Optimize modifier on, it looks like that. Virtually the same. So it just saves render time and cuts down the amount of work that the processor has to do. It does not change the file size. However, if I were to collapse right now to a editable mesh or edit poly, if I collapse this, whatever faces I see here is what gets stored. So the faces that are stored in the original edit mesh are lost. And I don't want to do that right now. Okay, so I've got an edit mesh and I've got an empty stack. I mean, I've got everything the way it needs to be. Now, I want to collapse this to an editable poly. I save this as, I'm going to start shortening this up just so it's not so long. I'll call this collapsed poly. Now, what is the file size? 50 megabytes? Between 50 and 75 megabytes, and what do you think? The edit mesh is 11 megabytes. Okay. Someone says 14, someone says 25. Let's go to Save As. And where is it? I lost it. Collapse poly, 18 megabytes. Well, that's pretty significant more. I mean, 11 versus 18. That's more than 50%. That's more than 50%. What that tells you is if you have a scene and it's made of nothing but edit polys. Just imagine you have a big scene and it's nothing but edit polys, or edit meshes, and it's 100 megabytes. You collapse everything to polys instead of megabytes. You're going to go from about 100 megabytes to 50 megabytes. So for one object, it's only 7 megabytes, but times that by a lot of objects, and things get out of control right away, and a lot more RAM gets consumed. And I would imagine the file size is 7 megabytes larger, but the amount of RAM that actually gets, buffered or stored is actually more than that. It's just like a JPEG. I mean, a JPEG may appear to be 100 kilobytes, but in reality, its uncompressed size is like 2 megabytes. It's about 20 times larger. So I'm just cleaning this up right now. So we got 8.4 megabytes. 8.4 megabytes. Now, I'm sorry? 18, what did I say? Yeah, okay, 18.4 megabytes. Now, I'm in the Edit Poly. I go into Vertex Sub-Object mode, and I select these vertices, I move them around. I select these vertices, I move them around, select these, move them around, do all this stuff. And save this. Let's call this Collapse Poly Mod for Modified. Now, what's the file size? Is it the same? I'm sorry? I still don't understand what you said. Oh, a hair over. Okay, Toby says same, a little bit more. Save as 18.6. 0.2 megabytes more, not much more. Okay. What changed? There is probably some. I honestly can't tell you how the information is different now, but I imagine that the fact that some of these vertices are arranged in a certain fashion, that arrangement is somehow allowing Max to compress the information. In other words, if an entire row of vertices are all on the same axis, an X elevation of 82.4, and it knows that, it can then say, okay, this row of vertices is 82.4, but let's not worry about storing all the vertices at 82.4. Let's just make every one of these vertices vertex row 12, and that row 12 is at 84. Something like that. That's what I imagine is going on. So by moving this out of its normal configuration, it can't do that shortcut. It can't compress that information as much. Okay. So now let's backtrack and get back to here. Let's collapse it to an editable poly just to make sure that we purge any strange memory that we sort of buffered into that transformation. Now let's add the edit poly, and within the edit poly, let's do that same basic thing. Let's take all these transforms, or take all these objects, and just apply a little bit of movement to them. Now, after I do this, what do you think the file size will be? I'm going to call this Collapse Poly Mod 2. Save as 27.7 megabytes. Why does it now have 9 megabytes more, 50% more file size? Yep, Jacqueline says the same thing. Yep. So we have its original configuration, so it has to store all the information like this, and then it has to set aside a whole bunch more information for all these vertices over here. If I was to take off that polygon, the edit poly modifier, add that edit poly modifier, and then open up Vertex Sub-Object mode, select all these vertices, and delete them. Save as edit poly modified 3. Now what's the file size? It's still there. The modifier is still there. The object being empty. Anyone online want to venture a guess? same because memory is still there. Save as exactly 18.6, what it was before right here. And why is that? Why is it the same as what it was before we did the second one? Yes, because we deleted the actual vertices. So essentially, all the information in this Edit Poly modifier has been emptied. The only information that it really has to store is what's in the original first Edit Poly. So it deleted that extra 9 megabytes that it had just created. Okay, now let's do something else really cool. Let's delete this. Let's reset. Create another teapot. I love working with teapots. It's so simple. Let's leave the segments at 4 segments. Turn on polygon counter. It says we have 1,024 polygons. Okay. Let me clean up my question interface here. Okay. Let's add the Edit Poly modifier. Now, how many, whoops, not the Edit Poly modifier. Let's add the Edit Mesh modifier. How many polygons are in this object? 1,024? Anyone online want to venture a guess how many polygons are in this scene? What do you guys think? Polys are heavier than mesh, so half that. You're right, but you're not right for the right reason. So it says we have 1,024 polygons, right? It's lying. We don't. If we go to Face Subobject mode and select all these faces, it tells us right there 1,024 faces selected. And if that's not enough proof for you, I mean, you can count these up if you really wanted to, but if that's not enough proof for you, I add the Edit Poly modifier, and now it says 512. I haven't changed the object in any way. Now, if it says 512 for the polys here, why would the Edit Poly have so much file size when you collapse it and save it? Well, because of all the information that all the extra information that's stored with the Edit Poly, that's why. But basically, for whatever reason, Autodesk still has not yet fixed this. I don't know why they call it polys, because it's not polys, it's faces. This will never really be shown accurately until they have polygons and faces listed. Needless to say, there are 512 polygons in the scene, but it's only correct when the Edit Poly modifier is shown. As soon as you make this an Edit Mesh, it shows as 1,012. Now, if I go to the Edit Poly modifier, well, there are 2 faces on each polygon. Yep. Yeah, I'll get to all that in just a second. Okay, so if I go into the Edit Poly and select Edge Subobject mode, let's do a quick rendering here. I'm going to go to Save Frame so I see this teapot zoomed in nice and close. Let's do a quick rendering. That's what the teapot looks like right now. Let's close that. Let's select that edge right there, that edge right there, that one, and that one. Let's use the ring command to collect all of the edges around the width of this, and let's go down to the remove button to remove those edges. Now, is this going to render the same way? Is it going to render differently? And if so, how's it going to be different? It's going to have bugs? Okay, anyone else? Anyone online? All I did was I went into edge to object mode and I selected a few edges, these edges here, used the ring command to get all the edges that were in that row, and then hit remove. What do you think, Novell? Okay. Okay, I hit render, and it's the same. How is it the same? Well, it's the same because it doesn't look like it, but all these vertices are still here. If I go to Vertex Subobject mode, all those vertices are still here. That's what's holding it together. If I delete a vertex, if I go up here and select a vertex, delete it, now it deletes that whole row. So if I go to Polygon Subobject mode, look at that. I got one polygon wrapped around this entire object. You can have a million face polygon or a single face polygon if you want. One polygon, polygons mean absolutely nothing. I can have an entire scene of a million faces and have only one polygon. So somebody asked me, what's the polygon count in that scene? I say, 1. I wouldn't be lying. You know, but it has a million faces. Okay. Now, let's delete that, reset, or better, yeah, let's reset. Let's insert a palm tree from, or palm tree? Yeah, palm tree. Let's go into, better yet, I didn't have the program up and running yesterday, and I didn't like the fact that I couldn't show you this, but now I do. So I'm going to go into my folder that has this. Let's see if I can find it. I'm going to go into a folder that has Onyx, and I want to open up Onyx trees, specifically the Onyx. Where is it? Onyx Palm. Onyx trees is a program that has modelers that run outside Max. You export a 3ds file and then you import it into Max, and you can manipulate the materials and get a nice looking tree. So I'm going to go into this Palm editor. It's a really archaic, really pretty unsophisticated interface. I want to load up let's load parameters for a coconut palm. So there's my coconut palm. I can do a save model as 3D. I can change the number of polygons and make it strip down, or turn off stems or something if I want to, but I'm just going to go ahead and save as. It says I agree not to sell, resell, give away, and let's save it to the desktop. Coconut Nucifera 3DS. I just saved that file. Let's load that file, or import that file because it's a 3DS file. Import it into Max. Merge objects, yes. Okay. User view, let's zoom in nice and close and see what's going on here. So let's zoom into this tree. And just because I didn't like the fact that I couldn't show it yesterday, the material editor, the issue with the vertex color mapping, well, it doesn't have it. I'm sorry. I can't show it here either because this color map, this vertex color map that I thought was going to be applied only gets applied through Onyx Storm, which is a plugin that runs with Max, so don't worry about that. Anyway, so this object, if I turn on polygon counter, which I'm going to start calling face counter, the face counter says I have 101,000 faces in this object, right? 101,000 faces. If I save this as Palm and open it up, or I actually don't want to open it up, as 100,001 faces, right? So let's go ahead and delete all these objects, and let's create a teapot, and I want to increase the segment amount until that teapot has the same number of faces. I want to have the teapot with 100, what did it have, 100,000 even, or was it 101? Okay, so let's increase that. That's about as close as I can get, but good enough. So I got 102,000 faces. I do a Let's turn this into a mesh because the other one was a mesh. Let's turn this into an edit mesh. Save as, and call this, let's delete a few of these that we don't need anymore. We'll call this teapot mesh. Now they both have 102,000 faces. Which one is going to be larger in terms of file size and why? You say the tree because every face has a back to it. No face can be double-sided. They may have a double-sided material. Every face only has one normal. You say this is larger? Teapot more vertices. What do you guys think? You say the tree's bigger file size? Tree's bigger? Anyone else online say tree bigger, tree smaller? Okay. Save as. Teapot is 4.5, palm is 5.6. Pretty significant. Now, how is that? Why is that possible? More vertices. Why does it have more? Why does the teapot have less vertices? Well, let me ask you this. How many polygons does each vertice help produce? 4. Yep, Donald's right, more shared vertices. So if I go into the palm tree and look at the palm tree, there are many vertices that only help to produce one face. These are lone wolves out here. These are loners. Look at the vertices. There's, I think it was 52 on the last one, something like that. So there's twice as many vertices. I'm sorry? They have material assignments, but that's probably not going to matter because every object, every material has to store all this information. So yeah, I guess if I save a scene, I'm not sure about that because if I save a scene, that scene has to have all these sample slots, and these sample slots have to have this information in it. So yeah, but a multi-subobject material is going to pale in comparison to the amount of information that's stored by all these thousands and thousands of vertices. So, I mean, it's going to add a little bit, I guess. Okay. What was my next? What's the next one I'm doing here? There was something else I was going to show you on this. Gosh darn it, lost my train of thought here. So we had the teapot, and the teapot had, oh yeah, no, that's not what I was going to show you. Okay, let's reset. Let's go to teapot here. So one thing about that last demonstration, in terms of render time, what's more important? The number of polygons or vertices? Anyone online want to? This is a trick question, but if you get it right for the right reason, I'll be very surprised. You got a 50-50 chance, but you got to explain why. So in that last demonstration, what was more important in determining file size, or in any demonstration? What is more important in determining file size, polygon count or vertex count? Yes. In terms of rendering, do vertices matter more or do polygons matter more? Vertices? Okay, you say polygons. Anyone else say vertices? Jacqueline says vertices. Polygons in rendering. The answer is vertices. That's a trick question though, because we just saw before, you can have a million face polygon, a scene with one polygon with a million vertices. So polygon count doesn't really mean anything. So no. If I ask you that same question a different way, If I ask you what is more important, vertex count or face count in terms of rendering time, what is more important, vertex count or face count? Face count. Face count's more important for rendering because it's the number of faces that have to be produced by the render engine and ray trace and all that matter. The last question was a trick question because you can see how you can have a huge piece of terrain. I can make that. Remember that terrain we were working on yesterday, the big terrain for the parking lot? I can make that all one polygon, and it was one polygon at one point. I can make that all one polygon and have just umpteen thousand faces, and so the polygon doesn't mean anything. So it was a trick question, but the face count is more important than the vertex count. But when it comes to file size and the load time and the save time and the amount of RAM set aside, it's the vertex count that matters. So, on the scenes that you're trying to clean up, in terms of render time, you got to get the face count down. For file size, for opening, and everything else, it is for file size, it's the vertex count. Now, can you close the door, please? Okay, let me clean up my interface here a little bit. The vertex count has nothing. No, the global illumination. There's a lot of forms of global illumination. Some global illuminations, like radiosity, stores illumination with vertices. If I activated radiosity, I would have to have enough vertices to make my global illumination accurate because the lighting information is stored with each vertex. Not the same with. I'm sorry. No, the render time is not affected by the vertex count. I could have 1 billion vertices that are all broken and separated from each other. I could literally just create a vertex without any face. I could just drop in a vertex and scatter 1 billion vertices around, and it'll render in a split second. But it's going to create a huge file size if I do. Okay. I'm going to unmute. Jacqueline, I'm going to unmute your phone. You got a question?
Yes, I just wanted to ask a question with this faces thing versus the poly count.
Okay.
I thought a polygon had to have 2 faces.
A polygon can have anything. So if I have a plane object with 4 length and width segments and go into Edit Mesh, I see 2 faces making up 1 polygon, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then I can go to these edges here, select all these edges. I'll just do that much. And actually I can't do it. I don't think I can do it here. I have to do it in Edit Poly. I don't think I can remove edges in Edit Mesh. I can remove these edges, and now I got 1 polygon representing all those faces. I still have, if I go back to Edit Mesh, I still have a face there, a face there. Okay, so I can have a ton of faces making up a polygon. Now the faces get rearranged depending on what edges I leave selected and what I delete. But I can have 1 million faces making up a polygon if I want.
Okay, so I can see why the polygon can be deceptive. The polygon count can be deceptive.
Yep. So like with this example, if I go to Edit Mesh or Edit Poly, Edge, select ring. Where's the ring?
Well, no, I remember this part. I'm just curious. You compared vertices with polygons. Maybe I thought one of them it should have been faces against either one. Because vertices, if polygons can be deceptive, why are vertices any better?
If polygons can be deceptive, why are vertices better? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, it's just the way you posed the question. You said vertices versus polygons. But I would think that the only number you really want to track is faces. So why would either of those choices be any good?
All I'm telling you is that I can have an object like this where I remove all of these edges where the end result is I'm turning what was previously a bunch of polygons into just one polygon,
Okay.
but I haven't done anything to remove or reduce the number of faces. Therefore, the rendering is going to still look the same, and I'm still going to have to do all the same work. So I'm just trying to show how polygon count means nothing. The face count is what determines this. The face count is what is really going to say how long is this going to take to render. There's a face, there's a face.
Right. And the faces are there because it takes 3 edges or 3 vertices to make the face. So, okay, I get it.
Yes,
I get
okay.
it.
Okay.
So,
Let's see. Clean up my window here. All right. Now, the next thing, what was the next thing I was going to cover? I lost my train of thought. A lot of different demonstrations here. So we already talked about the face count versus the polygon count versus the vertex count. Okay, so I think we can move on to something else. Now, if you're an intermediate level user, you're going to know the answer to this already. Chances are, if I create multiple copies of, let's turn this teapot into 64 segments first of all. I turn this teapot into 64 segments. I make a copy of this. I'm going to create a much bigger file, right? Well, I'm going to create a much bigger file if I edit mesh this first, turn this into an edit mesh, collapse it as an editable mesh, make a copy of this. I've just doubled my file size. So if I were to save this, here's an 11 megabyte model, here's another 11 megabyte model, but if I click and drag and make an instance, I can have as many of these as I want, and it's not going to affect my file size. Now, my file size might go up like 4 or 5 kilobytes per object, but this is not going to be very hard for it to handle. If I create a whole army of these teapots, let's create another 10 over here. This is a super fast computer, so it actually takes me a long time to get enough of these teapots built where it slows down my viewport refresh. There was a lot of improvements that Max made in 2008 or 9 to viewport refreshes, and in the past, doing what I'm doing right now would just really be tough for it to do. I don't know if you can tell online, but it's really sluggish. Panning around the scene is really taking a lot longer. Do I ever use adaptive degradation? No, I don't. I probably should. Adaptive degradation, this little icon right here, allows me to keep a certain frame rate regardless of how fast or much I move these objects around. So if you notice that these objects are turned into boxes, they are turned into boxes so that I can maintain a certain speed with my viewport refreshes. That's the only reason you saw that. Okay? But yes, that is probably a good option to enable. I don't find myself using that enough. That's a very good question. So if I save this scene right now, and we'll just call it Teapot Army. Roughly what file size is going to be? Well, one teapot collapse at 64 segments is 11 megabytes. The edit mesh is 11 megabytes. About 12. So if I save this, if I go back here, 12 megabytes. You're right, dead on. Okay, so very little more information, right? However, if you look at the RAM that's consumed by each of these, you will see something different. If I go to performance, notice I have 12 processors, 12, yeah, I know, it's disgusting, 12 processors on a laptop. Total physical memory, 12 gigs of RAM. We have 4 cached 8 gigs available. 4 cached, 8 gigs available. If I select all these teapots, or first of all, before I do that, let's go into 4 viewports just for a moment. Go into 4 viewports and do a zoom extents all, so I get all 4 viewports showing me every one of these teapots. It's really getting sluggish now. It's really having a hard time keeping up with the graphics card here. In fact, I'm afraid it might crash my computer. Okay, I'm not going to do anything more right there. So I don't need to save it once more, but I want to look at the task manager. It's still trying to update. I can't even go into task manager right now because it's still trying to update that display. Well, it's a lot. I mean, there's probably 300 times a 250,000, so there's probably 75 million polygons in this. Yeah. So I'm hoping that it comes back. Right now my max, oh, there we go. All right. So going back into max, notice how long it's taken to, I'm clicking on my max icon right here, but it won't open up yet because what it's doing is moving tons and tons of information to and from the graphics card, from the RAM on the computer to the graphics card. And it just purged that RAM a moment ago from the graphics card. Now I'm trying to get it back to show max, but it's not doing it because my computer's sort of frozen up right now, but it'll come back in just a second. Well, I don't know. I mean, the processors aren't working very hard, so they should be hearing me. When I render, the processors are running at 100%. Right now, the processors aren't doing any work. It's the graphics card that's really having to do a lot of work. I did a tutorial about this a couple of years ago, and I guess since this is not working, I'll just describe what the tutorial shows. In the tutorial, it walks you through this process of, there we go. It walks you through this process of creating a bunch of objects like this, looking at your RAM counter or your RAM consumed, and looking at your graphics card, which I'm not even sure how to access. There's a way to see the graphics card, the strain on the graphics card. I'm not familiar with this, but anyway, it shows you the amount of RAM consumed and your graphics card processor, all the RAM consumed by it. If I were to save this scene right now and render, I would really probably either crash max, or I would probably crash max, but even if I didn't, I'm sure it would crash because it just can't handle this. But even if it didn't, it would be at the brink of running out of RAM. But now if I were to take this scene and save all the objects as boxes, now look how easy I can move around these viewports. So now the graphics card has just been wiped out. All that information that was in there a moment ago is gone. So the graphics card has a lot less information to worry about. Plus, if I save this, I'm going to call this Teapot Army -boxed, and then go back. Let's reset this. Oops, let's reset this file and reopen it. Teapot Army Boxed. It's the same file size as this. They're both 12 megabytes. Look how quick it opens for one, but look at the RAM also. Yes. This computer, I'm not sure if this is an attribute of Max or what. This is not much of a change. I think it was 4.2 or 4. I think there was a few hundred megabytes more consumed by the scene with these boxes being stored as teapots as opposed to what they are right now. In that tutorial, the tutorial was written several years ago, and I don't know if it's Max that's gotten smarter or what. I think it might have, because I know with 2008 or 2009, they completely changed the way that the viewport refreshes and made things streamlined. But if you're working in an older version of Macs, or if you're working in a slower computer, it's a very, very good idea to turn all your high poly objects into boxes, like all your big trees, all your cars, turn them into boxes. If for no other reason, the files will open up faster because there's less display information that the graphics card has to process. I selected all the teapots and I went to the display panel and I selected the option display as box, or I could right click and do it inside the object properties. Everything in the object properties over here under display properties is available in the display panel and vice versa. Okay, now this one's really going to blow your mind. So let's create a teapot, 64 segments. Let's move it around. Let's not make a copy. Let's just move it around. I'm going to move it. I'm going to move it. I'm going to rotate it. Do all these things to it. I'm going to collapse it to an editable mesh, or let's do an editable poly. Collapse to an editable poly. Let's make a copy of it, not an instance, but a copy. Click and drag, make a copy. Let's do 5 copies or 6 copies. Okay, there we go. Let's create a sphere, and let's open up Task Manager. Or better yet, before we do anything else, let's take this teapot and attach another teapot to it. Let's open up Task Manager and watch what happens to my available RAM when I keep doing these attaches. I'm going to attach a teapot. Let me change these windows around. I want to be able to see Macs and the Windows Task Manager at the same time. Having trouble resizing my window here. Okay, so I'm in the attach command and I want to keep my eye on the available RAM. So I click on that teapot, the RAM goes down 100 megabytes, click it again, another 100 megabytes, goes down. Okay, I'm going to right click, end the attach command. Let's make a copy of this, put it over here. Let's make 3 copies. Look at my RAM go down. Now, let's take one of these as soon as it's done, as soon as it gives me back control of the computer. Still trying to think. Let's take one of these objects. Still thinking, it's still thinking. The processors aren't doing anything. It's all the graphics card right now. That's the only problem that is happening. In fact, I can turn these into boxes. And I probably should turn these into boxes, but I don't even have control of the computer right now. I still don't have control of the computer. So I need to turn these into boxes. I'm gonna do Control All, select all these, turn them into a box. Okay, so now I can move around. Notice my RAM here does not go down. Okay, I want to select one of these objects and attach one more time, attach them to another object, and watch my RAM go down. Okay, went down a little bit. Let's select another, attach it. It went down 300 megabytes. Let's do one more. It went down another 400 megabytes, something like that. Okay, and let's go ahead and look at my scene undo list. all these commands, the last 20 commands that I just created, are all stored in the undo list. If I were to render right now, I would really be shooting myself in the foot because I've just consumed hundreds and hundreds or several gigabytes worth of RAM just by doing all these features that are stored here in this list. So you have one of two options. You can either save the file and reopen it, or even better yet, just create some object like this sphere and modify it enough times so that all the different commands that are shown here get dropped out. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop down on this segments amount and watch this RAM here, the available RAM. It's 5100. I'm going to go down, down, down. As I keep going down, I'm clicking, clicking, clicking. That RAM is going to shoot up at some point. Just shot up a gigabyte, a gig and a half. It's going up a little bit more. Yes. So I just wasted a gig and a half by not purging the undo list that you see here, or by saving it and reopening the file. A gig and a half. Some of my computers that I used a few years ago didn't even have a gig and a half on it. So couldn't even do this. You couldn't even, you would crash max just trying to do these attach commands. So Cliff went to the restroom at the wrong time. Cliff, you just missed out on seeing this demonstration. So restarting Windows? I don't think restarting Windows is necessary. I don't know what you're going to get out of restarting Windows. But restarting Macs is not necessary. All you got to do is create an object, modify it a few times, purge that undo list, or change the undo list to 2 or 3. You should always purge that undo list when you're getting ready to run, or save and reopen the file. That's really the best, safest way to do it. Okay, so that is, I believe, all the different things that I wanted to show with system resource management. Let me just think for a second. Did I get everything that I wanted to cover? I think that is everything. Should be everything. Yep. What is my recommendation for the undo list setting? It totally depends on the file size that you're working with. If you're working on if you're doing modeling work and you don't have very large scenes and you're just doing a lot of legwork that takes days and days to do, I would set the undo size to probably 30, 40. But if I was at the point where I am in a large scene and I'm doing some things that I really don't want to have stack up in that list and consume a lot of RAM because I'm already topped out at the amount of RAM I'm using just by having the scene open, then yeah, like on your machine, then keep that list small. Keep it down to 3 or 4, 5, something like that. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. If you have any questions about this, think of the questions during the break, and when we come back, we will address them. So this production tips and tricks is a section of tips and tricks that I'm going to just throw out. It is the same tips that are mentioned in the back of the intermediate to advanced book. There's 30 of them, and I go pretty quickly on this. I don't have too much time. I usually slot an hour for this, but it is a class I used to call Maximizing Visualization, Maximizing Efficiency in Visualization Production. And I'm just going to whip out these things and spend about 2 minutes on each one of these and talk about it as much as I can. So first tip, and these are importance of precedence. These tips are my suggestions to you in order of precedence. Regardless of how big or small you are, Whether you are a sole proprietor or you are the owner of a large business, it is to your benefit to build a network of subs. Whether you deal with people right down the road or on the other side of the world, it is beneficial to build a network of subs where you can rely on a certain few number of people to help you out. If you're ever in a pinch, if you ever land a job that you can't handle by yourself, if you ever have to get something knocked out very quickly, and you can go to your A team, so to speak, and say, "Hey, I got this project I don't have time for, but I don't want to lose this client and not take this job." So you can send it to him, or if you need to send, something that I've done in the past is send a modeling to somebody else, which is most often the legwork of a project. 60-70% of a project is typically the modeling portion, and then the materials and the lighting, which I would want to have full control over myself. I can do that in-house and do much larger projects in a much smaller amount of time. And when you communicate with subs using a document like this, where you specifically tell them things like, the drawing shows crown molding and all raised ceilings. Use the same molding as the kitchen shows and butt up against the top of the ceiling. When you show them details like this, there's no doubt about how you want those changes to take place. Here's another view from a different direction. So that is the first tip: build a network of subs. Create a pricing presentation. That simply means create some sort of online and printed version of a presentation that you can show your clients and say, here's how we do business. This is what we do. How would you like to sell your development? What are all the ways that 3D can benefit your business? You can reduce bidding, you can improve curb appeal, and here's a big one: win government approval. Show them how you can create multiple versions of the same scene using different lighting. Talk to them about 3D and all the things that they need to consider when when starting a project. And you talk to them about the overview of costs. So you simply provide them a list or a series of images and show them the price for those images. So starting off with the cheapest or the smallest type of rendering like this, list as one price, and then you go to the next and you show a little bit more complexity, go to the next, keep going higher and higher, and show them how you build things like add 3D tiles to your roof. Show them that all the models are meticulously crafted and every detail that you specify in the architectural drawing is included in the 3D model. A little bit more complexity, a daytime and nighttime image. So this is just a presentation that you would show them to indicate to them, here's how we work and here's what we charge. And by doing that, they get a feel for the type of work that you do and how much their project would cost them. Inspect the architectural drawings. Can't emphasize enough how important it is to look at a set of architectural drawings very closely before you ever say anything about how much it will cost or how long it will take you to do that project. And in this drawing, you see what looks like a clean development, a clean set of drawings. It looks pretty good, but when you go to Layer Manager and realize, oh, that's not a flat terrain, that's not a flat piece of terrain, that is a big complex development on the side of a mountain, things get a little bit more dicey. And if they just left out or failed to mention that, oh, this site is on the side of a mountain and you need to build 3D terrain, and that's going to require you to take the topography lines and clean up all those topography lines, and oh, by the way, those topography lines are a bunch of broken, exploded lines that you then have to push and pull vertices of. Things get a little bit trickier. A lot of times, things aren't what they seem, and if you zoom in nice and closely to analyze what looks like a good piece of geometry, you can select it and not even realize that there are two versions of the same line on top of each other. So you might not even see it, but there might be two lines sitting on top of each other, or things like little broken lines, or things like endpoints overlapping and creating some little crisscross pattern right where two line segments end. I never quote a project before analyzing architectural drawings. And if there are no architectural drawings, I always charge more because I always have to produce them. Even if I start with a hand-rendered image, I'm going to want to trace that hand-rendered image and produce my own architectural drawings. Conserve system resources. Beat that with a stick when we talked about system resource management. Can't do enough to conserve system resources. Master the keyboard shortcuts. Why go down to this viewport navigation area, click the pan button when you can just use the middle mouse button to pan around, pan around? Why go down here to zoom when you can just scroll with your middle mouse button wherever you need to? Why do that? It's so much easier to implement keyboard shortcuts, and there's a lot of different keyboard shortcuts set up by default, but there's a lot that you can change to work best with your particular workflow. Use the Boolean cut split feature. Looked at that very closely. That's top on the list. That's one of my favorite features inside Max. Use the loft and sweep feature. Loft and sweep. We looked at the loft. We didn't really talk very much about the sweep. If I have a row of lines that I want to loft, I can't use the loft compound object. I have to create a sweep modifier because the loft cannot handle non-continuous splines. In order to do this, I would have to loft each one of these individually, which would be a pain. Instead, what I can do is attach all these lines together, use the attach multiply button, attach all these lines together so that it is one object, and then apply the sweep modifier to that one object. So in this case, I'm using a custom angle, but I can use any angle. I can use a custom angle right here and pick the angle that I need. So doing this any other way would be a waste of time. Next, write a good contract. On our website, we have a series of free tutorials, and one of those, or some of them are tutorials and some of them are just discussions. One of them includes this PSA, a professional services agreement. The main benefit of a contract is not to, I'm not sure why this isn't opening. The main benefit of a contract is not to protect yourself from losing money to an unscrupulous client. The main benefit of a contract is to clarify exactly what each party does. And a lot of people in this industry seem to think that just by having a contract, they're protected. You're not protected. I've never come across any person or any company that has been able to recover damages from another company because of somebody not meeting their obligations. I've just never heard of this, and I'd be interested to know if anyone ever has. But a professional service agreement, more importantly, specifies what each party does. And the most important section in this is this scope of services. So in here, it describes the scope of services, and it talks about what this project is all about and what the final product is. It even says right there, final product, no doubt. And then project schedule. What is the project schedule? And rather than ever specifying a date that you will be done with a particular project, it is far more important or far better to just give a schedule in terms of days after something else happens. So final animation no later than 4 weeks after client provides approval of draft animation. So if you send the draft animation and the client doesn't approve it, then you have an out. If you specify a date that the final animation is due, then things might not be so well. If the client has to provide all of these things to include furniture plan, material sections, and so on, then you have an out if you specify a schedule in terms of number of days after he provides those elements. And best of all, if you have to send some work to a sub to have them work on this, you can just send the entire scope of services. Everything on these 2 pages, send this to your sub. They never see anything about prices, which is, more confidential information, obviously. Everything on this scope of services can be sent to the sub, and they know exactly what you need to provide to the client. Next, create a mask and use in Photoshop. This is a really cool trick that I learned from a sub, and by the way, this is another reason why to align yourselves with subs. I would say probably half of everything I've ever learned in 3D is because of other people showing me. Some of the tips and tricks I've learned myself, but this one is a great example of something I learned from a sub. I never would, to this day, I probably would never know this. So you render out the raw rendered image, everything looks great, and using the object ID pass inside either Vray or Vray, using an object ID pass to render different colors to different objects, where this top part of the building, the tan portion of the building, is a separate object from the bottom, which is another reason why you shouldn't use multi-sub-object materials, because it wouldn't create a object ID pass with multiple colors for different objects. So using that object ID pass to create an image like you see right here. This is an object ID pass which produced a rendering just where one object was one unique color. You can create a selection set, and by creating a selection set, you can turn that selection set into a mask. And if you create a mask and apply a color overlay to the layer above it, then you can modify the color of a layer and change the color of the building on the fly, preserving the GI, the shadows, everything that was in the original raw rendered image, and quickly show the client multiple versions of his building with different illumination. All I was changing there was the hue and saturation. Write a good script as soon as possible. Here's an example of a script. There's an action and a narration or music. Camera fades into overhead perspective view of the clubhouse, begins moving back and away. Car pulls into view, parks under entryway. Camera turns to the right, moves upward, catches view, and so on. And while that's happening, you see what's being read. You see, when the music is starting and stopping. And this is great because it tells everyone involved exactly what the final product is going to look like. And by knowing that, as a modeler or somebody working on the project, you can know exactly what detail you need to build into your models. So it saves you the trouble of, if you are rendering a building and only see two sides of that building, by having a script and knowing that in advance, you can avoid spending hours producing two sides of a building that you'll never see. Use a professional render farm. There's a company that I use called ResPower. It's a great company, and I like to help promote them whenever I can, but have been using them for all the major animations that we've done over the years. And the reason why this particular company is so good is they have what's known as a subscription service, a service where they can render your scenes, any scene that you render in any scene that you send to them in a certain amount of time. And what you do is you log in, you click on Render Wizard, and you click this drop-down list, and you select the scene that you want to render. Now the scenes have to be loaded through FTP. So if I went into FileZilla and loaded my max file and all my maps and everything else in one directory, that max file would show up in this list. So I select the max file that I want to render. I tell it what render window size I want, whether I want to use Mental Ray or V-Ray. whether I want the pixel aspect ratio to be 1, and so there's all these things I have to check and answer. It takes about a minute to set this up, and then I tell it what kind of subscription do I want. Do I want a 1-day, 3-day, 7-day, a year? So you can purchase a 1-day subscription somewhere around $200, $250, and they run specials and things, but it basically means that any job that you send within 24 hours of your subscription, if you do it at 1-day, 24-hour subscription, if you send as many jobs as you can in that 24 hours, it's only going to cost you that $200-something. And the animations can be as long as you want. They can be 10,000 frames long. It's going to be the same price. You can send as many animations as you want. You can even send the same exact animation with different render settings so you can test different settings. If you want to see what this set of settings produces versus this, doesn't matter. Question poor designs. If I'm working in a set of architectural drawings and I see that the floor plan doesn't match with the elevations, and I can ask the architect or the developer to clarify, I will. If no one is available to ask a question to, chances are the elevations are going to be the most likely thing that they will want to go by. Working in an architectural office for a long time, I learned that the elevations are usually the first things that the client approves. The elevations is really what the client is going to visualize and see. So they will say, yes, that I approve that elevation, go ahead and produce that. And then the architect will start producing construction drawings based on what the client approved in the elevations. So I will usually use the elevations to model in lack of information. However, contractors don't build per the elevations. They build per the dimensions on a floor plan. So just understand that the difference between what the contractor might build versus what you might need to visualize. Use deductive reasoning to solve problems. What does that mean? In this example, there is some noise in the scene. There's a little bit of noise on the wall, and let's take a better example. There's a dot right here on this pool railing. This is an artifact created by a very specific problem in Vray that's easily solvable just by using one feature, just by selecting one option, and it's under color mapping. It's subpixel sampling. But if you do not have that knowledge and you don't know what's causing that problem, then you can use deductive reasoning to fix it. So if you see something like that, then you can start changing things one at a time, removing lights one at a time, seeing if anything updates. And if nothing changes, then you know that wasn't the problem. And I'm surprised sometimes how often people will work in a scene where they say on these forums that I'm struggling, I can't get the scene to render, it keeps crashing, I need to get this thing done. Well, all they would need to do is start in a fresh scene and start bringing in objects one at a time or 10 at a time or 20 at a time, and keep bringing them in and doing a test render until they see the computer crash again. So if they bring in half their scene, the computer doesn't crash, then they know those objects were fine. If they bring in another set of objects and all of a sudden the computer crashes, they know the reason had something to do with one of those objects. And then they can break it down and investigate further and figure out which object it is. So deductive reasoning is just a method of finding the solution by removing all possible variables. Break up projects. That simply means if you use subs, if you take advantage of subs, you can send different parts of your scene to different people. So this building could be modeled by somebody while this building is modeled by somebody else, and this building is modeled by somebody else, and then the site can be modeled by somebody else. So break up projects into smaller scenes, and an example of a scene broken up would look like, if I can find it, right here. So in this project, you see multiple versions of the same type of file, Clubhouse 1 through 14. So in this next tip, I mentioned save incrementally and save often. So you can go back and pull out information or models at a previous state. But what it also shows is how if you're building a clubhouse or some building, there's no point building that clubhouse while you have the site in there. There's no point in trying to navigate around a scene that has tons of trees and cars and whatever when you're trying to build one specific object like a building. So you build a clubhouse, you save a final version to a file, work on the site, get it perfected, save a final version, build things like an interior, and then when it's time to assemble the scene, you can use some of the tips that were brought out during the class on system resource management and make things a little bit easier on yourself. Use custom furniture only. Use custom furniture only. So several years ago, or I should say up until several years ago, my company was in the habit of offering to clients the ability to let the clients select from a series of images or a stock set of furniture and materials to make model and material selections. So we would actually send off a DVD with thousands of images and ask the client to pick the couch that they want or pick the fabric that they want, and it never worked. We even went to the extent of printing beautiful little catalogs, trying to print them off and mailing those off and say, here, look, you don't need, even if you're not good on a computer, just open the book and pick the furniture you want. And then they would say, well, I don't, this chair model looks good, but I really hate that fabric. You know, they would never get past that. So then we actually tried to take the fabrics off and render black and white images with no materials, and then they would say, well, I really like this, but I really need to have a fabric on it, as if they didn't assume that, you know, we would already put a fabric on it. So my point is, after years of trying that, we finally figured out it's a lot easier to just tell the client, send us an image of what you want us to produce, like this. Send us the chair that you want, and we will produce it. If you send an image like this, we will produce a model that looks like this. But if you send a bad image like this one right here, there's not much we can do if we can't even see the entire piece of furniture. And we also need them to send us a furniture plan. So they send us a rough sketch, and we tell them it can just be drawn on a napkin if you want. Just give us something and put a bunch of squares, put a bunch of circles, and label it A, B, C, and then label the pictures A, B, C so we know exactly what we need to put where. Put the onus on the client. Do you have a question? Use a substitution modifier. The substitute modifier substitutes one object with another, but that's not going to help in this situation. What does that have to do with? That may be helpful if you use stock furniture and you want to scroll through thousands of different furniture pieces, but that really won't be practical, because a client sends us this image, and that's going to take, you know, half an hour to produce, and probably more than that, probably an hour to produce. And if it takes an hour to produce that, they're going to pay for that. You know, they're paying it behind the scenes. They don't see it, and we give them the opportunity to make a few material adjustments. But if they come to us and say, hey, I don't want that chair anymore, I want you to reproduce a new chair. Okay, fine, but we're going to charge you for it, and we're going to charge you our hourly rate. So, yes, the substitute modifier allows us to switch this in and out, but the amount of time that you're talking about saving is seconds versus, you know, an hour to produce a piece of furniture. So, and we always tell them, if you're going to send us material samples, send us a full, complete sample. This right here is a full, complete sample, and from that we can produce a non-tiled fabric or texture. Can't do much with this if we don't see the full pattern, because this shows an obvious seam. Okay, next, save incrementally, save often. Already talked about that. model simple elements first. And what I mean by that is opening up this drawing. This is one of the houses that we looked at a few days before. And in this particular scene, there is a lot of complex things going on with these walls. A lot of walls exist at one elevation or one floor, but not at another. So wrapping your head around this and trying to figure out, what happens when I'm looking at this. Okay, here's a wall. What actually happens right here? You got a column. It looks like a column. Is this a solid wall right here? Does it go back all the way to this wall? And you're like panning back and forth, looking at comparing one image to another and going back and forth. And sometimes you can't even see from the elevation. Sometimes you have to look at the floor plans to see. So wrapping your head around something like this can be complex. So what I will always do is if I don't feel fully comfortable with the scene that I'm working in, I will start doing the easy things first. I know I'm going to have to model these windows, so I will start making my assembly line and take all these windows over and line them up, and I'll spend the morning, I'll spend the afternoon or the morning working on creating all these windows and doors. And by virtue of just being in this file, working in this project, and looking at this more and more, I start to get a sense of what's going on, and it just allows me to then build the harder elements later a lot easier. Purchase the best available model and material libraries. Several years ago, about 10 years ago, if I can find my file, I bit the bullet and I bought a collection from Marlin Studios. Nice big collection of maps, and probably 70% of all the textures that I have are still from that collection I bought about 10 years ago. So if I want, for example, a painting to apply to some 3D object that I'm going to use to simulate a painting, if I want a painting or if I want a brick pattern or some other material, it's very simple to find. I label my folders intelligently, and it's not just my maps. My furniture, I have cars, vegetation. For vegetation, I have shrubs, palms, flowers, bamboo. But those come by purchasing the best available model and material libraries. So, if you have good tools, you can do good work. And there's no sense building cars from scratch, building a bunch of trees from scratch if you have the ability to purchase model and material libraries and instead of working from scratch, start from some other point that somebody else built from. Next, create an assembly line for doors and windows. Going back to the same AutoCAD file that I've closed, but going back to that same file where it showed windows and doors, and I was talking about building easy objects first, I will always, I think I have an image of this already prepared. Somewhere, let's see, where's my file? Shortcut. Okay, so in this image, you see a series of windows and doors. There's one unique window and door, and I will import this into Max, or I will either that or prepare the line work in AutoCAD and create all the Boolean objects once, create all the frames at once, all the glass pieces at once, rotate all the objects at once, do everything all at once, and borrow some of these profiles and some of the shapes that I use on one object. The windowsill and all these supports for the windowsill are all the same. So build all these objects at once, and that's sort of an assembly line process. It worked for Henry Ford building cars, so it can work for you. Use additional input devices. Here's an example of 2 additional input devices that can really speed up your work. So this is the X keys, and with this you can assign a specific command or function to each key and have a bunch of shortcuts at one press of the keyboard. There's only so many keys on your keyboard, and there's only so many shortcuts you can assign. But getting something like this, you can have all your favorite modifiers, all your favorite compound objects, just one press of the button away. The Space Pilot from 3D Connection is a great tool that lets you navigate around your scene and have what they call, I believe, a 6-axis or 6-degree freedom of movement, which means you can push and pull on this little knob to zoom in and out of your scene. You can rotate the knob to rotate around your scene, and you can tilt the knob to tilt your camera or something like that. So there's a lot that you can do with that you can't do with a mouse. It's easy. Next, use a standard background rig. You heard me talk about that, and you saw the scenes. A standard background rig where you simply change the image on the background is the best way to show your background. When you think about it, when you think about how big the background image is in the typical visualization, especially exteriors, sometimes backgrounds are half of an image. So if you got half of the image and it's not produced right, you're not starting off on the right foot. So standard background rig using that cylinder and dome it really works. Use model and material libraries. That simply means if I'm going into the material editor and I create a bunch of materials and I want to save those for later use, I can use this icon right here, put to library, to save it to whatever library name I assign, and I can pull that material library up later on by going into the map browser and selecting Open Material Library. And it looks for this .mat file, and I'm able to create a location where all my concretes are, all my grass materials are, all my water materials, and so on, instead of having to go into old projects and finding materials that I want to use on new projects. And the same thing with models. I always save my objects that I know I'm going to use later in an easy to access file. So in the case here, Dosh cars, I've got a file that is created and it's nothing but a bunch of cars lined up in a row. So if I want to use a set of cars, instead of having to go into a bunch of different files or past projects, I just merge them from this one file. Use the top third-party plugins. As I said before, if you use good tools, you'll do better work. And whether you create vegetation, whether you create waves on an ocean, whether you create cars or whatever, third-party plugins can really save yourself some time. Vray, for example, is a third-party plugin, and Vray is the biggest, most widely used render engine right now, and there's a reason. It costs $1,000, whereas MentalRay is free. So Vray has advantages over MentalRay. They all produce the same quality, but what makes Vray so good is its speed, ease of use, and product support. So use the top third-party plugins if you want to do the best work. Exclude objects from GI whenever possible. Exclude objects from GI whenever possible. So I can just go into a new scene and show this. If I have a teapot, I can, in Vray, I can do this in MentalRay too, but in Vray I can go to Vray Properties and exclude this object from casting and receiving GI. And why would I do that? Well, if I had a high polygon object like a tree, something like this, a very high polygon object, I would need to illuminate this object. And it would need to be similar to the other objects in the scene. But I could certainly take this object off of Create and Generate GI and illuminate this by its own. Have one set of lighting just for this object. So I can add a set of direct target lights positioned around this tree, illuminating just this tree. So I set this light and all the other instance versions of it around the tree, set it to include only this foliage. So now, no matter what, this light will only affect this foliage, and this foliage will not be part of the GI calculation. This tree contains, if I collapse this to an edible mesh, I can see that this tree probably contains 100,000 faces or something close to it. 59,000 faces. If my building were only 59,000 faces, and many buildings are much less than that, if my building is 59,000 faces and it's the focus of my scene, and I got this one little tree off to the side over here, it would be a waste of time to let this tree double my render time just because it has the same number of faces as my larger building over here. So if you exclude this tree from GI and illuminate it in a decent way, just with some standard lights positioned around it, you can really speed up your renderings. Use the scatter and spacing commands to create vegetation. We looked at both of those, so don't need to mention that again, but the spacing tool is really great when you're trying to place vegetation all over your scene. Use a third-party vegetation solution. So onyx trees, for example. You should never use something like these ugly trees found in 3ds Max. You should use something like onyx or something like, I forget some of the other names that there are, Bionatics. Bionatics is pretty good. It gives you a really, really nice interface to work with, so you can specify the age of the tree and the season, the time of year. But use good trees, because look at this image. This image shows more of the trees than it does of the building. So if this image didn't have good trees, it would obviously suffer. Use artificial shadows. And what I mean by that is fake the shadows in your scene whenever you can speed up your rendering. So let's go into a file. We looked at this actually, I believe we looked at this on the first day. Where there is a plane at the base of each 2D tree. Now whether this is 2D trees or 3D trees doesn't matter. I could have a 3D tree here and turn off the shadow casting ability of the 3D tree and create a fake shadow. I will almost cut my render time in half of a tree if I turn its shadow capability off. So don't let it cast shadows and just have this plain object. If I have a flat surface, I can just create a plane and have it float right above the surface, and as long as I have the shadow casting ability of the object itself, if I turn that off, if I make the object not cast shadows, then I'll be fine. I could even go so far as to create a target spotlight, position that target spotlight right above the tree, and put in a black and white image, the same black and white image that is used for the shadows of the trees in this scene. Apply that as a projector map and use a negative value for the multiplier to suck light away. And by using a negative multiplier, instead of creating light, it will suck light away, and it will actually create a shadow. So I can create a shadow that can be meticulously shaped and positioned wherever I need it to be, and that shadow will render in a fraction of the time that a shadow of a 3D tree will render. Years from now, when we're all using computers that can calculate these large scenes in real time, it won't matter, but until then, all these tips and tricks can speed up your workflow. Use simple camera paths to reduce required sampling. So, for example, this is a video of a gymnasium, and notice as I move this camera from side to side, there are few surfaces that I see in the final frame of this sequence that I don't see in the first frame. So when I'm calculating GI, I have to calculate, if I'm using Vray, I don't know how this works with Mental Ray, but I assume it's the same way. But when I use Vray to calculate GI, I bombard all of my surfaces with samples. And if I don't move the camera too much and don't see too many new surfaces throughout the sequence, then I don't need to add samples as often. If I don't add samples as often, I don't have to render, it won't take as long to render. That's different than something like a scene like this where the view is constantly changing, I'm rotating around, I'm moving in and out of the scene. That scene right there is going to have a lot more samples needed than the previous scene, because I'm seeing a whole new set of surfaces every few seconds. So whenever you can get away with simpler camera movements, it would be beneficial to do so. Render high and convert down. If you ever wonder why Hollywood studios are able to get perfect, crystal clear, clean, artifact-free movies produced and burned to a DVD, the reason is image sampling. Image sampling is called, I think, just regular sampling inside Mental-Ray. Image sampling is a process of analyzing pixels below the pixel level and perfecting the pixel color so that, transitions from one material or one object to another appear smoother and you don't see jagged edges everywhere. And that's great because that makes everything artifact-free. But in Hollywood, what they do is they render at 4K Academy resolution. They render 4,000 pixels wide, and they squash that down. And then when you do that and put it on a DVD, the result is the same thing as rendering with a higher image sampling. But you also future-proof your projects. So years from now, 5 years from now, when we're rendering ultra-high definition, or there's ultra-high definition players, all these movies that you see today will still play at full resolution. Finally, be active in the 3D community. Here's an image, not this image. Here's an image from the CG Architect forums, and this is some place that I typically visit at least once a day just to see what's going on and get the latest scoop in the industry news. And then here's an image from the VisMasters DMVC, I think 2008 in Boston, and this was a conference. This conference was canceled last year, but this conference had at its heyday about 400 people, I would say, about 400 people, and so the tip is to just be active in the community, because whatever you give, you'll get back many times more. So with that, does anybody have any questions about anything I've been talking about up to this point? Somebody's asking, how much do I suggest spending up front? Okay. And how do you manage the 3D material libraries with the purchase library? Do you separate them in different folders? No, it doesn't matter where I get the files from. It doesn't matter at all where my files come. I'm going to put my maps, whether they're purchased, whether I make them myself for free, they will all be right here. But if you're asking about project-specific folders, if I create a specific fabric for a specific project, no, I will still put it in. I will make a copy and put it in the library for later use. And I'm not sure what you mean by how much do I suggest spending up front. I'm not sure what that question was based on. Anyone in here have a question? Okay.
How much do you suggest be a fair price to charge somebody to do some work like a logo animation or rendering?
Are you talking in terms of per hour? How much per hour to charge? Yeah, I mean, freelance per hour. I couldn't possibly tell you, how much I would charge for something without knowing the specifics. But in terms of if you're a freelancer, somewhere in Miami, it all depends on your work. Good work sells itself. If you got a good portfolio, you can demand a higher amount. If I didn't have any portfolio at all, even if I was the best artist in the world and I couldn't show people it, I wouldn't land any jobs. So as long as you produce a great portfolio, you have a good website, you have brochures, and you do these things that I'm saying where you have a pricing presentation so you can put it on the internet and show your clients when they say, hey, how much do you charge for this? And they say, well, you say, well, go to our website and let me send you this link, and you'll see our pricing presentation. You'll see exactly what we do and how we do it. You know, as a sole proprietor, anywhere from $20 to $80, $100 an hour. All depends on the quality of your work. Yeah, totally. And you got to land the right clients. You got to know who to go after. Like certain industries, like the architectural industry right now is certainly suffering, but there's a lot of industries that are exploding right now. I'm in the military, so I know firsthand what the military's desire is towards 3D. I see it every day, and I know exactly what their goal is, and they're trying to even fight wars without stepping foot on soil. So you can certainly imagine they're trying to train people without having to put them in the equipment. Medical fields, just 3D printing. There's so many ways that you can make a living in 3D, and all the industries have different pricing points. So, but if you're doing good work, you can charge $100 an hour. So, Jacqueline, you've got your hand raised. Let me unmute your phone for a second. Go ahead.
Oh, hey, I was just curious. You were talking about being involved in the industry. How do you break out between local and distance in your work? Like you're in Miami, but I'm up here in New York.
Well, actually, I'm not in Miami. I'm based in Sarasota, but Sarasota's only about 3 hours away. But are you asking who do I try to reach out to? What markets? How far away do I try to reach?
Yeah, I just out of curiosity, because the internet, it would seem like you can just transfer files and contacts and friends can be anywhere.
Yes.
But I don't know.
Starting out many years ago as a sole proprietor, when I left an architectural firm that I was working at, it was a bit of a struggle, and all the jobs that I landed were local. So I would, I took a 30 or 40 mile radius around where I lived, and that was where I focused on. But now there's no point in going such short distances when you can use the internet. I mean, 10 years ago, the internet wasn't anything like it is now. So take advantage of it. So there's actually, I'm glad you actually mentioned that, because I don't know if you've seen it. There's this class that one of our instructors, Brian Zajac, teaches, Internet Marketing for Architectural Visualization. He did a 1 hour webinar last month on this, and there's it's available on this website. You can download that 1 hour introduction to this course. It was, here it is, Architectural Visualization, Internet Marketing. So it talks about all the different things that he will explain to you, how to get your name out there, how to use Twitter, Google, how to get high in the search engines, how to, all the stuff you see listed here. It's really an amazing presentation, and I learned a lot myself when I saw it, because I'm not a marketing person at all, so I'm not the one to ask these questions to, but he would certainly have some advice. And he's teaching this class September 1st and 2nd, and if you don't think you are knowledgeable about this, if you don't know all the stuff that he's talking about in here, it's perhaps worth investigating.
Okay. All right. Very good. And then in terms of follow-up, if you're outside, if you're not in the class with you directly, it's not appropriate to follow up with you? I had talked with Alex when I had signed up, Alex, and I think you might have made a slight modification, and I was on the website.
Slight modification.
You now video, you have the recordings. Maybe before you didn't have those, but now it says your online classes plus recordings. What is that?
Well, the people that come to the class physically in Miami, those are the only ones that get the recordings, and there's several reasons for that. One, the process that we're going to go through to produce these videos, we are very protective of these videos, and if we just let anyone that signed up for these classes get a recording of it, our videos would be out, and we would basically be out of a job because the files will be pirated and it's just copied. We want to see people's faces, and we want to limit the number of times that we have to produce these. What we're going to do is, for all the people that are in class here, they're going to get a watermarked version of the video, and it's going to have their name on it. So if it ever got out, if they ever distributed it without our permission, then we'll know who produced it, and they're going to sign an NDA basically that agrees that says that they agree not to distribute it. So producing that video, that watermarked version, takes several hours of computer time just running. So it's just not something we can do for everybody.
Okay, all right. I was curious. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
All right, and I don't think I have any other questions right now.
Okay.
So
anybody else?
Thank you. Bye.
Oh, you're welcome. Anybody else have any questions before we call it a day? No other questions? Okay, well, I thank everybody for joining and watching, following along, and staying the entire time. It was quite a feat to stay awake this entire time, I know. A lot of stuff we covered here. So with that, I will say thank you and good luck in all the things you do.